South and West. I'm gonna join him when I'm done here. We're gonna find that son of a bitch.
I don't care. Close your fucking mouth. Stop starting shit with me, bro. Leave me the fuck alone with the bullshit. Cause all I did was ask you to do whatever so I can chill with you, bro. Leave me the fuck alone with this shit. Fucking confused ass bitch don't know what you want, bro. Shut up. Every day and night I gotta beg you to sit down, bro. Please shut the fuck up. Stop playing with me.
We don't have time. Go in pairs. Watch your back.
God damn, bro. Shit stupid as a bitch, bro.
Call it in. I'm going after Ridley. To be a hero.
Shit annoying, bro. I'm grown as a bitch. I ain't really trying to go back and forth with a bitch. That's the least. Shut up. Bitch, shut your ass up. And if I respect you enough to come the fuck out here, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, bro. I ain't smoking no blunt to get irritated. I'ma put it out and literally spark a cigarette, bro. Then shut the fuck up. The fuck you mean? I'm begging you to leave me the fuck alone the whole time. Shut up. I'm playing the game, bro. Shut the fuck up. You talking. I don't get. There you go, saying it right again. Shut up. Playing the fucking game. Shut up! My nigga. I cannot stand you, bro. You so annoying. You so ignorant. You so selfish, bro. Shut up. Bitch, shut up. Swear to God. Shut up. That's how annoying you are. Shut up. That's how annoying you are, bro. Shut up. I'm still telling you to shut up, bro. That means stop talking to me. Close your fucking mouth and stop starting shit with me, bro. Leave me the fuck alone with the bullshit. Because all I did was ask you to do whatever so I can chill with you, bro. Leave me the fuck alone with this. Fucking confused. I go from begging the bitch to hurry up so we can chill and vibe together to begging the bitch to leave me the fuck alone and screaming it at the top of my lungs. That's what happens in a fucking hour because a bitch want to do what she want to do.
Did I do what I wanted to do? I was washing his bottle.
Yes, bitch, you don't know what you want, bro. Shut up. Every day and night I gotta beg you to sit down, bro. Please shut the fuck up. Stop playing with me.
Call it in. I'm going after Ridley. To be a hero.
I'm grown as a bitch. I ain't really trying to go back and forth with a bitch. That's the least. Shut up. Literally, look. I'm on live. Shut up. Everything you doing is annoying. Shut your ass up. So when niggas tell me, the way you talk to her, I watch your live, I'm out here minding my own business to even start a fucking live stream. And if as soon as I come out here in my own fucking world, somebody come out here and get on my fucking nerves, of course I must snap. Because I'm not standing over nobody else. The camera ain't on somebody and I'm standing over them. This is literally my comfortable area, bro. And somebody keep on fucking impeding on it and being mad because I'm irritated. Okay. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to myself. I'm on my YouTube. This ain't the Joanna show. Go sit your ass down. Everything I say you responded to. But when I asked you to do something, you couldn't do it. So please stop talking to me. Swear to God, bro. Shut stupid ass voice and shit in the background. Listen to your stupid ass. Shut your ass up. And if I respect you enough to come the fuck out here, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, bro. I ain't smoking no butt to get irritated. I'ma put it out and literally smoke a cigarette, bro. Then shut the fuck up. The fuck you mean? I bet you leave me the fuck alone the whole time. Shut up. I'm playing a game, bro. Shut the fuck up. You talking. I don't get you. There you go saying it right again. Shut up. Play the fucking game. Shut up. I cannot stand you, bro. You so annoying. You so ignorant. You so selfish, bro. Shut up. Bitch, shut up. Swear to God. Shut up. How annoying you are. Shut up. How annoying you are, bro. Shut up. Still telling you to shut up. That means stop talking to me. That's all I I go from begging the bitch to hurry up so we can chill and vibe together to begging the bitch to leave me the fuck alone and screaming it at the top of my lungs. That's what happens in a fucking hour because a bitch wanna do what she wanna do. Ridiculous. Goddamn, man. I'm tired of that shit. Okay, stop talking to me once again. I ain't saying shit to you. I ain't saying shit to you. Leave me the fuck alone. Bitch. You go there, you go again. Please stop talking to me so I can calm the fuck down and I can stop responding to you. I'm not saying shit to you. Don't say shit to me. God damn, bro.
And the Blazers, the 1-8 matchup. Damian Lillard with the leg.
I said why he not crying.
And then this.
I'm leaving you the fuck alone. Why you starting shit?
They didn't play great tonight. They didn't play good in the beginning. They played good. They didn't play great. They did. Nurkic had a double in the first quarter, 10 points and 10 rebounds.
And the fact that they're not scared of the Lakers. Oh no, they have confidence. They're not scared at all.
I don't think they'd be scared anybody with those 5 guys. I know what I'm saying. Portland led by 16 early, and then the Lakers.
Don't say it, Kenny.
Superman! He played well. You got to stop fouling because
Gordon's crazy going out there.
You really think you're going to convince him to stay? This city's his
Lillard a 34-point night.
I love the way he played tonight. Under control. It was fantastic.
Where he passed inside to Anthony Davis, who in the first half had 21 and 7. It was 57-56 Portland at the half.
Tell you what, now, we still.
I am the rhythm. I know super humiliation. I hate it. So soul, my real if you can. Kill me very important later.
She got me fined $25,000 plus time. And I like the rest of it. But Ernie, go ahead, Kenny. It's all wayside there. And then, Kyle Kuzma went 14-8 against Kuzma here. He gets strong to the hole. 478 late.
One ventriloquist dummy, aka Scarface. One from a selection of body parts. Among one mask and jacket worn by anarchy. One electric charge could be used by Batman, aka top gloves, worn by the electrocutioner, aka Dirty Jack. Jonas had his death. One stuffed bear in a canister of Titan fluid, owned by me, the guy was messed up anyway. Serious Titan withdrawal. He's all on my game. One laughing gas grenade, one snare trap.
Not being me, you being an asshole. Tired of arguing about the same shit you hear me saying every day, bro.
If you ask me, we should use some of these weapons instead of letting them gather dust.
Might even things up a little.
We could use that.
Not attempt to approach the rioters. You hear me? You're gonna get yourself killed.
I want a minimum of 4 guys.
That's all I remember. The others are still out there. You have to find them.
I just haven't got the men to deal with all this.
You deal with what's going on out there. Half the rioters out there have half
What's Rafferty's squad doing?
Every day for the rest of your life.
Mom should be better. No,
That's what I'm talking. That's what you end up with. Stupid ass bitch. You wanna yell before you ever wanna listen. Stop playing with me, bro. Nobody sitting here to fucking yell over you, go back and forth 24/7. Really?
What happens? Half dozen choppers patrolling the skies, but make no mistake, we're not.
I'm trying to tell you to do it the way where you're not crying, but the niggas got a problem with that. They want to wait on it. They darn.
Dig in here and look out for our own. Okay, I'm gonna run through this one more time so we're clear. Priority 1, we're here to save lives. And it starts with the lives of your fellow officers right here at this precinct. I want to have 4 guys on the roof at all times, and 1 man helping controlling the perimeter.
Now what are you doing?
I'm getting his bottle.
Oh my God, but bitches want to vacuum. You don't get what I'm even saying to you, bro. Yeah, whatever,
Yep,
bro.
poor bastard. He ain't gonna be able to live with himself when he finds out what he did in that
Shit is dumb,
He's gonna
bro.
lose his badge for sure.
Now, I'm gonna make you
Always
wait
a
till
good
you
cop.
like that next time you're relying on me, bro. I'm not even finna fucking lie. Whatever, bro.
What are you doing here, Ryder? Hey, how's my favorite masked vigilante? One of those nights, huh? You shouldn't be in the city. Bet you're wondering about the tape. I'll let you in on the action if you promise to keep me in the loop. What do you say? It's not safe. You should have left with the evacuation. And missed the biggest story of the year? Hell, the century. This is it. I can't be back on top. Quid pro quo, Batman. What's the latest on Scarecrow? Ain't he? Stay out of trouble. Thanks, I try. Trouble over time with me.
Don't huff and puff me, bro. I'm trying to help. God damn. You think I'm a bad guy. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with your ass. I ain't finna argue with your ass. Can't even fucking smoke a blunt in peace with your ass.
Hey, Batman! I guess Scarecrow gave you the slip. You broke my wrist for nothing! He's got plans for you, Batman. You and all your friends. Tonight's the night we finally break the bat.
Just keep waiting for something bad to happen. And then I realize it already has. It'll take a
Batman, just want to say it's good to have you on board.
I still keep seeing that car coming for us, Batman. I was like a rabbit in the headlights. This thing's had a serious upgrade. Air support all turned into some kind of tank. Nice. Look at the clock. It's here. I got it.
I said LeBron dominated. I didn't think
What the fuck are you doing, man? Fuck that!
No! Making it hard for him to breathe!
You getting on my goddamn nerves, bro. But your bitch ass can't close the fucking door? But you can't close the fucking door? Bro, it's an argument over me asking you to close the fucking door. But you gonna open your mouth to say that. I don't want to hear this. You forget, bro. Be quiet, bro. Because you don't even think about this shit, bro. No, shut up. Bro, you always fighting with a fucking baby. Getting on my goddamn nerves. Now, Matthew, where the fuck is Violet? You're pissing me the fuck off. I'm tired of you, bro. You doing all of this dumb shit. You doing all this dumb shit. Bro, move. Let him go to sleep, bro. Fuck that. I'm tired of begging you to do the simple shit so I can chill with you. Do it in the morning.
That's why he wakes up stuff. That's not healthy for him. No windows in the whole house besides these windows.
I don't care. Be quiet. You finna go to sleep. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Because if I kick you, you're going to be crying. No, fuck that. Shut up. You're not crying right now, right? Why I gotta hear him crying? Bro, I'm on YouTube and there's a baby fucking screaming nonstop like somebody up there beating his ass. Shut up. I don't care. Do it in the fucking morning. Bitch, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I ain't finna move to your grandparent. You think I got a parent in this bitch and I'm living with a parent? Shut the fuck up. And you ain't even go fucking wait. And I'm on YouTube again. You still do this, bro. Shut up. You ain't even gonna let me do what I need to do so I can get us out of here. Shut up! Bitch, I swear to God. Fuck you. I swear to God. And we don't need a house full of screaming people. And ain't nothing wrong with me saying that. Shut the fuck up. Bitch, shut the fuck up. It's just you want to. I don't even hear what you're doing.
Down about the 20 mark. But when you look at the star about 3 to 23.
Joanna.
You missed 11 free throws.
Now you shot 35% on the floor. And then fuck that. That's what you keep doing to everybody. So everybody think I'm just shitty, bro. Fuck that. You're not my kid. I don't gotta argue argue with you about how to raise
this
my
early
kid.
on.
Danny
Danny Green is not knocking down the street. He's a liability of the
fucking
offense because
I don't gotta beg you to give him a
and
fucking
he's not the defensive guy. He's not Avery Bradley. He's not one of these guys that he's just going, wow, he just. And maybe, I saw talking to Skip about this earlier, Chris. Maybe it's because he's exerting so much energy, trying to guard things, trying to guard CJ. The same thing with KCP. But when they weren't guarding guys that were CJ and Dame in the bubble, they were still struggling shooting the threes. So we can't use that as an excuse for saying, well, maybe they have dead legs. They got to play better. But even if they play better, I need my stars to shine bright. Because when it gets night, I want to look up in the sky and I want to see stars. And I want to see shining. And my two stars did not shine like they were supposed to last night. I go outside at 10 o'clock at night, I need to see stars, Skip. I need to see stars, Chris, I'm sorry. And I didn't see no stars.
Tomorrow night. I know I said Lakers in 3. I'm now saying Lakers in 5. Enough of this doom and gloom. They're still the Lakers. It's still LeBron James and Anthony Davis, and they're just better than Portland. It is time for them to impose their will psychologically on this team. It's time for them to go out and have a tour de force game they are highly capable of having. And to me, it starts with what I think they should do tomorrow morning. They should go to shoot around. There was a story 2 weeks ago out of the bubble that LeBron James, Anthony Davis had finally decided, we don't love shoot arounds anymore, we don't go. I don't know any other NBA team that doesn't go to shoot arounds. I might be missing one, maybe it's been under the radar, but it's time to go back to shoot around, if for nothing else, just to change your luck, just to break the habits. Just shoot around, shoot 3-point shots, feel better about yourselves. Because you guys know, 3-point shooting is a state of mind. It's psychological confidence. It's a feeling. It's an aura that you get, and it's contagious on a team. And once somebody makes one, and then somebody else makes another one, you see what happens. I've seen Danny Green make 6 or 8 in a row. I have. I saw him on, what was that night? Remember the first at Dallas? Who made the shot of shots in the corner?
It's giving you remember the night against the Clippers.
Yeah.
He had 28.
He did. He had 28. I've seen it before. I'm a Danny Green friend and fan. I've been watching him since he was a baby in this league, and for all those years with the Spurs, it can be heaven, it can be hell. He set the 2013 NBA Finals record for threes in a finals. And yet, this can happen too. And this year, there's been more hell than heaven.
Yes.
Okay, I get all that, but you should go to shoot around and try to start a new trend. I also think Rajon Rondo is crucial to this team, and I'm pretty sure he's been cleared medically. You need to start playing him because he brings an edge to this team. He brings a playmaking. He brings a made man feel because obviously he was the point guard on a championship team in Boston. They need his attitude back on the floor. He plays with more urgency and is a better disruptor on defense than these guys have been. And finally, I want to see Kyle Kuzma play the whole 4th quarter. Chris, I told Shannon, Kyle Kuzma was warming up. He'd scored 4 straight points, and with 8.5 minutes left, Vogel yanks it. And I'm like, wow, he's just getting going.
Yeah.
And here came, guess who? Danny Green. And it's for defensive purposes, I'm pretty sure. Because who does Kuzma guard? I'm not sure. It's got to be either Dame or CJ.
Well, at that point in time, if you only have like 85 points, you're like,
you need a shooter. You need a no-conscience shooter down the stretch of the 4th quarter. So Kuzma sat for 4 minutes and came back in, and they had gone from up 6 to down 2. And the rest of the game, he didn't take another shot. He tried to tip on an offensive rebound and missed it. But no other shots from Kyle Kuzma. You need to get your shooters shooting in the 4th quarter, so I didn't get that. But I still say if they'll come right out of the gates tomorrow night and impose their will, they are the better basketball team, and obviously they were all year long.
Look, here's the thing, and I'm sticking with this. But Portland is legitimate. We should not think of it as the Portland of the regular season. Because I have always loved Steve Jeffers. I'm not saying he's an Hall of Famer or All-Pro or anything like that. But he's got swagger, he's got toughness, he's got skill.
He does.
And he wasn't there all season. Hassan Whiteside, we've seen in the past, he can put up, 16 points a night and give you 12 rebounds.
It's a contract year.
His problem usually is that he can't get out and guard the three. Right? That's where he gets exposed. Because he won't go out there, he can't go out there and guard the three. But against the Lakers, you don't really have to worry. So now those two are balanced. Carmelo, we know he's not as good as LeBron. He's actually even a year older than LeBron. But he's not afraid of LeBron. That's the thing. Melo doesn't, power at the type of LeBron James, like some players. And we know James and CJ so they are afraid of the Lakers, but better than the Lakers. Their bigs don't get exposed on the perimeter like they do against other teams. They're going to let it go. This is going to be a serious threat to the Lakers. I'm sticking with them, but they got their hands.
So obviously, there's no Avery Bradley. So obviously, you don't have a premier perimeter defender to guard either Dave or CJ. So obviously, Portland's going to score points. That, as Shannon pointed out, the hold to 100 was pretty good, actually. But you have to outscore them. Your mindset, your approach has to be, we have to outscore them. So LeBron James, you have to be selfish tomorrow night. You can't worry about how many assists you get. You need to score the basketball.
LeBron might need to have that same stat line, but with 30 points. And Anthony Davis is going to need to be, he's going to have to be what he was in the regular season against Portland, which is about 30, 31, 32, and 11. That's what he's going to have to be. But he's going to have to be efficient. Neither guy was efficient. Yeah, they got numbers, nice numbers. But that was that's a very inefficient way to get those numbers. And what we know about these two guys, they are efficient ball players, especially LeBron James.
Next time you have to make a take the child, bro. You're gonna be doing your screaming like you ain't got no sense. You gotta have to make us miles to take us back to the places we want to go. You see, because they saw all that shit, they talked about it. So let's roll up our sleeves. Trying to sit by me and you get all of that shit. That's bullshit.
AD needs to realize that his reputation.
I'm
not saying people aren't going to think he's a great player. But remember, in New Orleans, mostly on the national team, people weren't paying that much attention. They're just looking at box scores. Wow, look at these numbers. They keep good numbers. Players are hurt. He doesn't have a lot of help. But now that spotlight is on him. And people are scrutinizing his game like never before. And if they continue to do stuff like this, it will hurt his reputation.
Thank you for watching. You can subscribe. Unemployment. That don't work down there. That ain't Wisconsin. I'm gonna let you know. You know that shit right here, and that's the difference. This is our job. This is our responsibility. And as a man, I'm not gonna put that off on nobody else.
Ezekiel Elliott is coming into this season motivated after recovering from COVID-19 earlier this offseason, which caused him to miss a month of workouts. Zeke said he's been working on his receiving game and practicing a lot. The All-Pro running back is entering this season with a chip on his shoulder and said, quote, I think I do have a lot to prove. I have high expectations for myself. So Shannon, well, Zeke has a bounce back year.
Well, I wouldn't even call it a bounce back year. I expect it to that's customary for him. But I think the biggest thing that hurts me last is that they spend far too much time training. It's hard to establish the run skill 2024, 2019, 2017, and you're playing catch up. Zeke, if you remember, Skip, when Zeke burst onto the scene, he and Dax, they led the NFL in time of possession. Well, if you lead the league in time of possession, you don't lead the league in time of possession throwing the football. You lead it running, and that's why one of the reasons why you lead the league is rushing. So I expect them to get back to that. Dax, it's hard to, lead the league in rushing and have your quarterback go for almost 5,000 yards. But when you're in the trail position, now you neutralize Zeke. You basically you do the team a favor because you take the ball out of his belly because you're trying to throw the catch up. Well, yeah, Zeke can catch the ball. Yeah, but we don't think of him as Christian McCaffrey or Saquon Barkley catching the ball out of the barrel. That's not who you look at him as. He's a lunch pail. He's a hand it to me 25, hand it to me 30 times type of a guy. He's not one of these new age guys scared to give it to him 20 and you throw it to him another 8 to 10 times. That's not what Zeke Elliott is. My question is, Skip, I'm hearing Mike McCarthy saying, you know, we got 3 number ones. We heard those guys say, well, we want to be 3 one-time receivers. Yeah. Well, there's only one football, like you saying basketball, there's only one football. So if you throw him 70 balls to get him his 1,000, you throw him his 80 balls, you throw him his 85 balls. Well, how many balls you think Zeke gonna be able to get? At some point, Jack gonna have to have some incompletion. Not gonna complete every pass, but I do expect Zeke to beat Zeke. I think this offense, you know, the West Coast offense, is very conducive to running the football, and I think Mike McCarthy wants to run the football. He's never had a guy like this, so it's gonna be a unique situation. He's had great quarterbacks. Obviously, had Brett Favre, had Larry Rodgers. He's had some very good receivers. Greg Jennings, Don Driver. He's had some guys, you know, Devontae Adams, but he's never had anything like this. He's never had an offensive line like this. So let's see how heavily he's willing to lean those seats in that offensive line to let Zeke beat Zeke.
The first point is, I disagree about last year. I do need my man Ezekiel Elliott to have a bounce back year because by his standards, by my standards for him, he had a down year last year. And by the way, just for the record, he was handed the ball last year 301 times. The league leader in carries was 303, and that was Derrick Henry. Because down the stretch, he was getting like 40 carries a game. But it was just 2 more carries that Derrick Henry had than Ezekiel Elliott. And yet, he finished only 4th in the league in yards. This is the guy who should perennially lead the league in yards gained. And he was 6th in yards after contact, which is not good enough for that guy. And he was tied for 23rd last year in rushes of 20-plus yards. I picked 23rd. That scares me because I'm telling you, I don't see quite the burst I saw as a rookie. Is it fair for me to... He just blew me away when he was a rookie. I just said, I saw Ohio State.
Exactly.
I did.
To tell the truth, that was Alabama and Oregon and in the Big Ten. That's what you saw.
Those 3 games were absurdly dominated.
You're right.
He's going 200 plus. He's just running wild on 3 pretty good to very good defense.
Yes.
And that was his second to last year, which when you call it at Ohio State, but he came back for 1 more year after that. But I saw Ohio State in his rookie year in Dallas. And then that year he averaged 109 yards per game. And then the next year went to 98, the next year 96. Not terrible, but last year dropped to 85. So he's in a little bit of decline. But to your point, I do agree. The 85 was somewhat because they fell deeply into holes. And after a while, you just got to try to throw your way out of the hole. I get that. So I do believe he's going to have a bounce back. And
when you say bounce back here, what do you say?
Lead the league in rushing and increase your catches. Remember, look at his catches. In 2018, he caught 77. Last year, he fell to 54. Not terrible, but not what he was.
But you have to understand, the decision of Gallup, you had Cobb, so you have to understand as these receivers elevate, some of his numbers will come down.
Okay, but I love what Jimmy pointed out, that he is saying, I have worked much harder this offseason on catching. I've been splitting out. I've lined up some at the wide out and some in the slot because I want to get more used to catching balls. Tom Landry used to call Tony Dorsett as a receiver wild-handed because he was just kind of wild-handed, but if you ever got a hold of it, Tony Dorsett in the flat, good night. Zeke can still do damage as long as he catches, but sometimes his body gets to move faster than his hands, and it's like, whoa, I forgot to catch the ball first. Well, if he'll just lock it up and put it away, as you almost always did, you have to watch it with your hands, and then put it away, lock it up inside your elbow. Well, then you can do more damage. So I'm loving that. My only cause to positive that was he did get COVID. It wasn't brutal on him. It didn't wreak havoc on him. But he said doctors told him you can't work out for a month, so you've got to make sure all the organs are working back in harmony. Not that you're not sick anymore, you just got to make sure that no damage. What was my big issue with him last year? He held out for almost the whole game. He came out from Cabo, and he never looked like he was really in game shape. Maybe by the last 3 or 4 games, maybe. But it troubles me a little bit because I don't think he's a workout warrior. It's just not his.
Man, you remember how he used to come out there pre-game in a shirt rolled up? He went to the, you remember how he went to the draft? He had to cut off tuxedo shirt and abs, all that, like he got tennis balls in his stomach.
Didn't he have abs? Yeah. Even for game days, when he rolled it up, it looked like a little bit of a roll.
Well, it looked like that now. Yeah, like you been eating out of that Salvation Army. Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe, I don't know.
When Ohio State is getting the kibble.
Okay, and I'm going to give you my least favorite stat of the year last year. On first down last year, this team gave him the ball the second most carries in the whole league. He had the second most first down carries. He averaged, on his yards per carry on first down, averaged 19th in the league. That's good math. You get the second most carries, but you only average yards per carry on first down, 19. Well, you're going nowhere slow. It's -1, it's 1, it's -2, it's 2, it's 0, it's 1. And how many times did I come in here and tell you, I was just like hitting myself in the head. Don't do that again. Right. And you would make the point correctly that Jason Garrett's just like, there's no creativity. They just went out of the shotgun, just here, everybody, I'm giving it to Z. Now go find a hole.
But this Cowboys made the play. Cowboys have been at their best. Who's in the hole? His rookie year and his third year. And the 2 times in his 4-year career, they made the play. Who led the league in rushing? So it seems to me this offense works a lot better when he's the focal point. Well, it's hard to keep him at the focal point. If you're down 24, you're not running your way back in the game down by 24. We look at Tom Brady in the Super Bowl, Skip. They were down 28-3. They had 7 carries the rest of the game. They were throw. When you fall behind by that much, you've done the team a favor because you've taken Zeke out of the game.
How many of those throws in that Super Bowl were to a little running back?
Oh,
a whole bunch of them.
Yes.
Because that's how they do it. Right. That's how Tom Brady will say, you're going to give me James White for 8 yards? I'll take that.
It was Skip. Zeke, when you come out, Zeke is the old school back. He's a bell guy. He's an Eric Dickerson. He's one of those old back, 25, 30 carries a game. And it's hard, Skip, when you just used to just rolling over and get the ball in your belly. And all of a sudden they tell you, now we're going to put you out in the slide. We're going to put you out wide, and we're going to throw you the ball down the field. Well, Christian McCaffrey is used to that.
Yeah, and what I do love about that man, number 21, McCarthy said it yesterday, he can run it between the tackles.
Oh, yeah.
There are very few of those. They can just really hammer you between, they can just steamroll you up the gut. Well, that's invaluable to set the tone for your offense. So if he can do that,
he's 225. People look at it like, man, Zeke's small. Zeke compact. Zeke is 30.
And he delivers a blow.
Yes.
He runs your body lean.
Yes.
Well, I need that Zeke. I need 2018, 17, 16 Zeke. I need a little bit of Ohio State.
Well, how about this? Well, how about you not fall behind by 24, by 17?
Okay. Well, speak to my quarterback.
No, now you beat your boss. Now you're the boss back.
Thank you for watching. You can subscribe here. It's the latest from the show. Be sure to check out
MVP of this game was actually C.J. McCollum playing with a transfer from he played really well. I thought he plays in this game. And their newcomer, we've been talking about Garrett Jr., he takes and makes a big shot. So we start with...
I'm doing great today. So last night, Charles Barkley called me out again. He called me a name again, as he repeatedly has for, I don't know, the last 20 years. So first, I would like to thank Charles Barkley for so faithfully watching us on Undisputed. And second, I would like to congratulate Charles Barkley for finally getting a prediction right. You know what? If you make enough goofy predictions, the odds are that eventually you're going to get one right. So Charles had predicted that Portland would win Game 1, and now he has quadrupled down that Portland will sweep your Los Angeles Lakers. And I say you better blow while you can, Nostradamus, because it ain't going to last much longer.
Well, I don't really know why he chooses to take shots. I mean, people can have different opinions. It's okay.
I do appreciate Shaq for saying, leave it alone.
Shaq, looking out. All right, okay. How about we get to the game, shall we? Because Damian Lillard and the Blazers were just a bit too hot to handle for the Lakers last night. LeBron made history by becoming the first player to ever have 20 points, 15 rebounds, 15 assists in a playoff game, but it wasn't enough. The Blazers ended the game on a 6 run to win 100-93, and Lillard finished with 34 points and 6 assists shooting from beyond the arc. Shannon, what on earth happened to your Lakers?
Skip, in the famous words of the gospel good senator from Maine, college is to be troubling and concerning. You lost it. Everybody else know it. Skip. Now, we've had this conversation last night, and you asked me when they played the Nuggets, you said, what's my level of concern? I said, Skip, I'm concerned. I said, they won the game, but I'm seeing some things that I don't like. And the main thing that happened, they shot 35% from the floor. They shot 15% from the three-point line, and they shot 65% from the free-throw line. All those things, when you add them up, will be a defeat. And that's what happens. The Lakers' two stars. The stars need to shine bright. They did not shine bright last night. And I know LeBron had a triple-double, had 23 points, but it took him 20 shots to get those 23 points. AD had 29 or 28. It took him 24 shots to get those 28 points. For the first time, I believe the pressure bothered Anthony because he was airballing shots. A lot of his shots outside the paint, they weren't even close to going. And that's concerning to me. AD missed 5 free throws last night. AD is normally money from the free throw line. He's normally shooting 85%. He shot 71% last night. Down the stretch, he and LeBron both missed both free throws. Back to back. That's unacceptable. Superstars got to play big, and then you hope the role players chime in. It got to the point last night, I said, can we give Damian Green just one point if he hits the rim on the one shot? LeBron had, what, 16 assists? He should have had 25.
I'll buy that.
I mean, they just can't do it. Skip, I can go into great details in this and that, and talk about the lineup and that. They just, it's not bad. Caldwell Pope was over. I mean, Anthony Davis was minus 20. Danny Green was minus 20. Caldwell Pope minus 18. Those are your starters. And like I said, look, when you look at the line, you look at the line. Wow. But it didn't seem impactful. Knowing the stat line like that from LeBron and the fact you know his impact.
I am with you. When I saw it after the game, I was like, wow, I missed that. I didn't know he was doing it.
But Anthony Davis, out here in the fourth. And there's a reason why they're letting you shoot those threes. There's a reason why they're letting you shoot those 20-footer. AD made basically 2 points outside the paint. That's not good enough. He's better than that. Stop shying away. Stop doing those floaters. Put the ball on the floor and get to the rim and get to the free throw line. He shot 17 free throws. He should have shot 27 free throws. If he wasn't going to bail the Blazers out, he bailed them out a lot. But Skip, I'm concerned because the thing that's most concerning to me is that there's nobody on the horizon that can help them. Rondo don't shoot any better than what they have on the court. And again, the things that concerned me last week against the Nuggets. That was the second unit. If they can't stop them, how in the hell are they going to stop the Blazers or anybody else in front time? That's what we saw last night. They couldn't stop. They were on some
basically move the game on.
Okay? So, let me start with the very biggest picture from last night. If you shoot 5 for 32 from 3 against the worst defensive team in the bubble and in the league, the worst. 5 for 32 is 15.6% from 3. And you give up 24 points from the three-point line because they made 13 to your 5. You're going to lose that basketball game. And it's not a blip. It's now a trend in the bubble because your Los Angeles Lakers have now 9 bubble games, 8 regular, that one last night. It's pretty good. You're shooting 28.7% from the three-point line. So among the 22 teams that were in the bubble, you're dead last. You're dead last in free throw shooting at 71.5%. Won't work. You can't win championships making 70-odd% of your free throws. You need to be in the 80s. It's better to be close to 90.
You mentioned the worst defensive team in the bubble. The Lakers average giving up 1.3 per game.
93 last.
With Anthony Davis and LeBron James on your roster, you got 30 points lower than what they normally give up.
Interesting. In scoring in the bubble, you are tied for worst with the Wizards in average points per game. So that's the big picture. Now let's go smaller picture. I have a whole lot to say about Damian Lillard's game, but first I must comment on your man LeBron's game. Here's the point of last night. With 7 minutes left in the game, LeBron James has in his hands the basketball with a 6-point lead. Shannon Sharp, as much as you love him, you have to admit, close that deal. You got to, against the Blazers, you got to close it. You are LeBron freaking James. You got to take it home. And it is your quote-unquote home game. I know it's in the bubble, but at least you're getting the hyped-in fake crowd noise, right? When you score, at least they're going to roar somehow, virtual roar, right? Yes. So you have a tiny home court advantage, not like Staples, but a tiny one. And Shannon Sharp, what happens down the stretch after that? Well, not much happens from LeBron James. Now, your man Anthony Davis had already disappeared, but he disappears in a lot of fourth quarter. And what did he wind up with in the fourth quarter? 2 points. He took 3 shots and made 1, right? Did he get to the free throw line? Yes, he did one time, but so did your man LeBron. So down the stretch, as you pointed out, back-to-back, they get to the first. LeBron missed a sort of a driving layup. It just was off the tip off the front of the rim. That was with 3:22 left, and that would have tied the game. And I'm sorry, I missed those 2 free throws. 4:24. So he goes back-to-back with Anthony to the free throw line. Do you realize the psychological damage you do to your squad? If both you and your co-star, your superstar, you march to the free throw line with the game on the line, both times you can tie the basketball game. If you make 2 or he makes 2, you tie the game. You put the pressure back on the underdog 8-seed Blazers, right? And you can't tell me they wouldn't start teetering a little bit. Uh-oh, those guys, they're taking over now. You both go over. You 0 for 2 and 0 for 2. So you missed 4 straight free throws by your 2 superstars. It is a psychological crusher for your team. So then LeBron misses the driving layup at 3:32. Made a tip layup at 2:12 where he just tipped it and it went back in. It was slightly lucky, but I'm going to give him, he did score 2 points down the stretch. And then that would have cut it to 4 if he had made that. I mean, he did. He did make that. Yeah, that cut it to 4. And then with 30 seconds left, LeBron James did have a chance to cut it to 2 and maybe make it a game again because it would have gotten dicey from the three-point line, and he missed that. He and Anthony Davis, to your point, I don't know why Anthony's just drifting out there. It's almost LeBron-esque. I'll try these long shots because people won't hold me accountable for it. These are hard shots for a 6'10" guy, right? They combine to go 1 for 10 from the three-point line. You're going to lose. If your 2 best players 1 for 10, you're up against Dame and CJ, and we know they can shoot it, and they're going to make more than 1 3-point shot in a game. So you have to cancel. You you have to at least counterbalance that, and they did not. So my point is, down the stretch of that game, LeBron could not close it. And one other quick note on the Lakers, what do I always tell you? Who I believe is the closer? Who was born to be the closer? Kyle Kuzma. So what happened to Kuzma in the fourth quarter? Well, he was heating up early in the quarter. He scored 4 straight points, and I thought, uh-oh, here he goes. And with 8:03 left, Oklahoma pulls out in favor of Danny Green. And it's a defensive switch because they don't trust him on defense because he's going to have to guard Dame or CJ, usually, the way
The thing is still with that is that Danny Green is not knocking down shots. He's not that defensive guy that he once was. And so now they're playing 5-on-4.
You have to outscore. Yes. You have to.
Yes.
You can because you have a huge advantage because they don't defend at any sort of level. So let Kyle Kuzma, what if you just let him have his head? Let him go. Let him run. Let him shoot. He made 3 or 4 more in a row. No. He's full. He's game. And he doesn't come back in for about 4 minutes. He comes back in. They were up 6 when he left. They were down 2 when he came back in. He got no more shots. He had a tip try on an offensive rebound, and he took no more shots the rest of the game. Help me out. Is that the right strategy here? I think not.
Well, we've been kind of questioning Vogel's violence and how he's trying to play it, and I guess he wants to keep the pattern which he's going with all year with that. Once Avery Bradley left, Kyle Shooter stayed in his depth role because he wanted someone that could generate offense sometimes, okay? And KCP really started lineup. But if KCP is not going to make it, he's not going to give him 1 point. If Danny Green is going to miss his first 5, 6 shots and miss them badly, you got to get some points over. Try Deion Waiters. They gave Deion Waiters a little bit. They gave 1 minute. What are they supposed to do in a minute, Skip?
Okay. To Damian Lillard's game.
Yes.
This is why I was so impressed with what he did in the middle of the fourth quarter. Do you realize what a dire circumstance he was in career-wise, legacy-wise, when he came into the game with 10-15 left in the fourth quarter? Do you realize what happened over the first couple of minutes he was in the game in the fourth quarter? He missed his next 2 shots, he had a turnover, and all of a sudden, guess what was happening? He had now gone over his last 3 games, 4 quarters combined. He had gone 22 clock minutes without making a single field goal. He had gone 7-12 in the Brooklyn game. He had gone the whole fourth quarter, all 12 minutes of the Memphis game, and now he had gone the first 3 minutes of the fourth quarter last night without making a field goal. That's 22 clock minutes. That's almost like 2 fourth quarters that you have played without scoring a field goal. That's dire. And furthermore, he had suffered through a weird drought in the middle of this game because, remember, he went from 4:57 in the second quarter all the way to 7:37 left in the game without making a field goal. Do you realize that's almost 2 full quarters of play with no field goals? He started out hot. He scored 15 in the first quarter, and then all of a sudden, he went missing. So think about this. He'd gone all those fourth quarter minutes over 3 games without scoring a field goal, and in the middle of this game, he'd gone almost 2 full quarters without scoring a field goal. Don't you think your legacy is teetering just a little bit? You got your great opportunity against LeBron and company, 1 seed versus 8. You've been the hottest player in the bubble. You are the MVP of the bubble, and you better do something. And guess what he finally did? I love this. I was telling you yesterday, I told you last week, I don't care if you get trapped. If you're a superstar, the Lakers will try to trap you the big at half court. It's absurd to me. Okay, so you're guarded by Alex Caruso. He tries hard, but he's Alex Caruso, right? He's just some guy to me who just tries hard. He plays hard. He's going to die for loose ball. He cannot guard Damian Lillard. Okay, so they're trying to trap with a big. So Anthony Davis is kind of running out there trying to do this. Okay, it's too far, and it's too easy for Anthony Davis's man that he's supposed to be guarding just to come and pick. Just come pick because you're going to have a traffic jam out high, and Damian is obviously quick enough and strong enough. He's just going to beat it. He can get space off that kind of a half-court trap.
You talk about late the ball game, but AD knows that they had done a great job up until that point, Skip. Instead of just showing, they were hugging up, the bigs were hugging up. Because if he sees daylight, he's
Okay, but if you see it coming, if Damian sees it, and you have the other big that he's guarding come and pick, you can wreak havoc on that kind of a trap. If you're running downhill, which he started doing, he's finally got aggressive and said, I'm just going to shoot these. Well, obviously, he has great range. He has effortless range. So with 7:37 left, he just rose up and made one from 26 feet. And that was to cut it to 3. And that was a big shot just to kind of save the game at that point.
Because you know what happened? That was the one that it was the loose ball. And all of a sudden, Dirk is getting it, passing to him, and the clock is running down.
Okay? And then he gets a little farther with each next shot. The next one comes with 5:46 left, and it's to tie, and this one's from 30 feet. So he goes from 26 feet to 30 feet. Now he's starting to feel it, and he makes it. And all of a sudden he says, okay, let me try for a trio here. And he goes for another 3 with 3:13 left, except this one he rises up from 36 feet. That's a logo Lillard shot. And that was the biggest shot of the night from Damian, because that put them up 3, and all of a sudden the whole game was tilting back toward Portland. Okay, this is just me nitpicking, but I told you yesterday I wanted to see him continue to step on a throw to close the deal the way I saw Jamal Murray 2 days ago now, the Denver-Utah game. Remember, Jamal over the last 139 of that game in a shootout with Donovan Mitchell scored 8 straight points over 139 and then 10 points in overtime to just slam the door on the Utah Jazz. Well, I wanted Dame just to finish it off, but he didn't. He deferred. He took one more shot and missed it. But the biggest shots of the night, the dagger shots, that guy Melo, who is that guy? Where did he come from? He made a huge shot, and so did the new guy. The new kid, Gary Trent Jr. makes big shots. That's 2:33 left and 1:15 left. Dagger, ball game.
Skip, but when you look at Dame, Skip, he understands the game. He will take what you give him. Now, he's just not going to like, okay, they did a great job shoveling, rolling to the side, trapping him, getting the ball out of him. Now, if you leave him in the middle of the court, you're at mercy, because he's going to either split it or he's going to go around the beat. And you know you can't just show with him. You have to hug up. And if the big that screens you rolls to the basket, well, somebody's going to have to come, make him make the extra pass. But if you don't show, if you don't hug up with him, like AD did, like the White Howard did, he's just going to rise up from 36 feet. It's just, you watch him in the game, he's hitting in warm-up, he's hitting 6 or 7 of those in a row. So he's feeling very comfortable in that situation. But when he's starting the fourth quarter on the field, because that's what the Lakers got to do. When your best player is out, your team is down, or you're up by a little, you make your move and you get some separation. Because they could not get the separation that they... Look at when LeBron goes to the bench. What does the old opposing team do? They get separation. They weren't able to get that kind of separation, and Dame came back in, and it was like, he never missed a beat. He did what basketball. Okay, he went and got 9 points. He got you 2 assists. He had the big fellow, maybe but he had a big assist. 2 of them, but the last one to a 30, the game was already over at that point in time. But yeah, he's better. He's a superstar, and he did it. And
what I'm telling you, if you lost track of his basketball, he was in dire danger of really having a big asterisk on his resume. If he kept going silent in 4 quarters, if he kept silent in that 4 quarters the way he was, 2 big droughts, there was a lot of pressure on him, because he obviously has high basketball IQ. He knew what was happening, and I applaud him for, under the pressure of the circumstance, making those 3 shots. He was due, he owed his team, and he gave his team, in the middle of the quarter, 3 big shots that saved the game.
Oh, man. He had the ability to get 1 shot, and what was going on in the first half where he couldn't miss, that recreate that all again. It was like that scramble. He gets the ball, he sidesteps, and he lets it go. The clock goes off, and it switches. And now he's right back in his rhythm. He has that ability. He has a unique ability Yes, he can go for stretches where he's not shooting the ball, other guys are getting involved because you got to realize he played for another 42 minutes. He played 43 minutes a game. Yep. He's been playing 42 minutes a game. So he's toasted. He knows he can't just exert. So he's toasted, feeling okay, so you do so. Okay, number you do so. Let's try to get it down to the bigs. Let them have it. And then he gets that burst of energy for a 3-minute stretch. I got it. Boom, 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 and the game's okay.
So I'm going to remind you again. In that game last night, he went from mid-second quarter to almost mid-fourth quarter without scoring a field goal, and he came through. He came back to life and came through.
But here's the thing, because they built that lead, he coached because the Lakers were going to have to exert energy to get back in the game. Now, had they been down 16, now you forcing him to expend energy. They're up 16, so he's like, okay, I'm going to pick and choose my spot. We know it's going to take you, 8-10 minutes to try to come back into the ball game. So he's, even though he's out there for, these were not the 4-8 because, as you mentioned, he went that stretch of 22 minutes where he really didn't do a whole lot offensively. That was the time that the Lakers needed to create some separation between them and the Blazers, and they couldn't do it. Dwight Howard got skipped their upset. Dwight Howard got a ticky-tack by Dwight. Yes! Skip it. You see how they have been calling the game. Now, you had just gotten away.
Yep.
We're pushing Nurkic. They call it on Nurkic. And I'm doggone if you don't come right back and do the exact same thing again 5 minutes later. Come on, Dwight. Be smarter than that.
Well, hasn't that been his
history? Yes, that's his MO. It's simple, kind of like Donovan Mitchell. You're up 4. All you got to do is just beat the 8-second clock and who knows, you're probably up 6.
Yep.
Instead, you 8 seconds and now you're down only up 1 because they come back and get a 3. Yeah, this is concerning. I was concerned last week with what I saw. But when you shoot 16% from the 3, 35% from the floor, and 64% from the free throw line, you're going to lose.
You know the term snake bitten? That's what they are from 3 right now. Snake bitten. They got the demons in the back of them.
I don't know what they got. But all I know is they're going to get these shots. If they ain't no rim out, sometimes get the ball rims out. Give these shots not even close. Guys hit the corner of the backboard. How the hell you hit the corner of the backboard? You got to aim at the corner to hit the corner and not the rim.
Like 3 in a row.
I mean, Danny Green, I just say, if he hits the rim, we get a point. I'm not saying just hit the rim.
You realize Danny Green in the 2013 NBA Finals set the all-time record for threes made in a final? Yes. That guy I lived and died with as a Spur because it's heaven or hell with Danny Green. And right now you're stuck in hell.
Well, right now we've been in hell and purgatory. We ain't seen no heaven since the first game against the Clippers.
I got it.
Thank you for watching and subscribing here. It's the latest show.
If they can't stop them, how the hell they don't stop the Blazers with anybody else in press time? And that's what we saw last night. They couldn't stop them.
We all want to miles to take us back to the places we want to go.
So, let me start with
And
the
to
very
people
biggest
who
picture
count
from
on us.
last night.
So let's roll
If you
the
shoot
machines.
5 for
Because
32
we've got
from
a
3
miles to make up.
against the worst defensive team in the bubble and in the league. The worst.
Yeah.
5 for 32 is 15.6% from 3. And you give up 24 points from the 3-point line.
Welcome to the Undisputed Podcast. I'm your host, Jenny Tapp. This podcast is the full show to today's episode of Undisputed from start to finish. They've got a busy slate, so skip changes. Let's get to it.
Good morning. Welcome to Undisputed. I'm Jenny Tapp. Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp. How you doing today?
We're doing good. Are we? Yeah. Well, the Clippers got the kind of break last night that only LeBron usually gets, so maybe God is now a Clippers fan. I think he might have turned around on you. Really? Did he get the dub or the L? I stayed in your restaurant last night, but it's shut down unless you're serving outside.
Yeah, I got some back there.
You do? Okay, good. I was worried about your restaurant, Shannon. It's been a while since we brought it up. Interesting you bring up that win. How about we talk about everything that went into the Clippers win last night? Luka Doncic dropped 42 points last night, which was an NBA record for a playoff debut, but it wasn't enough to get a win against the Clippers after Kristaps Porzingis got ejected in the third quarter. Porzingis started to get into it with Marcus Morris after the Clippers scored and Luka got tangled up. Porzingis was automatically thrown out since it was his second technical of the game. Shannon, Porzingis have been ejected.
He just has to be more careful. He has to be more cognizant of what's going on. First of all, he should have got the first technical, because that was a clean block on Paul George to begin with. So that is there's emotion in the ball game. I mean, when someone does something, I mean, it's just like any sport. You get like, come on, man, I can't get that bullseye. And they teed him up for that. This is what I want people to understand. And I want Adam Silver, I need you to take a look at this. That came Fitzgerald now. There's nobody down in the ball. But a lot of times he thinks people come to see him referee.
That is true. I agree.
Because he's the guy that threw LeBron out because LeBron asked him a question once upon a time.
I remember.
So he quit with his whistle. Came Fitzgerald. Nobody's coming to see you ref the game. Skip, it changed the entire complexion of the ball game because when Porzingis went out, they were up 5. They lost their rim protection. They lost their second best scoring option, and they lost their second chance opportunity. Because after that, they could get no second chance. They couldn't get second rebound. And big guy, from the Clippers, Zubac. He was playing volleyball with him. That to himself, dunking it home. He had 5 offensive rebounds. That hurt. It really did. And they were playing with a nice 2-man game. But once you could tell, kind of like the energy just drained. Luka tried to keep it going. He was giving everybody the business last week. He was special last night. But I think the biggest thing was for him early in the ball game. He was too high. He had 5 turnovers in the first 3 minutes. His team had 4. Yeah, I think so. But he was just too. Yeah, I got 5 in the first 5 minutes. Yeah. He was just too anxious. You know, he knows what this is. Playoffs, I'm in the playoffs. This is my opportunity to go against the Clippers, one of the better teams. And once he settled into the game, he played outstanding. But Skip, that technical foul changed the complexion of the ball game because he got that second technical at the time when he got it. The whole momentum shifted and the Clippers just took off because up until that point they were averaging 120 offensive rating. That's a big team. They went 3 of 19 from the 3-point line after he left. In the first half, they were 12 of 21. They couldn't miss, and then all of a sudden, Porzingis got one out and they couldn't make a shot. So he changed the complexion of the ball game. I do not believe by the letter of the since we do the letter of the law. He received his technical foul. You get 2 techs, you get automatically tossed. But I don't believe he should have got a take for that because what did he do? Walk up on the guy? Come on. In a playoff game, you gotta let that one go. You let the compassion determine it on the feet, on the court. You don't throw one of the better players out and it says, okay, go play now. So I do think it had a big impact on the game. Who knows? Maybe the Clippers win. Clippers started playing better. But I would like to see that Porzingis stayed in that ball game, what the outcome was. Okay?
I am going to concede this.
You concede?
I told you yesterday I thought this would be the Clippers' toughest series because the Clippers were playing only their 13th full roster game out of the 73 they have played so far this year. And all you needed to know about last night was Montrezl Harrell played 15 minutes after not having played a single dribble of NBA basketball for 5 months. Doc threw him in there for 15 minutes, and there were times he looked like he'd never played basketball before because that's about what's going to happen if you ask him to do that. It's just completely surreal to be seeing Montrez with no bubble games, no scrimmages, 3 of those, no real games, 8 of those, and just suddenly go play. Okay, how?
And he was tired. Yeah. He was tired about it.
So I'm going to concede to you that I believe the Clippers would have lost this game if Porzingis had stayed eligible for the rest of the game. It's going to be a tough, long series for them. But if they can find their groove, their rhythm, their flow, if they can figure out how to play together under playoff pressure, once they start to click, you're going to be in trouble. I just don't know how long that's going to take because Dallas on offense is extraordinary. Remember, they set the all-time record for offensive rating, whatever that second level stat is, but they set it.
All time. Nobody had ever had an offensive rating like the regular season Dallas Mavericks. And you saw it in surges last night because it was a bizarre game. The Clippers come out and blow them off the floor 18-2. Then they give up. The Clippers did a 48-14 run. Are you kidding me? So would they have sustained that kind of run through the third quarter? It's 9-10 in the third quarter when he was ejected. Right. Okay, now back to the first foul. The block in the first tech. Okay, I thought, if we could see that play, I thought that Porzingis hit Paul George on the right arm first. The first contact was on the right arm, it's sideways. I thought he got it. It was a clean block, but he goes up and he gets him on the right arm first. He hit him right across his elbow. That's a foul. He hits him on his right elbow clean and hard, and then he clean blocks it. Okay, whatever. I would have called foul. But the problem is, it is the letter. It's not even the letter of the law. It's just flat out in the rule book. If you throw a fist in the air in the direction of the referee, it comes off as a hostile act, and they're just going to say technical foul. And Porzingis, ironically, is not a guy who complains a lot. He's not a fighter. He's not a bad guy. He's not a troublemaker. You know, it's not that guy. He's kind of soft to me. That's his problem. He's still a little soft. So he just throws a fist in the air, and it's just silliness. He's not even thinking twice about it. In the middle of this game. Okay? Now you're in trouble. Now you're on thin ice, because if you get another one, and you have to be mindful, you're our second best player. Some people might even think he's the first best, but he's 1-2, 2-1. And you better stay eligible the rest of the game, or you're going to lose the basketball game. Okay, so then what happens the next time? There's 9-10 left in the third quarter. Marcus Morris was doing a pretty good job on Luka. He was doing the best job of any defender on Luka. Marcus Morris is a tough guy. And look at his plus-minus for the game. Look, he was by far plus 25. So when he was on the floor for his 32 minutes, his team won the game by 25 points. And he held Luka to 3 of 6 shooting. Everybody else held it at 9 and 14. He was doing more damage to other people. Marcus is shrewd, sly, physical. I'm not saying he's a dirty player, but he is going to get up in you. He is going to punish you and make you earn it physically from him. So in that case, Luka got it, and he knew Luka had it, and so he just said, okay, I'm not going to let you go, and I'm just going to wrap you up, and I thought he did so by his standards fairly gentlemanly. Like he just sort of held on to Luka, who gets roughed up by everybody, because remember, the book on Luka Doncic, get physical, rough him up, and try to knock him emotionally, psychologically out of the game. That's what but that's what happened to start that game. You're saying 5 turnovers in the first whatever it was minutes. He got piranha'd, man. They were just coming at him from all angles because they are going. You just know what Doc was preaching and teaching in shoot around and meeting. We are going to get physical with him. Try to knock him out of his comfort zone, off his game. Okay? So now Marcus wraps him up, as we see. And now Luka, who's been beat on the whole game, he doesn't love it. So he shoves back a little bit and shrugs it off. And now, to Porzingis' credit, he says, I'm not going to let my little baby brother take that kind of abuse from Marcus Morris, because he knows Marcus Morris is known as an enforcer type tough guy. So he comes over just to stake his claim and back up his little brother. And I'm good with that. I liked it. I was like, way to go, Kristaps. You know, that shows me something. You would do that. Okay, so he comes over, and all he did was put a hand on Marcus Morris' chest. He didn't shove him. He just did a stop sign. Like, okay, that's enough. Straight out here, but not here. Marcus obviously shoved back. Okay, boom. Now it goes up, and Kane Fitzgerald is saying, okay, technical on you and technical on you. Both of them get a technical. Unfortunately, one guy's already got one, and he's gone. Okay, I don't like the refereeing. I don't like the okay, they said, we can't be aware that he already has a technical. Yeah, you do. You come on. You gave it to him. You gave it to him, and he's trying to say we can't process that as part of what's happening. You know, this has to be independent of the first technical. Okay, I get that. But it's not good, it's not fair refereeing, it's not smart refereeing. The smart refereeing would be just to break that up and let it go. Correct. No, it's like he's the guy who's coming in to incite. He's going to provoke, and it's always the first guy in. But even if Marcus responds, then but they gave both of them the tech.
Right.
Okay.
And that's what he's basically coming in. Hey, come on, guys, break it up. Okay, Mark. Okay, you spin him around, Marcus. That's good enough. That's all he did.
Would anybody have cared if they had just quickly broken that up and let it go?
No, because we've seen him do that.
Come on, we've seen him do it before, and you changed the game.
Yes.
Again, I don't know for a fact that the Clippers would have lost. I just believe the way the game was trending, they're up 5. I thought they were playing with such confidence. I believe they would have won that game.
Hey, like I said, I don't know. Maybe the Clippers, because the Clippers, can turn it on and they can go on stretches just like the Mavericks went on a 48-14 run. The Clippers are well capable of going on a 30-6 or a big run of themselves because they got guys that can put the ball in the basket and they can turn you over in a hurry. Hence the 5 turnovers in the first 3 minutes by Luka.
Yeah.
But to have that big of an impact, the mere fact that we're talking about it, and I can assure you we're not the only ones talking about it, lets you know the impact that Porzingis' technical ejection had on this ball game, which it should have never done. If you lose the ball game, if he stays in, I don't get what did it hurt by letting him stay in. Okay, I don't think Al Silver's like, you gotta do, but that's not what happened.
That's not what happened. In the big picture, if there's any silver lining for the Mavericks, I think Luka, he talked about after the game, he really appreciated that Porzingis came to his defense.
Absolutely.
That was a big breakthrough moment for them in their growth as a dynamic duo.
I forget the player, but you remember when the player hard fouled LeBron, and then all of a sudden he got on the corner and then Kyrie hip checked him out of bounds?
Yeah.
Right, that's what if you want to grab my play and spin him around, guess what? First chance I get, I'm going to spin you around. That's just the way it works. That's in any sport, Skip.
Yeah.
You hit my play in baseball, you hit my best player. What is the pitcher going to do enough me? He going to brace you, he going to hit you. Okay?
Now, back to your man, Luka. He was highly impressive in one way last night, and that was taking high-quality defenders into the lane. He has a gift, a knack. He has a genius for somehow, at a slower speed, it's awkward to defend because it's kind of hesitation. It's like, oh, I think I got him, and then I don't got it. I think I've trapped him here. I think I've stopped him cold in his tracks, and all of a sudden he's shifting into some other weird gear, and he's Euro stepping around.
The problem is, Skip, is that he's moving so slow, and you're moving so fast, you beat him to a spot, and he's not even to that spot yet.
Spot, yeah.
He goes in a different
right, and he's not going to jump stop on you. He's still moving.
Right.
He's still got his dribble weirdly. And this was a big night for him because he took on 3 highest quality wing-type defenders who are his size or bigger, and they're all stronger, and they're all grown men, you might say, right? And he was taking a beating and giving it back. He was getting to the rim even why we get frustrated. I had it, and at the last second, I didn't have it. I beat him to the spot, and then he beat me to the rim. It's some weird gift that he has. It's Rodman-esque because everything's below the rim. It's not like he's got a high fly on you and slam on it. No, he doesn't do that. And I'm going to remind everybody again, he's not a good shooter, but last night he's been a very average, below average free throw shooter this year. By the way, he shot 75.8% for the free throw line for the whole regular season. That ranked 85th of 118 free throw shooting. So it's not great. But look what he did last night. 14 to 15 will work. He better start making points because that's Harden-esque. Because he can get to the line.
And he'll be just like Harden. If he shoots 80%, he'll average 30 points a game for the next.
He will. Totally agree. 3-point shooting, no good. For the regular season, he's 31.6%, which ranked 140th of 147. He's almost at the bottom of 3-point shooting. He did make a couple, 2 for 6, but one of the 4 misses was a big old air ball. Okay, he's not. He can fix that. We've seen Magic, we've seen Jordan work through it and figure out a shot. Magic figured out a set shot, just the feet on the floor shot, and it started to work. Well, this kid's only 21.
21. Yeah,
I think it's 21, whatever. But he's got lots of time to try to figure that out.
He's trying to step back from 40.
Okay, all right, but he's got guts now.
Yeah, he's definitely. I mean, like you said, he's 21 years of age. So in a couple of years, when he gets that, if he can shoot 35%, Skip, we're not asking him to be Steph Curry. No. You're not asking him to shoot 40%.
It would really make him lethal going into the league.
40. If you shoot 40,
if you have to start honoring the step back jumper, or it's not a jumper, it's a set shot.
Right.
If you had to honor it,
now that's what makes James Harden so special, Skip, is because he created that shot. Because we know he can slim his way to the basket. And Luka has something. Skip, Luka is stronger than you think. When you look at him, you look at like, I don't see no muscle. He ain't got no muscle like Kawhi or LeBron. You know, he ain't muscular chilling like that. But all I know is guys be bouncing off him, and he going right to the rim and laying it up.
He actually looks better post hiatus than he did before. I think he's done some good things to his upper body. The point is, he took a beating last night. I don't know if we have the video of him walking up the ramp to the locker room. He was a battered soul, man. Here we go. It just looks like he just was beaten, battered, worn out. He gave a lot of energy and took a lot of abuse in that game. And Paul George made a strong point, I believe it was on ESPN in the post-game interview, that we went after him and we took a lot out of him, and if this is going to be a long series, it's going to wear on Luka. So I'm going to be very interested. He is a sore, tired young man. He's probably still asleep, right? I hope he's still asleep right now. That when he wakes up, I know he's 21, whatever it is, but this took a lot out of him last night.
What he does have on his side, Skip, is you. And when you're young, your body can recover a lot better. Now, he gets to be 30, and he takes a beating like that, he will feel that a lot more than what he feels it. Because when you're 21, Skip, you don't even be like that. You just pop up out of bed and everything is hunky-dory. But for him to have, and he's gaining confidence, Skip, he's like, hold on, I'm doing this for 2,000 defensive player of the year. I'm doing this to Paul George, a preeminent defender on the NBA. I'm doing this to Pat Bell because they tried to put Pat Beverly on him, and Pat, he's like,
for a while ago,
he's like, yeah, you get too small. Yeah, Marcus Morris, and we know Marcus is not a great defender, but he's physical. He's going to just try to beat you with physicality. And he's like, no, I'm going to the rim. You can't stop.
Now, the Clippers did not ever resort to let's take the ball out of his hand. They just said, we're going to play you straight up. They're proud of who they are.
Because when you double someone, when you start trying to take the ball out of his hand, they have guys that are capable of making three-point shots. And I don't think Doc wanted them to get back into a rhythm, because in the first half they had a nice rhythm. They were 12 and 21. And then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, they went stone ice cold. In the second half, they were 3 and 19.
Yeah.
So what that told me is that Doc's like, look, we're going to play him straight up. We'll let Luka get through his thing. Hopefully he'll cool out here. But we don't want to let Steph Curry, we don't want to let these guys, Hardaway Jr., get hot from the three-point line, because that's what got him back in the game and gave him that big lead.
I agree.
Is the three-point ball.
Okay, now to why I still love the Clippers. This team is mentally tough from top to bottom. It's got a bunch of, if you want to say dogs, you know, who have that dog in them. There are a bunch of guys who will take and make big shots. And the one thing that impressed me last night was I thought they were still going to lose the game even without Porzingis, because it's the kind of game where you keep saying, okay, we're okay, we're okay, we're okay. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? And you blow it because they rise up without Porzingis and start making shots of their own. And if we could see what happened down the stretch, starting with 4:27 left, look who made shot after shot after shot. Here's the first one. This is Mr. Leonard, who had a big game last night with 29 and 12 in 3 steals and 6 assists. That was a big basket. That put them up 5. Then the next one is 3:06 left. Here comes Pat Bell from the corner, and he had missed a couple, and he shot that one like he meant it, and that put them up 6. And here comes the newcomer Marcus Morris, and he just said, no, I got this, and that put them up 7. These are dagger kind of shots that hold off Dallas, and finally Paul George's turn, and he just says, I got this. And that was basically the dagger ball game, up 8. So they kept making big shots from different sources, because all those guys are mentally tough clutch shooters when called upon.
This was the Marcus Morris that they thought they were getting from the Knicks. The way he played last night.
Do you recall what happened? That was a bidding war to the wire between the Lakers and the Clippers. And at the wire, the Knicks said, we want, to the Lakers, we want Kyle Kuzma. Are you going to or are you going to not? So right now, you would have Marcus Morris if you didn't have Kyle Kuzma.
The thing is that basically at first it was just going to be, we're going to trade some parts and some cash. But then the Lakers were unwilling to part with Kuzma. But the Clippers
At a first.
Yeah.
I think it did.
Yeah, and the Clippers ended up trading a player and a first.
Okay, so are you happy right now you have Kyle Kuzma instead of Marcus Morris?
Yeah, I'm happy with Kuzma.
Are you? He is your biggest X factor. He comes and he goes, he hits and he misses. Marcus Morris is there every night.
No, he's not.
And he will defend, and I'm not sure about Miles.
All I know is the last time you saw Kuzma, what happened?
He can do that. Yeah, he can splash like crazy. Because he can also dive into the pool and completely miss the pool.
That's okay, right? That's okay. Yeah. We got these two lifeguards. We got these two lifeguards that are doing where you need to go.
We're not talking about both of them.
Yeah. We're going to show you how to do this thing.
Really?
Yeah,
Tonight? I hope you're better than the Clippers.
Oh, you're better than the Clippers,
It'll be interesting how this series plays out, just considering the turnaround, too. Each game, every other night. I mean, that's a lot for Luka at a young age. LeBron has already said his first-round matchup against the Blazers won't be a walk in the park. And if his Lakers get past Portland, he doesn't see things getting any easier. LeBron said playing in the bubble will make this, quote, the toughest championship run for me personally. Bubble life seems hard. Shannon, do you agree?
I do, because what the bubble has done, if it removed all the hard work that's been done to get the #1 seed. You wanted to get the #1 seed because if it ever went to a game 7, it would be in your building. You start in your building, you end in your building. That's what you want. That's what everybody played for. Like, man, we got to win our division. We got to get the #1 seed because we want these to come to us. And if for some unforeseen reason it goes 7 games, we know we have our home crowd, and we're in the confines of our friendly environment of home. And Skip also is remove the comfort of a normal team. Speaking from experience, Skip, when we got cut down to the playoffs, did the same thing. I mean, I pretty much ate the same thing, maneuvered the same way, but it was to the umpteenth level. And a lot of times, Skip, if we won a game, guess what I did? I wore the same suit again. If we go on the road. If we won that game, guess what, Skip? I wore that same suit again. And all the routines that you would normally have is going away. Now you got to establish new routines. To have to go through Portland. And Portland, as you mentioned, yeah, I get their #1 seed, but they have a potential MVP. They have an all-NBA player, 2 All-Stars. Then you get if the path goes that we think is going to go, you get Houston. 2 MVP, 2 All-NBA players, multiple All-Stars, and then you get the Clippers with a 2-time Finals MVP, the Defensive Player of the Year, an All-NBA player, Paul George is quiet. So yes, I believe this would be his most difficult role. But I'm sure everybody's saying, hell, it's going to be my most difficult one also, because we're also playing in the bubble. But I think the expectations and what is expected of LeBron and what is expected of Anthony Davis, and we're going to talk about AD a little later. Yes, if I do believe this would be LeBron's greatest challenge if you were to complete this with the top, no question.
Really?
Yes.
So, here we go again. It sounded to me like the king was planting king-sized excuses with the meeting. That's what it sounded like to me. This is going to be my toughest path to a championship ever. And I'm thinking, LeBron, what are you talking about? Unless you're just planting the seeds of excuse just in case it goes off the track. And I'm thinking, wait a second. Okay, so you were on an MVP tear at the end of what became the first part of the regular season. And remember the game at New Orleans, then the game against Milwaukee, then the game against the Clippers? And I conceded. I said, you know what? That looks like the MVP to me. I think he is edged ahead because it's a great story. It's a comeback story. It's a year 17 story off the abysmal first year in LA. He bounced back the washed king, and he unwashed, and he washed everybody else and put them in spin cycle, right? Yeah. Okay, so that happened, and then all of a sudden, the pandemic hit. And all of a sudden, LeBron James, at the end of year 17, having played the 3rd most minutes in the history of this league, got 5 months off to get ready for the playoffs. It's unheard of. It's thank you, basketball gods. I couldn't have created a more advantageous scenario for LeBron James at this stage and age than that one.
But see, you're basing it on everything is the same. Skip, when my grandmother, as she started to get old, once she stopped moving, is when her health really started to deteriorate. Once she could continue to move, LeBron James was in a rhythm. He didn't need rest. He was in a rhythm. He didn't want the rest. The rest helped Giannis because Giannis had the knee injury. It helped Kawhi. We're going to find out how good the knees are because they'll be playing every other day.
Okay? We will see.
Yeah, we're going to see.
Okay, but LeBron James had made his MVP case, and I know how he would have been. I got to cinch it. I got to clinch it. I got to close the deal. I want to play every game. I want to play every fourth quarter. I don't care if we're at 25. I want to pad my stats in every fourth quarter. He would have been a premier candidate to get hurt down the stretch.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, and to wear himself out and to have tired legs going into the playoffs, it would have been difficult for him. It was beautiful to get 5 months in which he rode his bicycle through West Los Angeles, out on the street. I'm just tooling around on my bike. I'm just pedaling nice and easy and slow. Keep my legs going. It's not grandmother. She didn't stop moving. You know?
LeBron James is a basketball player. What do basketball players want to do? Play basketball. Football players. What does Tom Brady want to do?
Well, right now, he didn't get to do anything. We're going to talk about that, because that could be a big problem for Tom Brady. But it's not like LeBron didn't shoot basketball. It's not like he didn't mess around with his kids and keep moving and play a little bit. I'm sure they played some pickup 5-on-5 somewhere. Well, they did.
So LeBron James playing an NBA game in the middle of him playing against LeBron and Rice.
And then, not against those guys, but again, I'm sure they had some Sunday afternoon type pickup games. I don't know. UCLA.
No, what we do is we adhere to the guidelines. There's no congregation. That's what we do.
That's not what Tom Brady did.
He's a rule breaker. We don't break rules here.
Really?
That's what got us in trouble. There are a lot more like Tom Brady as opposed to not. But go ahead.
Okay. Travel, you brought up. Think about this. LeBron doesn't have any wear and tear of travel in the bubble. It's like a gift from the basketball god, because it's harder and harder as you get older to pick up and pack and travel and fly all over the country and to go back and forth during a series where you get pushed, you got to play every other night, but you got to fly on the off day. It's hard on your body.
It's not like it used to be with those guys who commercial. All these teams, they got travel.
Right, I got that, but it's still no fun. You know how it is. You know what it feels like.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, he gets to camp. He's got a suite atop whatever that hotel is.
Remember how we came back from Miami as opposed to how we got to Miami? You was up there chilling. You all be feet all propped up. You laid back. Yeah.
I was laid back and pumped out, man. I slept all the way back.
That was the first time I was like, dang, you ain't been on work the whole week.
We're back. You back already?
You were sleeping and Abby was eating the whole trip. Like, but go ahead.
I got it, and I've flown on some cowboy team planes before where they don't obey any speed limits. I get that. They just go. You don't even have to put your seatbelt on. We're going. You can walk around in aisles when you take off. They don't care. You can just go. You know how that feels. Okay? But you still have to pack. You still have to fly. You still have to go get on the next bus, get on the next bus, and now you can basically walk to the quote-unquote arena, because they're not really arenas, they're just little gyms that you're playing. Okay? And furthermore, LeBron James, we're going to talk about him in just a minute here on the show, but he is about to get to play, to have the opportunity to play with the most impactful player, the best player, the best co-star he has ever played with, including Wayne Wade, Kyrie Irving, as far as rank. AD, he's the PER prince, but he finished 4th in PER this year, belongs 10th in player efficiency rating. And a lot of people think Anthony Davis is going to be the defensive player of the year. You can make a case just off the regular season that Anthony Davis was right in the middle of the MVP discussion. That's your new co-star going into the playoffs. And you're saying it's your toughest role? How would you make that
I think the thing is, Skip, is that what you get used to when you've done something for such a long time, now all of a sudden, you're not doing that anymore. He's not around his family. He's not around friends. Now, me, come playoff time, there was no family, there was no friends coming to playoff games. I No, we good. Hopefully we make it to the Super Bowl. I see in Super Bowl. Regular season games, I ain't no problem with that. Okay? No family and friends will come to see me play in the playoffs.
Which is another reason why this is advantage LeBron.
But he likes that. Okay? He wants the family, he wants the kids, and he wants his family and friends and grow. He wants them around. I didn't want that. That's him.
Are the Lakers the only team in the bubble?
No, Skip, I just said everybody feels it's going to be the most difficult because of the circumstances. But a lot of them, Skip, but there's a funny thing going on the bubble. Would I be surprised if somebody scores 65 or 70 points? I think Dame Lillard or James Harden could get to that number. Skip, what we're seeing in the bubble, we've never seen it before. You have 4 guys who are under the age of 25 get 30 more. Donovan Mitchell, we're talking about him 57. Yeah. I've never seen anything like this. And you watch basketball a lot longer than I have. But to see an opening round like what we saw in Luka, go get 42 in his debut. Think about all the great players, from Jordan to Kareem to Bird, Magic, and none of them had that. LeBron.
Yep. The basketball universe has been turned upside down in the bubble. I get it. So weird things like Twilight Zone phenomenon are happening within the bubble.
So we might go 16-0?
Well, that's what I'm saying. What happened leading up to the bubble? We had a parade of quotes on the show. We agreed with the quotes we kept responding to, where star after star said, this is big advantage LeBron because he is the most dedicated and disciplined player in the league. Right. Well, don't tell me it's your hardest path when it should be advantage you.
Well, so here's the thing. The thing is now is that everybody gets the focus on everybody. What he could do is that when the distractions were around, he can focus in. Well, the bubble has removed distractions for everybody. So everybody doesn't have any choice but to focus in, to lock in. That's what he was able to do. What made Kobe so great? Kobe was in LA with everything going in LA. Kobe could just, I'm here. I'm here. LeBron, he's like, I'm here. No matter what's going on. Now you remove that. Everybody is under the same umbrella. So nobody has distraction. So everybody can focus. Whereas before, you know, I come to your homeboy, hey man, hey, you coming to town? Come pick your boy up, let's go grab something to eat. Okay?
Do you not tell me that LeBron James is the best leader in basketball? Yes. Okay. So why would that be a huge advantage to LeBron? Because this is an AAU type situation. It's the environment is college-like, AAU-like, where you're all together and you can take over a team more easily because they're not distracted. They're all together all day and all night, where you can lead them, you can mold them, you can make them into more of a unified whole instead of everybody's going a different direction after the
I
game.
believe that's to be true, but I believe everybody's saying the same thing, that everybody will definitely the forefront and your leaders will become even more leaders. But also, Skip, what's at play here, everybody believes it's a great opportunity for us. You're on home court. Ain't no thing. So we can go out here and sit here. So everybody's thinking, they more so than any other time, that they believe that they have a realistic chance of winning a title this year. Because it's been wide open. At Fox fan, you hear all these sports looks like there is, for the first time since pre-Golden State, that we don't have a clear-cut winner or clear-cut favorite.
Yet most still have those guys as a slight thing.
It's them, Clippers. I mean, it's basically like there's only 3 teams in the hat. If whoever you pull out, okay, that's the favorite for that.
Okay. So I realize everybody's away from their family, but it's not like LeBron stays with his family every waking minute. He's out and about. I'll look up and he's at the fight in Vegas or he's at another big game.
No. Not during the season. During the season, he working out at home. He got a little state-of-the-art gym. Yeah, he got state-of-the-art, all the equipment. You name it, he got it. Call his guy, because sometimes he calls his guy like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Really?
Oh, 405?
Oh, you?
No. I'm not a morning person. I don't do the morning workout. That's Coach James about to understand. Coach will have a problem. These 5 o'clock workouts going to be a problem for us. But anyway, Skip, that's what you say. You try to I'm making an excuse. It will be the most difficult. But I also believe it's the most drastic.
So if it falls apart, he can say, I got bubbled.
No. If it falls apart, he can do it. No, do an excuse. Skip, really do that.
LeBron James plays the media like a baby grand piano. That's what he does. He just thumbing down the key. And the media just accepts it. As Kevin Durant once said, those media fanboys, they got LeBron's back. So they are running with the story because now everybody knows it's tough for LeBron to bubble.
But he said that from the jump. That it's going to be difficult to go down there and do something because we've never seen this before. We've had strike shortened seasons. We've never had anything like this.
Nope, and neither has anybody else.
That's my point.
Okay, advantage LeBron.
But who has more expectations? Has anybody ever had more expectations heaped on them?
Well, you're the one who calls him to go. I don't.
You should.
If he was a member of that media group, would not let him get away with this kind of, come on, skip the call. I appreciate it. Exactly. Okay, guys, I do want to talk about the Cowboys. Unfortunately, not the best news to share because after their first padded practice yesterday, the Cowboys have already been hit with injury. All pro defensive lineman Ralph Boyd ruptured his right quad tendon and is now expected to miss the entire season. The boy signed a 3-year deal with Dallas this offseason, and Stephen Jones said it was disappointing since the boy was an major addition to the defensive line. You just feel for him. Shannon, how big of a loss is this for the Cowboys?
It was big because they signed him early. He was one of the people, he was one of the defenders that they identified early on in free agency. They said we want him. And they paid good money to get him. He's still a quality player. Now, I don't believe he's the Gerald McCoy that was early in his years at Tampa, but he probably could give you 5-6 sacks. He could stop the run. He was good. And he provided the depth. And so this is why you signed an Everson Griffin, because you never know. You signed an Alden Smith. Now the thing is that this happens early, so you get an opportunity to see some of these young guys. You know, they have done signed Terry Poe and Juan Wood. They drafted Neville Gallimore. So they have some guys, Tristan Hill from Central Florida. So they have still there. He's sure. Well, he was in the dog last year, so we'll see. We'll see. But the thing is, this, and I was watching that. Now I've seen guys tear quads, but it's never like that. Normally it's an explosive movement, guys running, and the quad off the bone. But the guy just basically, he
took one step back to plant, to take the blow, and it just goes.
It goes. I thought it was his knee still.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It looked like a knee. Yeah, it looked like his knee bought. No. So let me address that first. When these things happen, there are two injuries that are completely inexplicably mysterious to me. It's almost like God said it was going to go.
Right.
And that is the Achilles tendon in the quad. Because there's no apparent reason for it. Maybe your Achilles has frayed and you don't know it. Maybe you have micro tears and it's just a little getting to be a KY thread and you don't know it. But usually you don't even have Achilles tendonitis and it just ruptures for no apparent reason and it's always non-contact. With the Achilles, you just laying over here and then you say, oh, somebody just shot me in the back. I don't know what happened. Well, kick me. What happened? Oh, I'm ruptured? You're ruptured. You got big surgery and you're going to be out, see Kevin Durant, for a year. Yes. Same thing with the quad. Tony Parker was just playing a basketball game against Memphis and he's not even going hard. He just sort of, it's off the ball, then he have the ball. Steps. What just happened? Your quadriceps just tore in two. What? Well, you're out. You're going to be out. He tried to rush it back. Remember the end of Hawaii, San Antonio. They thought they had a chance to win it all.
It's all Tony Parker's fault.
Because he went and somebody said, I'm out.
It was Tony Parker because he said his injury was what? 100 or 1,000 times worse than Kawhi.
He went 100. Yeah. Because Kawhi had a thigh bruise. Tony Parker had a ruptured quadriceps. So the point is, when I heard this and then I watched that, this just feels like not meant to be. To me, he was the key piece that they added in the offseason. As you said, first piece, but they've never had a dynamic leader on the defensive side. Sean Lee has been the leader, but he's a quiet leader. He's by example, by play, and now he's getting a little longer in the tooth. He's had too many injuries. He's starting to lose a little bit. He's still there, but it's hard for that guy to be the dynamic leader of the unit that they have never had. Gerald McCoy is starting to be high class, high caliber. When he speaks, I listen. We had him on the show, as you recall. And I think they're going to lean on him as the new rock, the stalwart of the defensive line. Well, all of a sudden we're back to LO 3-4 because we went from those two tackles with Don Poe and Gerald McCoy to one that you can really depend upon. I told you I love Willie Gallimore. I watched him at the University of Oklahoma. Every snap he took. He came on last year and he became a disruptor. If he throws a kid into the fray and then he's going to just immediately disrupt, I have no idea. But I thought they stole him in the draft.
Yes, Skip, they might have going to play a lot more for them. I mean, you know, I heard one of the DBs say, you know, they practice some 3-4, but they're probably going to be a lot of 43 with stand-up with Alden Smith and DeMarcus Lawrence, because if you got to have those, if everything is going to what they say, and they say Alden Smith is looking unbelievable, you have to have him on the field.
You do.
And you have to, you pay the guy $21 million, you're going to have him put on the field also.
Yeah.
And your linchpin, the guy that you paid a lot of money to come over in free agency, just went down. So, you know, we're going to find out the depth. We skip, you got into Griffin. So now all of a sudden, that little man, that's really a part.
You're loaded on the edges.
Yes.
Now, Bradley and I, out of Utah, the right draft, every time I watch the tape with him, he flies off the edge, and he will make a play for you here or there. I don't know about it's the run or whatever, but in a passing situation, I think he can come in and fly around.
Well, yeah, at the end of the day, Skip, you put it was down, you know, it's obvious, pass it down. You put your best pass rushers with maybe some defensive ends, you got to kick them down to defensive tackle and have a giant situation, Skip. You remember they had all their pass rushers. A lot of them were defensive ends. But when it came down to, hey, we need to go get Tom Brady, we're going to put you out there and go, let's go get him, Chuck. Let's go get him, Moses.
I got it. They still have Tyrone Crawford.
Yeah.
They still have Dorrance Armstrong. They still have Antoine Woods. They have depth.
Yes.
They just lost the key piece. Right. They lost a leader. And the only thing that I'm trying to look at the silver lining, the one thing that was missing from Gerald McCoy's resume was he never played in a playoff game. Not one. Obviously, he's on medium bad Tampa teams. But he made 6 Pro Bowls. He went to Carolina. Nothing that happened last year. And here he is. And I love him. Knowing Southeast High School in Oklahoma City, University of Oklahoma. And the point is that they needed him emotionally and psychologically, and it felt like, you know, sometimes things just aren't meant to be, and it just felt bad because you're going to have no preseason games, and all of a sudden we're going to talk about Tom Brady trying to get ready in Tampa. Well, this team feels it has a lot of new on defense. Well, you're going to get it all together with no preseason?
It's hard. It's hard to install to see. Skip, I mean, you want to hear those calls in an actual game when you're going against people that's not sure. I mean, you get practice and they call that the signal in the helmet. That's fine and good. But you used to preseason. You used to going against somebody. That way you can find out, man, that guy, that kid look good. And I've seen guys look great in practice games. And you put them jokers in a preseason game, and you're like a blind dog in a beehive. He don't know which he turn over. Bro, why is that what you were doing in practice? Don't do that. You're not going to get that opportunity. So you hope your scouting department did you solid, and you're going to have to base it on, like, you know, you're going to make some mistakes, and you always do, Skip. Yeah. But it's going to be tough. It's different this year because you're not going to get that true evaluation seeing a guy going against somebody that he doesn't know. Another guy just trying to make the team. Because see, Tyron Smith, he already on the team. Zach Martin's on the team, so you're going against guys that know they got it. Going against the guy that's trying to make the team. That's what you want to see.
Then, of course, there are certain players who stuck it up in practice, and you put them in a game, and they lit it up.
Stop it.
Do you remember that guy who used to wear orange? Orange crusher. And then he crushed people. Do you remember that guy named Tim Tebow? Whatever happened to Tim Tebow? I don't know. What happened to the guy who actually won the division that year?
Did he play baseball?
I don't know.
You do
He should be playing football. Now.
Oh, you do? Oh, what? He messed it up. Oh,
Maybe the worst practice player ever.
ain't no baby.
You came in a close late game.
I've never heard of a coach say, hey, don't break the ball up. Oh, what you mean don't break the ball up?
How did Tebow get into this conversation? You guys just killed me on a lot of...
He opened the door.
Yeah. All right. We feel for Gerald McCoy, wishing him a good and easy recovery. This is only the third trip to the playoffs for Anthony Davis, and his first one truly in the spotlight as LeBron's teammate. Expectations are high for the LA duo, but Davis said he does not feel any of the pressure and is ready to be the top dog in the playoffs. So, Shannon, what do you expect from AD in the playoffs? What do you want to see?
AD wanted to get to Los Angeles. He wanted to come to the Lakers for the playoff game, big moment. And if you come to the Lakers and you're big, you know what's expected.
Yep.
Because you go Viking, you go Wilt, you go Kareem, you go Shaq. Although he's not a 5, he is considered a big. And if he wants to be considered a pantheon great, one of these greats, he must deliver like all of those guys did. He understands that, and he came here for that very reason.
Does he understand that?
He better. I think he understands the history of the Lakers and bigs. I think he understands the history of the Lakers, and championships are the only things that matter, not division titles. Championships are how the Lakers are measured. Championships are how their players are measured. Like I said, Mike and Magic and Kobe and Shaq, James, all of them, Skip, you mentioned. Elgin Baylor was as great as there ever was, Skip, but he didn't win a title. So he does not get the love and the adoration.
Yeah, he's a forgotten man.
He is. People don't realize it. He was Jordan before Jordan was Jordan as a guy that could flip the ball to the basket. So, and AD has shown his flashes. You remember the first game? Right back in the ball? You remember what he did to Clippers? Dropped 34.
It's good.
Yeah, and then what he did to the friendship? Rudy Gobert. Ray Gobert. They made a mess of him, didn't he?
42 and 12.
Yeah, so he did it with one thing. So we know what he's capable of doing. And he has a matchup advantage over Nurkic because Nurkic is not leaving foot enough, so we can bring him out, get to the basket on him. On right side, Rockets don't have anybody with 6'7", so he has a side advantage, and the Clippers don't have anybody. Zoom is just not capable of doing anything with AD. So with that being said, I expect Anthony Davis to be front and center. Front and center. I expect him to be
better than LeBron.
That's a dog.
There are lots of times when I thought,
you ain't think
this old man.
You ain't think that.
Huh?
You ain't think that.
No.
25, 10, and 8 say you ain't think that.
Okay. Some people make the case that AD was the MVP.
And they made that into those last 2 games.
Some people think he's going to be the defensive player of the year.
Okay, that's 2 different things.
Okay. Well, they kind of go together.
They don't go together.
There are 2 ends of the floor, and sometimes LeBron remembers there's the other.
Oh, do you remember that end where he D'd up Kawhi, made him pass the ball, and then D'd up Paul George, and made him take an arrow, shoot an air ball?
That was a blip, not a trend.
Trend.
Blip. Trend. Okay, before I answer, I would like to call upon my friend Charles Barkley. Who's actually not my friend Charles Barkley, and I don't often agree with him, but I do agree with this statement, and I thought this was profound and insightful from Charles Barkley.
I don't know if he's got that dog in him. Like, and Shaq knows this and Kenny knows this. You need to have a guy who say, hey, I'm just going to kill y'all. Ain't nothing y'all can do about it. If y'all don't double me, I'm going to go crazy. If y'all double me, we're going to get wild on 3. Anthony Davis has not proven to me that he can be that guy.
I agree with that statement. Anthony Davis has never experienced what he's about to experience.
Agreed.
I think he actually gets a break that this isn't at Staples tonight because the pressure in that pressure cooker of a building can be suffocating for a newcomer, a first-timer. I know he's been in big regular season games, but nothing like this.
The playoffs are different now.
And I'm going to make the case. I warned AD about this when he signed with the Lakers. Be careful what you wish for, because LeBron James can be the greatest teammate that you've ever played with, because He will share the sugar, he will pass the rock, but occasionally he will pass the blame. He does have a lot of media fanboys, as we just talked about. And to me, LeBron is different from Jordan in this way. Jordan would let you know exactly where you stood with him as a teammate behind closed doors, mostly during practice. LeBron lets you know how you stand with him through the media post-game, and it's more passive-aggressive. He will use the media to send messages that you are letting him down. You're not living up to your billing. And right now, in the line of fire is that guy, Anthony Davis. Be careful what you wish for, because you got your dream. You're playing in La La Land for the Lakers next to LeBron James. It's a beautiful thing until it's not. Because if you don't live up, if you can't take the beating and the pressure, he will let you know about it, because he'll let the media know first that you are not holding up your end of this bargain. And LeBron often does hold up his end, but if it goes south, if something goes wrong, he will also pass the blame, usually through the media. And it can be a hot seat that you're sitting on, playing on, living on through the playoffs. It's hard.
Still, when I'm looking at AD and I'm looking at these seeding games, they couldn't make any shots. I mean, AD was passing out the double team, and guys had wide open shots. Well, is that going to happen?
Okay, look at what he did in the bubble. Pressure starts to mount now. We're getting ready for the playoff push now. We talked about last dance. I told you this one's the fast dance this time. Yep. Here we go. So in 3 games in the bubble, AD averaged 34, 9, and 4 in the 3 wins.
Right.
And we just talked about the big game against Utah. That was a tour de force. We just said, well, that's Rudy Gobert, two-time player.
Yeah, two-time.
Okay, and he just
made a mess of it.
He made him. You know what? He mocked him. It was a joke. He annihilated, humiliated Rudy Gobert. It was a no contest from start to finish. 42, 12, and 4. And yet, in the 4 losses, I don't know where he was.
Yeah.
Once he unplugged, look what he averaged in 4 losses. 12 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 assists. So his points went from 34 a game down to 12. And all of a sudden, he looked like just another JaVale or Dwight. Just some other guy comes in. He's like the third postman, right? The postman always rings 3 times. Well, he was ringing 3 times, right?
Well, we was used to that.
Well, will you? Because now we're back to what Charles said. Are you that guy? Are you mentally tough enough to do this? Because in New Orleans, I kept asking you, where is he? Is he that guy? Because in New Orleans, in regular season games, he was 216 and 250. So he was well below 500 as an aircraft carrier type player. And again, did he have health? No, he had some here, some there. Sometimes he did have what you thought was enough help to go places. And they did win the one playoff. Well, he swept David Lillard and company, but he went 5 and 8 in playoff games. Is he ready for this? This is he's 27. This is his 8th season. You are. You found utopia here, but you gotta live up to it, right? Loves living here, but now tonight it starts. Can you live up to that guy? Because that guy can be tough to play with.
Yeah, he should. And that's what most great players are. I'm sure Larry Bird was no
totally agree.
Magic Johnson, don't think that's foul proof.
I totally agree.
And you know Jordan doesn't even say anything.
Severe.
Yes. So that's what the great ones do. They demand and they have a level of expectation. And if you're not meeting those expectations, it's going to be tough. It's hard for me to believe that in a game type situation, Tom Brady, if he sees somebody not living up to it, that he's not yelling and screaming and losing his mind.
Well, I read he's already on O.J. Howard yesterday calling Juice, O.J. Juice. Juice, you gotta play. Yeah, he's gonna be on you, and he's gonna stay on you.
Yes,
because he knows.
Because the thing is, Skip, is that I didn't know in a crucial situation, I can count on you. I didn't know that.
Yep. Okay.
I said I didn't know anything. Well, he's a I got it.
Well, doesn't it? Sometimes he's got him, sometimes he don't got him. I don't know.
I see 30 plus points in my
about 11, 12 rebounds. How do you explain those 4 mysterious disappearances in the bubble? I couldn't even.
Well, not being aggressive, settling. One thing he can't do is if you look at the games in which he averaged those 34, he was extremely aggressive. He was averaging almost 14 free throw attempts.
So, in the end, my question is he just a 6'10" guy with guard skills, or is he a cold-blooded killer? That's what it comes down to. He's got all the talent in the world. He can shoot threes. He becomes like a free throw making machine in stretches. But can you do it at this level consistently?
He's the type of guy, Skip, that he's next to you, you don't know. And then all of a sudden you sit down and you bleed out. That's them kind of stats like that. See, Jordan, you knew Jordan was doing it too. Because you could just feel it. AD do it. And next thing I know,
soft fight. You did that? You paper cut me and I'm bleeding out. Okay.
Paper cuts hurt too, Skip.
Yep.
They're gonna fucking give you a paper cut.
I hate him.
Yeah. You know when I was writing back in my day, I used to write a lot, Skip.
You used to write a lot?
No.
What do you do now?
I did not.
Be careful, Anthony. It starts tonight.
No, what you trying to do, what you trying to do. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to bring some friction. Oh, if it doesn't go well, he's going to blame you.
He will.
No, he won't.
He will.
But it's going to go right.
Yeah, see J.R. Smith game 1 at Oracle in, what was it, 2018?
Did that happen?
Did that happen? J.R. never recovered.
How do you forget in a basketball game, you're in a basketball game?
Well, that took the pressure off the guy who refused to take the last shot that he should have taken from 15 feet over Steph Curry.
We're going to go there right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Kawhi and the Clippers were able to hold off Luka Doncic and the Mavs last night in a 118-110 win, thanks to forcing 11 journalists to look despite his 42 points. LA also got some help. Porzingis was rejected in the third quarter. Dallas Ford Senior, NBA insider and TNT sideline reporter Chris King joining us now from the bubble. Chris, it is so good to have you. I have plenty of bubble questions, but I want to get to what we saw last night from the Clippers. Should they be concerned after barely beating the Mavs without Porzingis?
Something a little bit. I didn't expect that type of performance from the Mavericks, and I didn't expect that to be as well. And I know Luka is a young superstar in the game, but he's never been in a playoff game, and particularly been in a playoff where he's matched up with 2 of the most elite perimeter defenders, Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, and he was still able to get them 42. And with Porzingis being rejected, look, they have to be concerned right now. I think the Clippers, look, if they didn't bring their A game, I think they know right now it's going to take that to get past this young nucleus right here. I think they might have overlooked them or didn't take them seriously enough, being that this is a young team that hasn't been there before. But after watching what Luka is capable of doing, not just those 2 elite defenders on the perimeter I mentioned, captured them with his win. He was able to get to whatever spot he wanted to. And so when you add in Kristaps Porzingis for an entire game, that's just going to add another dynamic. So definitely, I think the Clippers should be concerned.
We still calling Kawhi a elite level defender because he's not the same guy, Chris. He doesn't move with the same fluidity. He doesn't go laterally as well as he once did. Those knees are clearly an issue. He's having to pass the buck. Paul, you take it. No, Pat, you take it. No, Marcus, you take it. That's not elite.
He's saving himself for the Lakers.
You see?
Yeah.
Anytime somebody gives him the business, he's saving himself. Jason Tatum gave him the business. Well, he saved himself for LeBron. LeBron gave himself. He's worried about the playoffs. We're in the playoffs and the guy got 42. When you think of the pantheon great players, then that first game never got 42 against 2 elite double defenders.
I got to interrupt real quick. Timeout. You realize what the silent assassin did very quietly last night? He did work. I'm talking about Kawhi Leonard went 29, 12, 6 assists, and 3 steals. And Cheddar Sharp did not notice. Go ahead.
I'll tell you what I did notice. Hey, Andrew, you got something for me? I want to know if maybe there's some flies in the building because I heard there's a fly thing going around in Florida right now. What's going on right here, Skip? What is that? What is that? Is there a fly flying around in this space?
Yeah.
What is that, Skip?
29, 12, 6, and 3.
They're going to find them. Mop it. All over the place.
he was the main reason they survived last night. That's all I know.
All I'm saying is this, is that I believe it did it. We'll never know. But I don't believe Porzingis should have got ejected. I don't think that second check should have been called. I think it's like, okay, guys, break it up. Because they hadn't gotten chippy. There was no reason to figure it was going to get out of hand. But Luka is special. I'm not surprised. Now, I'm surprised he got 42. But I'm not surprised that he had an outstanding game. I thought he'd have something. I think I said yesterday, I said he had something like 29, 8, 10, or something like that. I didn't see 42. But I think we might need to reevaluate just how elite level those wing defenders are. Because we see guys getting monster numbers that they're not supposed to get if those guys are what we say they are.
By the way, the Dallas Mavericks finished the season with the highest offensive rating in the history of basketball. And by the way, they scored 69 in the first half, and the Clippers came out after halftime and said, watch this.
Yeah.
And they started to defend because the Dallas Mavericks scored 41 in the whole second half. Dallas has 36% shooting in the second half. They went 3 of 22 from 3. That's 17% because they started to get locked up. I told you earlier in the show, you were right. If Porzingis stays eligible for the rest of the game, I believe the Mavericks would have won that game. But I told you going in, this is going to be the Clippers' toughest series. Tougher than Denver next, tougher than the Lakers next. Because the Clippers have not played enough basketball together. Last night was their 13th full roster game out of 73 games they played this year. And all of a sudden, they're throwing Montrezl Harrell onto the floor for 15 minutes of a game in which he was playing the first time since March the 10th. He played no bubble games, no 3 scrimmages, no 8 regular season restart games. And all of a sudden, you're playing 50 minutes and look like you've never played basketball before. What do you want from this?
Hey, Chris, can I ask you a question? Do you need to practice? I mean, Deion Sanders never came to the home. He just knew he had that guy. Kawhi, you got Luka. Paul George, you got Luka. What you need to practice that? That's your man. Stay in front of him. And Luka lived at the rim. He had the rim just getting deep. Hey, I'm like, Luka, you were just here getting take out. He's like, I'm back in the game. They can't keep me out.
What did Chris Haynes just try to explain to you? For a while, the Clippers did not take the Mavericks seriously. But after the opening salvo, but what happened to start the game? What happened? 18-2 happened. It looked like they blew off the floor. It was over. What did your man Luka do? Would you tell me five turnovers in the first 5 minutes? And then all of a sudden, the Clippers said, well, we already beat them 3 times in the regular season. We're 3-0. So let's take our foot completely off the gas. They gave up a 48-14 run over the next quarter time of minutes. 48-1, that's 34 points. What are you doing? They just stopped playing.
Oh, baby bird. That's what they call it down in the ball, baby bird.
I'll say this, I think the Clippers would have been much more physical. You know how boxing was that filling out round? That was round 1. Filling out each other, trying to see if the jitters is going to get in the way of Luka and Porzingis. Now they see that, no, that's not an issue. Like those important playoff players, like he's used to this. So he's not going to be nervous or scared of the moment. So they see that. Now it's about taking the head off, getting physical with him. Obviously, if you limit Luka, you're going to limit everybody else on the floor.
So what I saw at the end of the game, we saw Luka walking up the ramps to the locker room, and he looked like a battered old man because they had been very physical with him all night long. He had gotten to the lane again and again. It shocked me because he took advantage of all 3 wing defenders, including Marcus Morris, who did the best job on him. But they took their pound of flesh. I agree they will get even more physical next time. Patrick Beverly takes him some. It just wears even a young man down and finally out. Even though the series is going to go away, I think Luka is going to be beat up and worn out when it's over.
But nobody likes walking up the hill after the game.
If Luka was walking like that at 21, what Kawhi looking like with them rickety knees? And you saw him flipping around in those orthopedic, he stays still. Porzingis crossed him up, everybody crossed him up
You thought Chris Haynes, you was right there, had a cup to both you were.
Trying to ridicule 29-12 and 6.
Wow. I ain't give anybody ridicule that. But hold on. But the guy that he was guarding had 42. So what I'm
Did he guard him the whole time? I think not.
Yeah, no, he like, all right, Paul, he done lumped me up, you get something. He lumped Paul George up. Paul said, Pat Bell, take that. Pat Bell had 5 fouls with like 2 minutes left in the game. And then guess what? He said, Marcus Smart, come on, you get something too. Gave it to all of them. I ain't never seen a man do 4 men like that. He beat 4 men. I'm not still.
I know for a fact that Kawhi Leonard watches this show, and I hope he's watching right now because he's going to remember what LeShannon Sharp just said.
This is what we know. If they can't keep Luka Doncic from the rim, man, LeBron James about to look like Derrick Henry coming down here.
Really?
Yeah.
If he ever decides to.
Don't worry about that. You worry about your team.
The Lakers might be the 1 seed, but their path to title will be no easy journey when it begins tonight against the Blazers. According to LeBron, Portland is not your typical 8 seed thanks to the two-headed monster. Colin Lillard is averaging 44 points his last 5 heading into tonight. Chris Haynes still with us this morning on Undisputed. Chris, who wins this series and how many?
This is a tough one. I'm not trying to cop out. I need to see the first game. Because there's no home court advantage, and that kind of defeats the purpose of a 1-8 or just having that advantage after all. But look, I would say this. I think this series is going to distance. And I'll be able to get a better feel of the series after game 1. But look, I'm going to tell you this. I've said this time and time and again, even leading up to the restart. I said if the Blazers were able to get into the restart and have a legitimate path of getting to the playoffs, I said I felt really good about their chances, and I went beyond that and said that they had the potential to go the distance in this playoff. That's going to step it up. Look, during the hiatus, they were sending me like video of him working out, showing that he was still in the groove. Like he was like really seriously about getting back into the season and wanting to prove that the Blazers were worth of not just making a run, but making a deep run. And so he's been salivating over this moment, and it's finally here. And the Lakers aren't playing with him. I talked to LeBron James yesterday. I asked him, are you concerned about how you guys are going into the playoffs? He said no, they feel like they can smooth things out. But he did say this, that the Blazers are not your typical ace. So I got to see how game 1 plays out before deciding, what this is going to be. But I think this is going to distance game 7.
I got the Lakers in 6. Dame Lillard's going to be special. He's going to average somewhere between 35 and 40 points a night. And I believe he'll win them 2 games. But I just believe the 2-game monster of the Lakers will be too much. Portland game, their offense is their defense. They average give up 123 points a game. And if they give up 123 points a game to some also-rans, Memphis, I believe the Lakers should get that big and get that sneak. The question is, are the Lakers still going to be shooting 10% from the 3-point line? Because they've been abysmal from the 3-point line. And it gets frustrating. You got they double team AD passes out of double team, and guys are missing wide open threes. Kuzma has been inserted, I believe, into the starting lineup. So we're going to see. But I believe the Lakers win this series in 6 games. Dame Lillard's going to be special. You're going to have to get the ball out of his hands in crunch situation and make CJ, make Jay Trent Jr., make Melo. Because I already know what Dame can do. I don't need to see anything else from Dame. Dame don't need to show me anything else. He convinced me. Well, he convinced me years ago. But he's really won me over the last year and a half. And what I've seen from him over the last 3 games, and what I've seen from him since this restart, yeah, Dame has made me a believer. So you got to make sure you take the ball out of his hands. If Melo, if CJ can make those shots, Gary Trent Jr. can consistently make those shots, you live with that. But I'm not letting Dame Lillard beat me. But I got the Lakers in 6.
So, Chris Haynes, nobody knows the Portland Trailblazers any better than you do. I don't see how Portland can win 1 game against the Lakers because Portland struggled down the stretch to win every game. They did win and win and win, but they barely overcame Brooklyn, obviously, and they barely overcame Memphis.
So knowing the team the way you know them, convince me, show me what specifically has to happen for this to, as you say, go to 7 games with the Blazers having a chance to knock off the Lakers in Game 7.
Well, I'll say this. Yeah, you're saying as if the Lakers are playing the way they played before the holidays. I'm looking at the matchup. I'm looking at how they've been struggling, how they have yet to find an identity, how they're still trying to work certain guys into the mold, and Rajon Rondo is back. I don't know if he'll be available for Game 1, but at some point they got to work him back into the fold. So the Blazers not coming into it and facing a team that has it all together. Matter of fact, you could argue that they were probably the worst performing team, offensively-wise, in this restart. And so then you look at Portland. They've been in playoff mode ever since that. You know, they had to win virtually every single game. They went 6-2, and that stuck them into the playing game. And so I'm looking at a team that has already put up the shot. Damian Lillard is bubble MVP, right? And then you're looking at a team that you're thinking and you're hoping that they just bring it on just like that. That's hard to do. So just for those elements alone, that's why I say Portland has a legitimate shot. And I said this before the Lakers came out here struggling. I said this before the restart, that if Lakers got in, that they would be a serious threat. Because the Blazers, for the most part, are healthy. And I still think that holds true.
Okay, the reason I couldn't condemn the Lakers' performance in the bubble is they came in with a 5.5 game lead over the Clippers, and it was almost a foregone conclusion they were going to be the 1 seed. They showed me a lot against the Clippers in the opener of the restart. They showed me a whole lot in dismantling Utah because it was a joke what Anthony Davis did to Rudy Gobert. So I'm not ready to say, oh, they've lost it in the bubble. I don't think they've lost it at all. It's going to come down to me to there's no Avery Bradley, so you've lost a premier perimeter defender on either Dame or CJ. As I've said many times on the show, my biggest disappointment in Dame and CJ was last year in the conference finals against Golden State without Kevin Durant. They had 4 straight cracks at Golden State, close games going into the 4th quarter, and Dame and CJ, by their lofty standards, really struggled. In fact, both of them, by their standards, they stunk in those 4 fourth quarters and 1 overtime at the end of Game 4. That cannot happen against the Lakers. I could see them in the first 4 games of this series having chances going to the 4th quarter to close the deal. Well, one or the other, Dame or CJ, you better close it with no Avery Bradley, maybe no Rondo to even bother you a little bit on the perimeter. You should have your way, and if you are those guys, if you're capable of rising and shining in this spotlight, in that bubble against the number 1 seed, then you should do what Shane said. You should at least win 2 games. Maybe you should do what Chris Haynes is suggesting and win 3 games and make it a Game 7 win or go home game. Because you're both good enough to do that. You just haven't done it at the highest level in your career yet. This is your opportunity to do it.
To that, I will say this, is that you mentioned the players that are not here. You mentioned Avery Bradley and Rondo. Shouldn't that both well for Davis?
Yeah, it should. It should be big advantage for both of them. Yep, I agree.
But if I would say this, the way teams are starting to trap Dame, I'm not talking about trap him after he passes half court. They're trapping before he reaches half court. And so that philosophy right there, that game plan right there is trying to make sure that other guys beat him. And so it's going to be, so the onus is going to be on the CJ McCollum, Carmelo Anthony, Gary Trent Jr. to hit big shots because Dame trusts his players. But I will say this, Dame has learned because New Orleans Pelicans a few years ago, they were the first team to implement this trapping the Dame. And Dame has learned, and you've seen in that Brooklyn game, he wouldn't even attack it with double. Like, he started doubling double. Like, no, I'm turning the corner. That's one of the reasons why, guys, he started shooting from the low end. Because he's seeing this pressure coming already. Like, again, you're not taking me out of the game. I'm shooting from deep. I'm shooting back here for great there. And so it's going to be a little bit hard to stop him with those traps. But that's one advantage the Lakers going to have. They're going to be able to try to get the ball out of the field.
Yeah, it's hard to trap him in the middle of the court. You got to pin him in the corner. And their bigs are going to have to show. This, you know, the bigs that you're worried about just flashing and worried about Nurkic or Whiteside moving to the rim. You're going to, Dwight Howard and whomever's in the pick and roll, you're going to have to come all the way out. You're going to end up having to guard them because you can't let him see daylight. He sees daylight, he's going to rise up and shoot the ball. And Skip, you mentioned last year the failure that he had. I believe that's the motivating factor because he knows in the back of his mind he has some opportunity. Because do you know what that would have meant if they could have taken down Golden State even without KD? Because even without KD, that's still a 73-9 team from the year before. And get to the NBA in the finals, that would have boded well for Dame's career. I don't believe he's forgotten that. I believe that's the motivating factor. What we've seen thus far in the seeding game. And I don't think it's going to let up. I believe that, like I said, I believe he's going to average somewhere between 35 and 40. The question is, can he overcome LeBron and AD? They're going to need to average about 6, pretty close to 6 between the two of them.
Let's flip it around.
Yeah.
Who guards LeBron James? I believe in stretches it needs to be Carmelo Anthony. And I'm going to throw this out because it amused me yesterday. LeBron did go out of his way to tell the I saved Melo from drowning story. Remember that one? And it's real and it's great and it's way to go, LeBron. I think he saved his life. But he wanted Melo to know, I saved your life. You gotta take it easy on me because you owe me. But I do think Melo needs to guard LeBron some because he's big enough and strong enough and savvy enough to do it. What do you think, Chris Haynes? Can he guard it?
You know, can he guard him? I mean, yes, he can get in front of him. Yeah, I mean, look, Jack Collins is going to be out. He's somebody who on pick and roll can step out and kind of guard some perimeter guys. But he's going to be out game one. This Carmelo is a good contributor. And so when you look at Carmelo, LeBron obviously has a speed advantage. Look at Gary Trent. He obviously has a height advantage and a weight advantage. So there's not a good formula for success when you're talking about stopping LeBron. I think what the Blazers feel like, they need to try to contain AD. And they're hoping that the struggles he had to restart will translate over into the postseason. So Portland has a lot of big. And typically, when AD is playing against a lot of bigs, he's not going to face up and he starts shooting a lot of jumpers. That's what you want from AD. You want him to set up for those jump shots. Because once he starts penetrating, getting to the paint, that's when he causes battle. So it's not really, there is no answer for LeBron James in the series. Just like Dame, he's going to have to allow other guys to kind of bring it.
Pick and roll, we don't see a lot of that. We didn't see a whole lot of AD and LeBron in the pick and roll. Don't be surprised. You'll get ahead. He goes to that pick and roll. And you remember what last time what LeBron did to Nurkic? He's just coming back from what LeBron did to him when he was asleep. You know what I'm talking about, Chris.
What are you doing?
He body bagged.
No,
but he's back from the dead. He's back from the dead.
It took him 2 years.
Resurrected.
It took him 2 years.
Yeah.
Don't forget about what Lakers been doing this whole time.
Oh, and there's never been lost.
So, you know what happens now. Shannon Sharp needs Dame to have 2 huge games, but not too huge of games because he needs LeBron to win in 6.
Look, Dame can average 70. As long as the Lakers advance, I don't care. Big luck.
Tonight on FS1, Paul Goldschmidt and the Cardinals take on Javier Baez, Anthony Rizzo, and the Cubs. That coverage begins at 7 Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. We're only 26 days away from Tom Brady's Buccaneers debut against the Saints right here on Fox. As Brady adjusts to his new team, backup Kim Beasley and Gabbert sheds some light on how preparing with a shorter offseason looks like. Gabbert told Peter King, quote, "This is okay day one. We should have been practice, but now we're in a time crunch." Shannon, how difficult will it be for Brady and his new team to be ready for opening day?
Well, Skip, if Brady was in his own offense, it wouldn't be a problem. Because he's been in the offense for 20 years, Skip, so everything is just second nature. He would be worried about the other guys getting called up, the new guys that's coming in. in. But this is the old guys, they know this system for the most part. It's Brady that needs to catch up. And so it's different. As Blaine Gabbert said, is that this should have been May 15th practice. And here we are August 15th.
The first day of OTAs, that's what it was.
Basically. So you're in pass for the very first time. I think that's the first batting practice. And so you're way behind because as Jenny read, it's 26 days away from the season, not preseason, the regular season where the games actually count.
And there are no preseason games.
And there are no preseason games. So Skip, it's like you go and you buy something, you don't know what you got. You just get it home, you're like, well, what all do we get? Well, you won't know until you just throw it out there on the field, opening day against the New Orleans Saints. But I listened to Bruce Arians, Skip, he said the thing about the offense is that Tom's going to go to the guy who's open. He doesn't take shots. It's not the read. You read it out. He and Payton have the same characteristics. He's not going to throw a 50-50 ball. There's 90%. So it doesn't seem like to me they're going to be running a whole lot similar to what James did. Because a lot of what James did, Skip, is that he relied on those guys, the Chris Godwin and Mike Evans, to make plays for him down the field. And if you remember, Skip, when James, they didn't re-sign James, Chris Godwin said, yeah, James made some mistakes, but all those interceptions weren't on James. Because in this offense, they ask you to do that a lot. Yeah. And so it's going to be very interesting to see the nuances that they add to take advantage of what Tom really does, which is the intermediate to short passing game, which is not the deep ball that James does really.
Yesterday, they said, oh, Tommy Brady, he threw 60 yards. Scotty Miller for a home run, 60 yards in the air from old Tom
Brady. He ride high 60 yards. Let alone throw a football that far.
And all of a sudden, I told you better beware of Scotty Miller. Little Amendola element, little Wilkinson. He's got it all. He's got it all rolled into one. Here we go. This is going to be Tom Brady's greatest challenge. He wanted a new challenge. He got one. Welcome to the challenge. Not like this, because I don't think he saw this coming. No. Because it's virtually impossible to have the quote-unquote first day of OTAs on August the 18th, and as you say, it's 26 days to the opener at your arch rival in the team picked to win your division at New Orleans. And you're with a brand new team, brand new coaching staff, brand new city, obviously, brand new house, your living circumstance. Everything's new, and you don't even get one preseason game to try to figure it out. By this point, if we were normal, and I'm not sure we'll ever be normal again in this world, but that's a whole other issue. But by now, normally, you would have played 2 preseason games, and you know and I know what would have happened. Old number 12 would have pushed to play maybe a half of those games for the first 2, and he would have asked, could we keep the first team out there for maybe a half? Because I need to figure these guys out on the fly against a real defense. Not that Tampa's isn't a real defense, because it's really good. But the point is, now he's playing college football again because college has no preseason games, which I've never understood. I thought they should at least be graded in one preseason game against some team in your neighborhood that you could at least have a sort of a controlled scrimmage against. But remember, college football, there are a lot of times, normally, there are a lot of big clashes on opening weekend, big intersectional clashes at Jerry World, and they just get thrown into the fray cold turkey. You practice, covering punts and kickoffs and all the things, holding on field goals, but it's one thing to do it in practice, it's a whole other thing to do it in New Orleans in the Superdome.
There's some things you just can't simulate in practice. Yeah. And you can't return the return games and all the special teams element of it. You can't simulate that. Because guess what? You tell, okay guys, when you get there, pull up. Well, in a game, those guys aren't pulling up. Because those guys that are on those special teams, that's probably how they're going to make it. So they got to make a name for themselves. So now what do you do? And this is, like you said, this would normally be, we'd be 2 games in. 2 games into a preseason. Yep. Now we're no games in. And you would just go, okay guys, okay Tommy, we know Tommy, this is going to be the start. Let's go play football. So it's very unique, and because Tom has not been in this system. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, he's throwing the in cutting route. I saw Mike Evans on the out route or flat. He's thrown that 100 times, but he just hadn't called it. What they're calling it in hell. So that's the biggest thing is learning this verbiage and then equating it to things that he's very familiar with.
So, if anybody can pull this off, that guy can pull this off. And I expect him to play at a high level on September 13th at New Orleans. Right. Conversely, the same issue could face Cam Newton in Foxborough because if they're going to throw him into the fire, it's all new to him. It might be even more complicated for Cam right now than it is for Tom in Tampa.
Because if you remember when Peyton went to Denver, they basically adopted his system. They did? If Tom was there, okay, y'all learned my system. Tom would be no problem. Yeah. He's heard this version for 20 years, so it would probably be a lot easier. I guess Bruce is saying it's easier for you to learn us as opposed to 11 guys learning you.
Okay? And don't think Cam can tell Coach Belichick, we changed the terminology. I got to use Carolina terminology. Sorry.
Coach Belichick ain't changing it.
Right.
That's probably why number 12 is up out of there. Is because he was unrelenting. He was not willing to change it. You read these stories about Brady wanted more and more input so he could get involved. Coach Belichick like, I'm trying to cut you down so you be less involved.
All of which is why I will not be surprised if Bill Belichick starts Brian Hoyer on week 1. Because he's in his 3rd time around there. He knows it inside and out. And I believe Belichick would think I have a better chance of winning my opener with Brian Hoyer than with Stid, as in Joe Stidham, second year, or with Cam coming to a whole new situation.
Man, look. Well, he's got Brian Hoyer. He had a nice little career. He carved out a nice little career.
Not bad.
He's taking the team to a playoff game.
Yeah.
But listen.
Okay, I'm just saying, under these very abnormal circumstances, it wouldn't surprise me if he says, I'm going to try to win my opener with a guy who knows how to call how to run our system and how to run the huddle. But maybe week 2, week 3, maybe he segues to Cam.
No, I'm counting on Cam. Cam did that thing. I just saw him on here. He was dancing. He doing his thing. Yeah. Just like he just in a different uniform doing what he does. Cam
same thing?
Yep.
Okay. Calling the same button.
No, he doing all that now. See.
Well, I would like Tom's chances in week 1 better than Cam's in a new offense.
Well, considering that Cam is against Tom's weapons as opposed to what
thank you.
One guy got high grade assault rifle, the other guy got BB gun.
And that's why Tom Brady looked so bad last year. Thank you very much.
But it's not like
thank you for bringing that to.
Well, it wasn't like old Tom was a marksman either.
He's going to the worst group of receivers in the league, and now good luck, Cam.
Well, Elvis going to show those off. So Cam doing that thing, that's what Jules said. Okay? Well, Jules.
Luka Doncic set an NBA record for the most points in a playoff debut with 42 last night. The 21-year-old also had 9 assists and 7 rebounds to go along with a game-high 11 turnovers. His 42 points were not enough, though, to secure the win against the Clippers. So, Shannon, I start with you. Give Luka a letter grade, please.
Skip, I would have given him an A+, but I couldn't give him an A+. Not with those 5 turnovers in the first 3 minutes and 11. He was one off the record of 12 set in the game. I think James Harden has the record of 12 in the game. But I think it was nerves. I think he was excited, understanding that this is a very special moment, only in his 2nd year, and here he has already carried the team into the playoffs. He was getting everything he wanted. He got to the basket anytime he wanted, and seemingly no one can stop him. So I think they're going to try to do next time, Skip, they're going to try and get the ball out of his hands and make other guys beat him like they did, like they tried to do later in the ball game. But 14 of the 21 shots came in the paint. Indeed, when he got to the paint, he was making good passes that, for whatever reason, guys just went cold in the second half. But had he not had those 11 turnovers, this might have been one of the great performances we could have been talking about. Because I'm not so sure they wouldn't have won that game because he had some turnovers down the stretch also that hurt this team. So I'm going to give him a B. But he would have got, I'm going to give him a B. I'm going to give him a B.
Wow, all of a sudden, you're...
Oh, baby bird. Oh, baby bird.
Baby bird.
Baby bird. That's what he called him in Dallas.
Huh.
What you gonna
That's
get?
what you call it.
Here's the only thing. Can I get you on record? He's the closest thing you've seen since legend.
I can't even put him in the same breath. And I'm about to tell you why. I wrote down A- just because of the turnovers, and you went all the way to a B?
I went to a B. No. Let's give him 11.
Mercy.
11 doesn't give 11.
He scored 42 against 3 of the best wing defenders in the history of the league. All 3 of them.
So you say.
So I know. I'm talking about all 3 of them. They're all 6'8"-ish, 6'7", 6'8". They're all physical. They're all grown A men.
Yeah.
They are all wily, tough. They are going to take it to you. And by the way, I don't think he was nervous early. I just think he got attacked the way he rarely gets attacked in this league. They even sick old little Pat Bulldog on him, right?
And then you see him let the ball game, he cuffed your Pat Bell.
Yep. Yeah, but he also was losing the ball. It was all up in the air and all around because Pat Bev was up into him. And I just think he got attacked by piranhas. They were coming from all angles. And it took him about 5 minutes to figure out, I got to play at a different speed tonight. You know, my body language, my RPM, everything has to go up to cope with these guys. And he bounced back. And I've told you from the start, the reason he doesn't belong in the same breath with Larry Joe Bird, your favorite player going up, is that he can't shoot. But last night, he figured out how to make 14 out of 15 free throws. So he kept them in the game by making 14 free throws to only 15 total for the whole Clippers team. Of course, Kawhi made 6 of 6, because he always makes 6 of 6. But in this case, Luka can't shoot threes because, I've told you this before, for the regular season he shot 31.6%. That's horrible. He ranked 140th out of 147 three-point shooters. He was near the bottom of the barrel as a three-point shooter, and last night he did make 2 of 6, but he shot 1 big old air ball. And he's like, my bad. Well, he shoots a lot of air balls because he's not a very good shooter. And from the free throw line, he shot 75.8%. Better than LeBron, but still not very good.
But LeBron ain't got to do it. Well, LeBron might have a 40-quarter, but
really?
But Skip, I couldn't give him an A for the simple fact 11 turnovers, and they called the A. Now,
okay. And by the way, I'm going to finish on the free throw shooting. He ranked 85th of 118 free throw shooters, which is horrible. Look, Larry Bird could shoot the lights out.
Larry was the high 80s.
He was 90. He had a couple of years where he did a plus 90 in free throw shooting. And for those who don't know, Larry Bird could shoot it back behind his head at 6'9". It was unblockable. He couldn't leap. He couldn't rise up.
But that's the thing, though, Skip. Larry averaged double digits for his career, and he wasn't taking no balls off the rim. He was a below the rim rebounder, and he wasn't fleet of foot, just like Luka. The difference is he's one of the all-time great shooters. Not only from distance, but mid-range. He can get to the. He's like, man, how y'all let Larry Bird get to the rim? He ain't even moving that fast. Next thing you know, he's laying it up on one side or coming up on the other.
But he tricked you. He just outwitted you and out-quicked you mentally, where he was a step ahead, and he would get up and lay it up off the glass or reverse lay it up. You say, how did he pull off? He's a big man. He's 6'9" and probably weighed 230.
You think he was that?
I do. But he got heavier.
Yeah, he did. That back, he wasn't allowed to work out. Okay. But Skip, his mid-range game, everybody talking about the I mean, he would pump fake like, oh, you look at, and next thing you know, he's switched.
He's done switched. I agree. So Luka has none of the above. No. He has no mid-range. He has no jump shot to speak of. There's none. He has no real dependable three-point shot. I still don't trust him at the free throw line, but last night that was really good. That was big. That's the best I've ever seen shoot free throws, and he was shooting them with a little more conviction.
But Skip, you do realize now he has 2 more years before he's at the age in which Larry entered the NBA.
Yeah.
So give him 2 more years and let's see where he is, and then we'll revisit this conversation again and say, hey, you still, look like baby.
Okay. So, did anybody ever say the book on Larry Bird is we got to rough him up, beat him up, and knock him off his game? Nobody ever says that about Larry Bird because he was cold-blooded when he stepped on the floor. He's the one who's beating you up.
This was 80s basketball. And the white guys that played back then, they were tough. They would fight you. Larry would fight you, Bill would fight you, those guys would fight. It's not like that now, Skip. You remember Lambert? Bill Lambert kept fouling Bird hard. He fouled him, and Bird just beat him. He beat him on the floor.
He's gonna swing on him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dr. J, he fought. Who fought the Doc? Nobody, you ain't supposed to fight Doc. Bird
will fight.
Yes.
Yep. He fight anybody.
Luke ain't wide like that, Skip.
Okay. Remember Larry Bird at Indiana State when they won the regional final to get to the Final Four? Indiana State fan ran onto the floor at the end of the game. Just they were going to mob him. He turned around and decked the kid. Decked one of his own fans wearing his own collar. Just decked it.
Well, you remember they beat the Lakers in a game 7, and the fans were running on the court. And you see how he's shoving people. Get off me. And he's trying to get up out of there. He's wired different. But Skip, as far as his skill set and the things that he can do, there have been very few players that come in the league this young can do what this young man can do.
Okay, so the book on this kid is we're going after him, we're going to get physical, we're going to knock him off out of his comfort zone.
Right.
And they did that early, and that's the first time in his still very young career I saw him fight back.
Right.
Not physical, not fist fight back, but he fought back. He said, okay, watch this. I'm going to take you guys into the lane. And I'm not going to out-physical you in the lane. I'm just going to use my genius. And he has lane genius about him because he's passing. Obviously, he's got that gift. It only comes like once a generation when you have that gift.
He's got
seeing it, feeling it, passing it.
Before it happens.
Yes, before it happens. He also is a below-the-rim rebounder with a Rodman-esque gift where he sees the carom before it happens. Like, oh, I'll be over here because I can't out-jump you, but I can screen you, and I'll just use my body, and it's going to fall right in my lap. Okay? It's the same way with his lane shots. He drives in, and you think you have him stop cold, and then all of a sudden he's Euro stepping around you and laying up maybe just barely over the rim off the glass. He's not going to dunk on you. He doesn't dunk on anybody. He's not going to embarrass you above the rim, but he will embarrass you below the rim because you think you got him. Kawhi thought he had him at one point last night. Jump stopped on him and thought he was dead, but he hadn't picked up his dribble yet, and the next thing Kawhi knew, he was past him.
Yeah, but the difference is that he's European, and he plays, and they play up in their style of game. Larry grew up, remember he said, I used to go play with your brother on the pickup, in the flat top game. It was physical out there. So he grew up in a physical game. So when he got to the NBA, and you remember in the 80s, it was all time because and David Stern like, man, we got to clean this up. This is getting out of hand.
I agree.
And so he grew up playing a physical style. But Luka's understanding, in order for me to reach my maximum potential, I gotta tear that book up because the book out right now is get physical with me, and then I'll turn it down. And no, I gotta turn it up, not turn it down.
Luka has the genius to understand that in the lane you can win slow.
Yes.
You can play at a slower speed as long as it gets. It's an awkward speed to try to defend because people aren't used to it. You're moving at a pace and a rate and in ways that nobody's anticipating. And it's like, how did you do that?
Just like Manu. Manu Ginobili had Derrick Rose or Russ quickness. But somehow
Manu, when he was a kid, he could jump though. He could leap and he could swing.
He definitely played. But that Euro step, Skip, he could.
It's like what? It's awkward. It's like you can't do that.
Exactly.
What are you doing?
Because you stand there and then he fakes it, and then next thing you know, he steps to the side, and the James Harden just taking it to a whole different level. I mean, I don't know how he does it. He and Giannis, and so now Giannis, you get guys that are more athletic than Ginobili doing the Euro step. You get Giannis that 7 foot tall Skip. He taking 3 steps from half court, and he's at the rim.
Yep. I never thought this kid could score that many points in the paint against those 3 or 4 defenders.
I didn't think they would let him get in the paint.
I didn't think so either. I would agree. And I think they will take it up one more level to keep him out. I don't think, because I think the Clippers are too proud, that they will try to take the ball out of his hands. I think they're a proud bunch where Doc will say, I've got multiple defenders, and I'm not going to use 2 of them. We're going to play you straight up, but you're going to see 4 different faces during the game, maybe 5 faces.
Well, for me, Skip, obviously make somebody look. I'm trying to win. I'm trying to advance, and I'm trying to do this as quick as possible. So if that means letting Tim Hardaway or Finney Smith or Cleaver or Seth Curry, let them have, because I know this kid, Skip, he was like a top 5 scorer. He's a top rebounder, top assist guy. So I know what he's capable of doing.
Yeah.
He might be first team All NBA. So, no, I'm going to let some of you other guys see what you guys can do, because I know what he can do. He just went and got 42 and 9.
Yeah. And I have had issues with Luka because I see him defend nobody, but at least last night, and that's why I give him an A-. He did have 3 steals, so that's Bird-esque, if I can,
yes.
Because Larry Bird could really disrupt on defense because he would use his genius to anticipate when you're going to pass it and I'm going to get a hand on it.
Yep. So I pretty soon, I see you warming up on Luka.
I'm trying to give him credit, except he can't shoot a lick, and so don't bring me Baby Bird.
He gonna get better.
Yeah.
He get better. Like I said, he got 2 more years before he's at the age in which Larry came to the NBA. So give him 2 years. We'll revisit this in 2 years.
Okay. After he got his body and his psyche battered by the Clippers last night, let's see how he bounces back tomorrow.
He might drop video.
Really? Well, if it's in an L, I'll be good.
That's all we care about. Saturday on Fox, don't miss the championship fight between 2-time former world title holder Sean Porter and Germany's undefeated Sebastian Formella in his U.S. debut. The championship bout begins 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on Fox and Fox Sports app. Donovan Mitchell did everything he could last night in Utah's overtime loss to the Denver Nuggets. His 57-point game ranks as the 3rd most all-time in NBA playoff history, behind only Taylor and Michael Jordan. Mitchell did make a costly mistake when he was called for an 8-second violation of 4 with under 2 minutes left that allowed Denver back in the game. So Shannon, what was your biggest takeaway from this one?
It was a historic performance, Skip. I did not see this coming, and I saw him get it going early, but I didn't think, I said, okay, he get high 30s, maybe 40. Skip, I didn't see 57. And I've seen a lot of great playoff performances. But Skip, this is unbelievable what this kid was doing. I mean, he was attacking the rim, the mid-range game, he was shooting the 3, he was perfect from the free throw line, but it was his costly mistake. Skip, they're up 4 points. They're up 4 with a chance to go up 6.
Yep.
He gets that violation, and the Nuggets come right back and drill a 3, and now what could have been a 6-point lead is all of a sudden a 1-point lead. And they really never got momentum back into the ball game. And the only thing that and Jamal Murray was equally as hot as Donovan Mitchell. But the difference was Jamal Murray had his guys to come along with him. In the fourth quarter, Donovan had 22. He had another 6 in overtime, so that's 28 points in the fourth quarter in overtime. None of his other teammates had more than 4 points. Where you had Murray go hot, and then you get Jokic doing what he does. Jeremy Grant was unbelievable down the stretch. But Skip, Donovan Mitchell performance, Skip, that's one for the ages. That's the most points ever in a playoff loss. They topped LeBron. Remember, LeBron had 51 in the playoff loss last year, Skip. I don't even know what to say. When LeBron said, the NBA is in great hands with these young guys, Skip, these guys are doing it. I mean, 57 from with this guy. And then you get Doncic, go from 42. And you get Tatum, the youngest Celtic ever with a 30 and 10 game. Yeah. And when you talk about the youngest Celtics, think about the Celtics, all those legends that they got. And this kid. So this was a great performance. And I was like, Utah, you're like, man, they boring. But you couldn't move, Skip. He had you captivated.
Yeah. Which brings me to my bottom line. I would like to thank both of these young men for putting on one of the greatest shows of clutch shooting down the stretch for the last 6.5 minutes of that game as I have ever witnessed mano a mano.
Yep.
Back and forth. Can you top this? Yes, I can. Can you top that? Yes, I will. And it was a privilege. It was an honor to watch it, and it was the most fun I've had watching sports in about 6 months. It might qualify as some of the most fun I've had watching NBA basketball in my life, and I've watched a whole lot of NBA basketball because these 2 young men said, no, 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 no. And if we could see the tape, I just had them pull the tape of the last 9 shots made, the first couple, maybe a couple from Donovan, but you can just see what starts happening here. It's Donovan attacks the rim. Okay, that's at 6:29 left. here comes Donovan. And he just pulled up right in the face of the defender, and boom.
He's feeling it.
Yep, he is feeling it. Now it's Jamal Murray's turn, and he pulls up, and then goes up and under 18 feet, and he makes it. Now we go back to Donovan Mitchell from 3. That's getting crazy right there. Yep, and here we go. He's got lots of games.
I did not see this in Louisville.
Yep, and here we go. Jamal Murray says, no, it's my turn. That's 139 left to cut it to 1. And now he's going to tie the game with a step back. That tied it at 125. And here he goes with another step back. Look at this. And that put them up 2. And then Donovan Mitchell tied it again with that.
His step back.
Oh, that was a showcase of shootouts. And here's what I was left with. Remember, Donovan Mitchell is 6 feet 1 inches tall. So he's not a giant.
Right.
Jamal is taller. He's listed at 6'4". He doesn't play that tall. He looks like he's more 6'2", but he is 6'4". Okay, so that brings us back to tonight's game. And you know my issues with Damian Lillard. So I'm going to go back into this one last time ahead of tonight because we've seen Dame just go crazy hot for long stretches. And you say he has completely convinced you. We've seen 61 and 51 and what else?
42.
We've seen that. But we haven't seen what I just showed you. We haven't seen him close a deal the way Jamal did. Remember, that game went to overtime.
Right.
And remember, Jamal scored 18 of his 36 points in the last 139 of regulation and in overtime.
Right.
That's 18 points in 139 plus 5 more minutes. It was 8 points in the last 139 and then 10 in overtime. That's half of his 36 came late. Well, he just closed the deal. And again, you mentioned he gets some help from teammates, but mostly he just saying, no, I got this.
Yeah, but Utah couldn't get any stops because they allowed him to shoot 67% from the 3 in the fourth quarter, 60% from the field. You got to get some stops.
Okay, so here's my issue. To sum it up one last time ahead of tonight's game with Dame. This is his greatest opportunity to show he can close deals because remember, he's gotten swept out of the last 2 playoffs. 2018 against New Orleans, he got swept. And he was not good in 4 straight fourth quarters of those games. Then last year I've talked to the death, I'm beating the dead horse, but against Golden State without Kevin Durant, 4 straight close games scored in the fourth quarter. He didn't do Dame stuff. He didn't do what you say he didn't do superstar. He didn't do life changer where he just says, I'm that guy now. I have arrived, and I got you, Steph, and I got you, Clay. Watch this. CJ was equally bad. You could argue CJ was even worse in those 4 fourth quarters and 1 overtime, which brings me to the bubble. As many points as he scored in stretches, against Boston down the stretch, he disappeared. Against the Clippers down the stretch, we know what happened. He had the 2 free throws he missed, and that was against Clippers backups, and he missed the 3 to tie the game, and they lost to a ragamuffin Clipper team at the end of the game. And then we saw in the last 2 games that we saw him play against Brooklyn and then Memphis, over the 19 minutes and 12 seconds that he's played in the 2 fourth quarters, he hasn't scored a basket. Well, I just showed you Jamal and Donovan and Jamal. Well, the guy that was proclaimed the MVP of the bubble, he's gone 19 minutes and 12 seconds of fourth quarters without. He scored points from the free throw line, but not field goals. He's made no shots like any of those ones you just saw. So I sat back at the end of that game yesterday and I thought, I just want to see that one time from Damian where he does that to somebody. Where he just says what Donovan was saying, I got this.
Well, you see what happens, though, Skip. At some point in time, if you cool off, and Donovan cooled off in overtime, he didn't have anybody to bring him along. Well, if Donovan doesn't do that, they're not going to get to overtime.
I got it.
But Dame, Skip, he got 61. He had a 51. He had a 42 player.
All right, but I haven't seen him one time close the game the way those 2 young men were closing.
Oh, you saw that against the Lakers when he dropped that 48 on him. Yeah, he closed.
Well, that was Kobe's eulogy.
Yes, he closed that. He hit those long threes.
Okay. I think they won pretty handily that night, as I recall.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, it was close, and then he hit a three. I think they were up three, and then he hit a three.
Okay, well, you can argue the Lakers' minds were elsewhere, right?
Well, they ain't gonna put it elsewhere.
Okay.
So,
well, I'm just saying.
Well, I hope he doesn't close. I hope he doesn't close tonight.
Well, I know you have mixed emotions, but this, to me, I don't have your mixed emotions. I just want to see Damian Lillard rise up at the end of a closing game.
Why do you want to see that now?
Well, because it's time. Because I haven't seen it before in a playoff game. No. I haven't seen it.
You want him to rise up and knock the Lakers out.
No, I don't. I really don't want to see the Lakers knocked out for our sake, our show's sake. I want to see the Lakers and the Clippers. But I would love to see Damian Lillard just say, "Watch this." It would be great because I haven't seen it before.
I've seen it. Ask Paul George. He said, "Paul George, watch this from 37 feet away."
Okay.
Boom. He said, James Harden, watch this from 32 feet away. Boom. Game ending, series clinching, three. Is that not closing?
Okay. That was in a first round playoff matchup, right?
Yeah, what the hell is this?
Okay. All right. Well, this is 1 versus 8. He gets to play 1. And nobody saw this coming, and now everybody sees it coming because Charles Barkley, we used to flip from him earlier in the show, he is predicting Portland. Greg Anthony is predicting Portland. The odds makers are saying that it's a runaway train, and the people are enthralled, is the word. They are enthralled betting on Portland.
If you pick Portland, and they win, you say, see, I told you they was going to beat the Lakers. You pick Portland, they lose. They were supposed to lose. They were the 8th seed. The Lakers was the 1 seed. You see, I'm telling you, it's like the lottery. I play the lottery. I just have to be right once.
Okay.
And then everything else is all forgotten.
Okay, but the point is, I think people truly believe that Portland has a real shot of winning the series.
Of course.
We had Chris Haynes on. He knows Portland inside and out. He's close with Dame. He knows that they believe they can beat the Lakers right here, right now.
I believe they're a better team, and I believe the better team, barring injury, the better team will always win a series.
Mm-hmm.
Barring injury, the better team will win the series because you can get lucky and win 1 game. It's hard to get lucky and win 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I believe Damian and CJ. I'm not going to leave him out. I call him CJ as a clutch jumper. I think they're going to have opportunities to come up big and win games. Would you want to be tapping your watch when you're down 0-2 to Dame and CJ? You want to be doing it? Same time? Is that what you want?
You remember my guy was
let's see it. I want to see it.
Do you remember my guy was down 3-1 to a unanimous MVP? A guy that went to 73 and 9 that averaged 35 and 6?
Yep.
Yeah, what did he do? What did he do?
You talking about Steph?
I'm just talking about I'm saying. My guy being down, I don't count my guy out. Until it's 4, until you win 4, and the horn goes off of that last game.
Yep. Your guy is 3-6 in the NBA Finals. That means 6 times he was lost.
About to be 4-6.
Really? About to be not 4-6 because you're not going to get out of the Western Conference.
Okay.
Well, right as the Mavericks and Clippers were getting underway last night, LeBron's production company, Instructed, gave us a sneak peek at the new Space Jam movie. A 12-second clip was released of LeBron showcasing the new Toon Squad jersey. Oh, I like it. Shannon, what did you make of the timing of this?
Everybody like it except the haters, mainly you across from me. Look good in this gear. Like it.
Is it my turn?
No, it's not your turn yet. I'm gonna get it. I'm looking at it. I'm ensemble as we speak.
Really?
I'll probably wear it on.
You're gonna wear it tomorrow?
Nah, I ain't got it yet, but I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna wear it on there too.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't care about the ensemble. I care about LeBron James knowing who the biggest audience was because Kawhi Leonard is now the biggest draw in the National Basketball Association. So LeBron said, I don't want to drop it before my game. I want to join the Clippers bandwagon because people are now more fascinated with the Clippers than the Lakers.
Okay, so we both go. Okay, y'all tipped at 6 o'clock last night, a little after 6. We gonna tip. Who do you think gonna have the biggest audience? Clippers or the Lakers?
Well, apparently LeBron thought it's Clippers. Why wouldn't you drop it at the start of your own game?
We gonna do it again tonight too.
Well, but you dropped it. You started it with the Clippers game.
It's the playoffs, kid.
Yeah,
it's the playoffs.
Okay.
So we gonna see who's gonna have the biggest audience. The Clippers or the Lakers
I
tonight?
think he was deferring to Kawhi.
Don't do that.
It is Kawhi time.
It ain't Kawhi time.
Right?
No. Kawhi lives in San Diego. He lives in Rancho Santa Fe. He don't even live here. We live here.
He lives upstairs at Staples.
No, he don't live upstairs. He in the basement.
He's in the penthouse at Staples, and he is about to fall.
You remember what happened in Misery?
I think.
You remember what happened in Misery when he came upstairs and she told him.
Yeah. Okay. Knocking at the door. Shannon, I will take one as well. That'd be great. Thank you for watching Undisputed Today. We're back same time tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Stay good.
Welcome to the Undisputed Podcast. I'm your host, Jenny Taft. This podcast is the full show from today's episode of Undisputed from start to finish. They've got a busy slate, so skip Shannon. Let's get to it.
Good morning. Welcome to Undisputed. I'm Jenny Taft with Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp. Guys, how we doing? How about the game?
Good game. How you doing today? I'm doing great today. So last night, Charles Barkley called me out again. He called me a name again, as he repeatedly has for, I don't know, the last 20 years. So first, I would like to thank Charles Barkley for so faithfully watching us on Undisputed.
Yeah.
And second, I would like to congratulate Charles Barkley for finally getting a prediction right.
Yeah.
You know what? If you make enough goofy predictions, the odds are that eventually you're going to get one right. So Charles had predicted that Portland would win Game 1, and now he has quadrupled down that Portland will sweep your Los Angeles Lakers. And I say you better gloat while you can, Nostrachuckus, because it ain't going to last much longer.
Well, I don't really know why he chooses to take shots. I mean, people can have different views and varying opinions, and it's okay.
I do appreciate Shaq for saying, leave it alone, Chuck.
Shaq, looking out. All right, okay. How about we get to the game, shall we? Because Damian Lillard and the Blazers were just a bit too hot to handle for the Lakers last night. LeBron made history by becoming the first player to ever have 20 points, 15 rebounds, and 15 assists in a playoff game. But it wasn't enough. The Blazers ended the game on a 19-6 run to win 100-93, and Lillard finished with 34 points on 6 of 13 shooting from beyond the arc. Shannon, what on earth happened to your Lakers?
Skip, in the famous words of the not-so-good senator from Maine, Susan Collins, this is deeply troubling and concerning.
Well, you lost me on that reference.
Everybody, they'll know what I'm talking. Skip, now we had this conversation last week, and you asked me when they played the Nuggets, you said, what's my level of concern? I said, Skip, I'm concerned. I said, they won the game, but I'm seeing some things that I don't like.
Yeah.
And the main thing that happened, they shot 35% from the floor. They shot 15% from the three-point line, and they shot 65% from the free throw line. All those things, when you add them up, will be a defeat.
Yeah.
And that's what happens, Skip. The Lakers' two stars. The stars need to shine bright. They did not shine bright last night. And I know LeBron had a triple-double, had 23 points, but it took him 20 shots to get those 23 points. AD had 29 or 28. It took him 24 shots to get those 28 points. Okay. And for the first time, Skip, I believe the pressure bothered Anthony Davis because he was airballing shots. A lot of his shots outside the paint, they weren't even close to going in. And that's concerning to me. AD missed 5 free throws last night. AD's normally money from the free throw line. He shoot 85%. He shot 71% last night. Down the stretch, he and LeBron both missed both free throws. Back to back. That's unacceptable. Your superstars got to play big, and then you hope your role players chime in. It got to the point last night, I said, can we give Danny Green just 1 point if he hits the rim on a three-point shot? LeBron had, 16 assists? He should have had 25.
I'll buy that.
I mean, they just can't shoot it. This is, Skip, I can go into great detail and say this and that, and talk about the lineups and the match. They just cannot buy baskets. Caldwell Pope was open. I mean, Anthony Davis was minus 20.
Yeah.
Danny Green was minus 20. Caldwell Pope minus 18.
Yeah.
Those are your starters. And like I said, look, when you look at the line, you look at LeBron had 20, 16. And 17?
Yep.
Wow. But it didn't seem impactful.
Yep.
Normally a stat line like that from LeBron is impactful. You know his impact.
I am with you. When I saw it after the game, I was like, wow, I missed that. I didn't even know he was doing this.
But Anthony Davis, Skip, he's got to play better. Another 2-point outing in the fourth quarter. And there's a reason why they're letting you shoot those threes. There's a reason why they're letting you shoot those 20-footers. AD made basically 2 points outside the paint, Skip.
Yeah.
That's not good enough. He's better than that. Stop shying away. Stop doing those floaters. Put the ball on the floor and get to the rim and get to the free throw line. He shot 17 free throws. He should have shot 27 free throws. If he wasn't going to bail the Blazers out, he bailed them out a lot. But Skip, I'm concerned because the thing that's most concerning to me is that there's nobody on the horizon that can help them. Rondo don't shoot any better than what they have on the court. And again, the thing that concerned me last week against the Nuggets, I said, Skip, that was the second unit that shot 68% from the floor. If they can't stop them, how in the hell are they going to stop the Blazers or anybody else in crunch time? And that's what we saw last night. They couldn't stop. They went on the Blazers went on a 19-6 run and basically moved the game over.
Okay. So let me start with the very biggest picture from last night. If you shoot 5 for 32 from 3 against the worst defensive team in the bubble and in the league, the worst. 5 for 32 is 15.6% from 3. And you give up 24 points from the three-point line because they made 13 to your 5.
Right.
You're going to lose that basketball game. And it's not a blip. It's now a trend in the bubble because your Los Angeles Lakers in now 9 bubble games, 8 regular, that one last night.
That's a nice sample size.
It's pretty good. You're shooting 28.7% from the three-point line. This is among 22 teams that were in the bubble. You're dead last. You're dead last in free throw shooting at 71.5%. Won't work. Can't win championships making 70-odd% of your free throws. You need to be in the 80s. It's better to be closer to 90.
Skip, you mentioned the worst defensive team in the bubble. The Blazers have been giving up 123 per game.
You got 93 last night. 93?
With Anthony Davis and LeBron James on your roster, you got 30 points lower than what they normally give up.
Wow. Interesting. In scoring in the bubble, you are tied for worst with the Wizards in average points per game. So that's the big picture. Now let's go smaller picture. I have a whole lot to say about Damian Lillard's game, but first I must comment on your man LeBron's game. Here's the point of last night. With 7 minutes left in the game, LeBron James has in his hands the basketball with a 6-point lead.
Correct.
Shannon Sharp, as much as you love him, you have to admit, close that deal. You got to, against the Blazers, you got to close it. You are LeBron freaking James. You got to take it home. And it is your quote-unquote home game. I know it's in the bubble, but at least you're getting the piped-in fake crowd noise, right? When you score, at least they're going to roar somehow, virtual roar, right?
Yes.
So you have a tiny home court advantage, not like Staples, but a tiny one. And Shannon Sharp, what happens down the stretch after that? Well, not much happens from LeBron James. Now, your man Anthony Davis had already disappeared, but he disappears in a lot of fourth quarters. And what did he wind up with in the fourth quarter? Nothing. 2 points. He took 3 shots and made 1, right? Did he get to the free throw line? Yes, he did one time, but so did your man LeBron. So down the stretch, as you pointed out, back-to-back, they get to the first. LeBron missed a sort of a driving layup. It was ticked off the front of the rim. That was with 3:22 left. And that would have tied the game. And I'm sorry, I missed those 2 free throws. 4:24. So he goes back-to-back with Anthony to the free throw line. Do you realize the psychological damage you do to your squad?
Yes.
If both you and your co-star, your superstar, you march to the free throw line with the game on the line, both times you can tie the basketball game. If you make 2 or he makes 2, you tie the game. You put the pressure back on the underdog 8-seed Blazers, right? And you can't tell me they wouldn't start teetering a little bit. Uh-oh, those guys they're taking over now. You both go over. You 0 for 2 and 0 for 2. So you missed 4 straight free throws by your 2 superstars. It is a psychological crusher for your team. So then LeBron misses the driving layup at 3:32. He made a tip layup at 2:12 where he just tipped it and it went back in. It was slightly lucky, but I'm going to give him, he did score 2 points down the stretch. And then that would have cut it to 4 if he had made that. I mean, he did. He did make that. Yeah, that cut it to 4. And then with 30 seconds left, LeBron James did have a chance to cut it to 2 and maybe make it a game again because it would have gotten dicey from the three-point line, and he missed that. He and Anthony Davis, and to your point, I don't know why Anthony is just drifting and drifting and drifting out there. It's almost LeBron-esque where I'll try these long shots because people won't hold me accountable. These are hard shots for a 6'10" guy, right? They combined to go 1 for 10 from the three-point line. You're going to lose. Your two best players 1 for 10. You're up against Dame and CJ, and we know they can shoot it, and they're going to make more than 1 3-point shot in a game. So you have to cancel. You have to at least counterbalance that, and they did not. So my point is, down the stretch of that game, LeBron could not close it. And one other quick note on the Lakers, what do I always tell you? Who I believe is the closer? Who was born to be the closer? Kyle Kuzma. So what happened to Kuzma in the fourth quarter? Well, he was heating up early in the quarter. He scored 4 straight points, and I thought, uh-oh, here he goes. And with 8:03 left, Bumble pulls him out in favor of Danny Green. And it's a defensive switch because they don't trust him on defense because he's going to have to guard Dame or CJ, usually.
The thing is, Skip, with that, is that Danny Green is not knocking down shots. He's not that defensive guy that he once. And so now they're playing 5-on-4.
You have to outscore.
Yes.
You have to.
Yes.
You can because you have a huge advantage because they don't defend at any sort of level. So let Kyle Kuzma, what if you just let him have his head? Let him go. Let him shoot. Right. Could he have made 3 or 4 more in a row? No. He's pulled. He's game. And he doesn't come back in for about 4 minutes. He comes back in. They were up 6 when he left. They were down 2 when he came back in. He got no more shots. He had a tip try on an offensive rebound, but he took no more shots the rest of the game. Help me out. Is that the right strategy here? I think not.
Well, Skip, we've been kind of questioning Vogel's lineup and how he's trying to play it, and I guess he wants to keep the pattern which he's gone with all year, is that once Avery Bradley left, Kyle Kuzma stayed in his bench role because he wanted someone that can generate offense coming off the bench, and KCP moved into the starting lineup. But if KCP is not going to make it, not going to give you but 1 point. If Danny Green is going to miss his first 5-6 shots and miss them badly, Skip, you got to get some points over. Try Deion Waiters. They gave Deion Waiters a minute. They gave 1 minute. What's he supposed to do in a minute, Skip?
Okay. To Damian Lillard's game.
Yes.
This is why I was so impressed with what he did in the middle of the fourth quarter. Do you realize what a dire circumstance he was in career-wise, legacy-wise, when he came into the game with 10-15 left in the fourth quarter? Do you realize what happened over the first couple of minutes he was in the game in the fourth quarter? He missed his next 2 shots. He had a turnover. And all of a sudden, guess what was happening? He had now gone over his last 3 games, fourth quarters combined. He had gone 22 clock minutes without making a single field goal. He had gone 7-12 in the Brooklyn game. He had gone the whole fourth quarter, all 12 minutes of the Memphis game. And now he had gone the first 3 minutes of the fourth quarter last night without making a field goal. That's 22 clock minutes. That's almost like 2 fourth quarters that you have played without scoring a field goal. That's dire. And furthermore, he had suffered through a weird drought in the middle of this game because, remember, he went from 4:57 of the second quarter all the way to 7:37 left in the game without making a field goal. Do you realize that's almost 2 full quarters of play with no field goals? He started out hot. He scored 15 in the first quarter, and then all of a sudden he went missing. So think about this. He'd gone all those fourth quarter minutes over 3 games without scoring a field goal, and in the middle of this game he'd gone almost 2 full quarters without scoring a field goal. Don't you think your legacy is teetering just a little bit? You got your great opportunity against LeBron and company, 1 seed versus 8. You've been the hottest player in the bubble. You are the MVP of the bubble. And you better do something. And guess what he finally did? I love this. I was telling you yesterday, I told you last week, I don't care if you get trapped. If you're a superstar, the Lakers were trying to trap with a big at half court. It's absurd to me. Okay, so you're guarded by Alex Caruso. He tries hard, but he's Alex Caruso, right? He's just some guy to me who just tries hard. He plays hard. He's going to die for loose balls. He cannot guard Damian Lillard. No. Okay, so they're trying to trap with a big. So Anthony Davis is kind of running out there trying to do this. He's cutting too far, so he's it's too far, and it's too easy for Anthony Davis's man that he's supposed to be guarding just to come and pick. Just come pick, because you're going to have a traffic jam out high, and Damian is obviously quick enough and strong enough. He's just going to beat it. He can get space off that kind of a half-court trap.
You talk about late in the ball game, but AD knows that they had done a great job up until that point, Skip. Instead of just showing, they were hugging up. The bigs were hugging up, because if he sees daylight, he's going to rise up and shoot.
But if you see it coming, if Damian sees it, and you have the other big that he's guarding come and pick, you can wreak havoc on that kind of a trap. If you're running downhill, which he started doing, he's finally got aggressive and said, I'm just going to shoot things.
Yes.
Well, obviously, he has great range. He has effortless range. So with 7:37 left, he just rose up and made one from 26 feet, and that was to cut it to 3. And that was a big shot just to kind of save the game at that point.
Because, Skip, you know what happened? That was the one that it was the loose ball. And all of a sudden, Dirk is getting it, they pass it to him, and the clock is running down.
Okay? And then he gets a little farther with each next shot. The next one comes with 5:46 left, and it's to tie, and this one's from 30 feet. So he goes from 26 feet to 30 feet. Now he's starting to feel it, and he makes it. And all of a sudden he says, okay, let me try for a trio here. And he goes for another 3 with 3:13 left, except this one, he rises up from 36 feet. That's a logo Lillard shot.
Yes.
And that was the biggest shot of the night from Damian, because that put them up 3, and all of a sudden the whole game was tilting back toward Portland.
Yes.
Okay, this is just me. You can say I'm nitpicking, but I told you yesterday I wanted to see him continue to step on a throw, to close the deal the way I saw Jamal Murray two days ago now, the Denver-Utah game.
Correct.
Remember, Jamal, over the last 139 of that game, in a shootout with Donovan Mitchell, scored 8 straight points over 139, and then 10 points in overtime to just slam the door on the Utah Jazz. Well, I wanted Dame just to finish it off, but he didn't. He deferred. He took one more shot and missed it. But the biggest shots of the night, the dagger shots, that guy Melo, who is that guy? Where did he come from? He made a huge shot, and so did the new guy, the new kid. Gary Trent Jr. makes big shots. That's 2:33 left and 1:15 left. Dagger, ball game.
Skip, but when you look at Dame, Skip, he understands the game. He will take what you give him. Now, he's just not going to okay, they did a great job shoveling, folding to the side, trapping and getting the ball out of the hand. Now, if you leave him in the middle of the court, you're at his mercy, because he's going to either split it or he's going to go around the big. And you know you can't just show with him. You have to hug up. And if the big that screened you rolls to the basket, well, somebody's going to have to come, make him make the extra pass. But if you don't show, if you don't hug up with him like AD didn't, like Dwight Howard didn't, he's just going to rise up from 35, 36 feet. It's giving you watch him in the game, he's hitting in warm-up, he's hitting 6 or 7 of those in a row. So he's feeling very comfortable in that situation. But when he started the fourth quarter on the bench, Skip, that's when the Lakers got to make their move. When your best player is out, the team that's down, or you're up by a little, you make your move and you get some separation. Because they could not get the separation that they... You look at when LeBron goes to the bench. What does the opposing teams do? They get separation. They weren't able to get that kind of separation, and Dame came back in, and it was like, he never missed a beat, Skip. He did what you asked him to do. Okay, he went and got 9 points. He got you 2 assists. He had the big Melo. Maybe it was to CJ, but he had a big assist. 2 of, but the last one to Nurkic. The game was already over at that point in time. But Skip, he's special. He's a superstar, and he did it. And
what I'm telling you, if you lost track of this, the perspective on it, he was in dire danger of really having a big asterisk on his resume if he kept going silent in fourth quarters. If he kept silent in that fourth quarter the way he was, 2 big droughts, there was a lot of pressure on him because he obviously has high basketball IQ. He knew what was happening, and I applaud him for, under the pressure of the circumstance, making those 3 shots. He was due, he owed his team, and he gave his team, in the middle of the quarter, 3 big shots that saved the games.
He's a small man, but he's headed with it. He has 1-punch knockout power.
Mm-hmm.
He has the ability to hit 1 shot, and what was going on in the first half where he couldn't miss, it recreates that all again. It was like that scramble. He gets the ball, he sidesteps, and he lets it go. The clock goes off, and it switches. And now he's right back in the rhythm. He has that ability. He has a unique ability. Yes, he can go for stretches where he's not shooting the ball. Other guys are getting involved because, Skip, you got to realize he played for another 42 minutes. He played 43 minutes again.
Yep.
He's been playing 42 minutes a game. So he's coasted. He knows he can't just exert. So he's coasting, seeing, well, okay, CJ, you do something. Okay, Melo, you do something. Let's try to get it down to the bigs. Let them handle it. And then he's refreshed. He gets that burst of energy for a 3-minute stretch. And he goes boom, 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 and the game's over.
Okay, but I'm going to remind you again. In that game last night, he went from mid-second quarter to almost mid-fourth quarter without scoring a field goal, and he came through. He came back to life and came through.
But here's the thing with Skip. Because they built that lead, he could coast because the Lakers were going to have to exert energy to get back in the game. Now, had they been down 16, now you're forcing him to expend energy. They're up 16, so he's like, okay, I'm going to pick and choose my spot. We know it's going to take you, 8-10 minutes to try to come back into this ball game.
Yeah.
So even though he's out there for, these were not the 48, because as you mentioned, he went that stretch of 22 minutes where he really didn't do a whole lot offensively.
No.
That was the time that the Lakers needed to create some separation between them and the Blazers, and they couldn't do it. Skip, Dwight Howard they're up 6. Dwight Howard get a ticky-tack fight. Dwight, come on, bro.
Offensive foul.
Yes!
Yeah.
Skip,
This is a killer.
You see how they had been calling the game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you had just gotten away.
Yep.
We're pushing Nurkic. They call it on Nurkic. And I'll be doggone if you don't come right back and do the exact same thing again 5 minutes later. Come on, Dwight. Be smarter than that.
Well, hasn't that been his history?
That's his MO.
Yes.
It's kind of like Donovan Mitchell, Skip. You're up 4. All you got to do is just beat the 8-second clock and who knows you're possibly up 6.
Yep.
Instead, you 8 seconds and now you're down only up 1 because they come back and hit a 3. Skip, this is concerning. I was concerned last week with what I saw. But when you shoot 16% from the 3, 35% from the floor, and 64% from the free throw line, you're going to lose.
You know the term snake bitten? That's what they are from 3 right now. They're snake bitten. They got the demons in the back of their head.
I don't know what they got. But all I know is they're throwing a brick. Skip, these shots, they ain't no rim outs. Sometimes Skip, the ball rims out. Skip, these shots not even close. Guys hit the corner of the backboard. How the hell you hit the corner of the backboard? You got to aim at the corner to hit the corner and not the rim.
Like 3 in a row at that point.
I mean, Danny Green, Skip, I just say, if he hits the rim, we get a point. I'm not saying just hit the rim.
You realize Danny Green in the 2013 NBA Finals set the all-time record for threes made in a finals? Yes, that guy I lived and died with as a Spur. Because it's heaven or hell with Danny Green. And right now, you're stuck in hell.
Well, right now, we've been in hell and purgatory. We ain't seen no heaven since the first game against the Clippers.
I got it.
The Charlotte Hornets have suspended radio play-by-play announcer John Foki after he tweeted using the N-word on Monday during the Jazz-Nuggets game. Foki was tweeting about shot making in that game, but the tweet included the N-word instead of Nuggets. Foki has apologized and said he simply mistyped and had no intention of using that word. So, Shannon, what do you make of this?
Woo-wee. Skip, man, this is, and I get it. The U is right next to the I. The E is right next to the R. But Skip, it's going to be hard for him to overcome this because the phones have autocorrect. And every time I'm typing, I'm like, phone, will you stop trying to figure out what I'm trying to say? Damn, let me get it all the way through, because Skip, I'm typing something and no, I don't want that. I gotta go back. Can you let me get it out? And then if it's wrong, help me out. You never autocorrect when I need you, but you always trying to imply what I'm trying to think. So Skip, and I get it, and a part of me wants to believe that he made an honest mistake. But the problem is, in the business that he's in, the owner of his organization is black, and a lot of the players that he's going to be dealing with on a daily basis are black. And Skip, he's apologized. He has apologized. They're going to be looking at him like, man, you said that, you typed that. So Skip, so am I saying, have you used that word so many times, autocorrect, didn't even try to correct you? What's going on? Is it going to be a situation, Skip, where they're going to ask him to turn over his phone? They're going to forensically go through his phone and see if he's typed that, if he's used that kind of words before? I'm like, man, and Skip, it's hard for me to see a scenario where he's saying this is a great game between Utah and the N-word. So part of me, Skip, I do honestly, a part of me wants to say, you know what, the man made an honest mistake. But in today's time, especially in today's, Skip, you have to be careful. You really have to go, because there are a lot of times, Skip, I want to tweet something, and I'm like, okay, listen, let me read it again. Let me read it again, Skip. Let me read it. Because a lot of times, Skip, when I'm trying to, when I want to say something, are they going to take it like I'm trying to say it, or is it going to be implied, is it going to be referenced in a different tone? So I say, you know what? Somebody might take it a different way. I ain't even worried about it. Not even worth it, Skip. So for me, Skip, a part of me wants to believe. I'm like 80% believe that he made an honest mistake. Really? I really do, Skip. I really do. It's just hard for me to, that, in the line of work that he's in, and to the Nuggets and the, but like I said, Skip, autocorrect. So autocorrect, they give me like 3 different choices. They give me 3 different choices. I type a word out, you know, if you want this, you want this, or you want this. And so it didn't so that's the point. And he has an iPhone. And iPhones are notorious for you know, giving you 3 different options to choose from when you type in a word. So for me, Skip, I just think it's going to be hard for him to overcome because of the business that he's in. You have a black owner and you have black players that you're going to have to deal with on a daily basis. And Skip, they're going to be looking at you with side eye. I'm sorry. You know, you're like, I apologize in the beginning, but like, people walk around like, you did type that though. I don't know how, Skip, for me, I don't know how he overcomes that and stays there. Now, he might go somewhere else and get a different job, but I don't know how he stays in that role with that organization.
I'm going to say again what I always say to you about this word. It is the single most evil word in the English language. I can't imagine how anyone could accidentally type that word and hit send.
Right.
Especially a man sitting in that seat for the Charlotte Hornets. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, Skip. Hey, did you try to type like Nuggets and see what comes up? I mean, I typed Nuggets and the other part didn't come up.
Okay. I am not going to give him any benefit of the doubt. I'm not going to give him 50% or 80%. I'm giving him 0%.
Wow.
This is nothing but a fireable offense. He has to go. Because I can't come up with a plausible accidental scenario.
Right.
I just can't get it through my head.
Oh, he didn't type that on that phone before.
Thank you.
He didn't type it on that phone before.
It got auto-corrected because you have typed it before.
Yeah.
Which happens, if you type that word enough in your phone, it's going to start to, you'll see it come up in your autocorrect.
Yes.
And if you accidentally hit N-I instead of N-U, it's going to go boom. And then if you're in a hurry because you're watching a great showdown of a shootout,
right,
you just hit send.
Right.
Whoops.
And you want to get your comment out there before someone else comes up. They might be thinking the exact same thing you thinking. So you want to beat them to the punch.
And furthermore, only one team in this league is owned by an African American. It is owned and operated by simply the greatest human who ever played any sport in my estimation. And yet that man, Michael Jordan, has been criticized over his career for rarely, if ever, taking a racial justice stand.
Correct.
So now he'll be even under more pressure, more focus, more anticipation of what are you going to do now?
Well, Skip, over the last couple of years, he's become more woke. He has given $100 million to causes, and you know he's a different Michael Jordan, in 2020 than he was in the 80s and in the 90s when he was basically trying to sell shoes.
Obviously he is, and he got labeled with that one comment, Republicans buy sneakers too.
Correct.
And I think it has started to eat at him.
Yes.
We saw that some in the Last Dance documentary. And he wants to show that he has a big heart for this cause, for Black Lives Matter.
Right.
So he has tried to do everything in his power to make up for lost time. So we give it that.
Yes.
But now you have, I think this guy's only been there 1 year, so it's not like he's a legend.
Right.
It's not like he's iconic in the community.
He Chick Hearn ripped his soul and Johnny Moles.
And furthermore, I have to throw this out. He's from Minneapolis. His career had been based in Minneapolis. And the irony of this, obviously, is that was the scene of the crime, the murder that started Black Lives Matter. Not trying to condemn the city of Minneapolis. Sorry, Jenny, to bring it up. It's just ironic. That's where he's from. And so you sit back and shake your head and say, what is going on here? That can't be an accident. I'm sorry. It has to be over, and I'm not one. I hate to call for people's jobs, but this is the
This is definitely a powerful offense. Like I said, in his line of work, you're dealing with African Americans, and the thing that somebody's not going to want to talk to you because you uttered that word. Like I said, Skip, it's hard for autocorrect. Have you tweeted that? I mean, written that word down so many times on your phone that they don't even autocorrect. They just like, oh, that's what you mean, and you just sent it.
You would suspect that.
So he might have to be a Tom Brady skip. He might have to turn that phone over. Or does he smash it up like your guy did?
He changed his phone.
He changed
Time had passed. He changes phones every year.
Yeah, he said the information disappeared like old Clinton email.
Really?
Yeah, he's like old Clinton. Leaked it out, didn't he?
Well, at least he wasn't typing the N-word.
Yeah. But Skip, like I said, I just don't know how he overcomes this, Skip. And Skip, I believe in second chances. I don't believe
I got you. I got you.
But
except
some things you don't get a second chance for.
No. Over.
I mean, and that will, Skip, like you said, he does realize like the guy that owns the team that he works for is African American. How does he juxtapose that?
Just can't. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. What'd you say his name was? Folky? Folky. You got to go eat.
Yeah. And again, to your point, if he can resurrect his career elsewhere,
yes.
God help.
Yes. Okay. Give him a second chance, just not there. Okay. We agree on that.
Oh, it really does make you sick to your stomach, though. Skip, since you did bring up Minneapolis, I do want to point out that he was a radio broadcaster for the Lakers, and they have come to his defense, many of them, just saying that they've known him. Yes, the coaching staff has been tweeting about it, just to keep in mind for reference, but it doesn't excuse a mistake like that, guys. I would like to go back to the Lakers loss. Shannon, we're going to be here all day because it was a historic night for LeBron with that triple-double, but the Kings couldn't get enough help from his teammates in their Game 1 loss to the Blazers. Despite being up 6 midway through the fourth quarter, the Lakers still lost by 7. LA shot just 15% from 3, and after the game, LeBron admitted the team had breakdowns down the stretch. Shannon, how much trouble are the Lakers in?
Well, I've been worried about them, Skip. I've been worried about their three-point shooting, and I've been worried about their late-game defense. That's what we saw on full display. They couldn't make shots, catch and shoot. They were terrible. And down the stretch, they allowed the Blazers to go on a 19-6 run. Skip, I get it. There's no home court. You're not in Staples. But when you have Anthony Davis, you have LeBron James, and you're up 6, you got to bring it home. You got to bring it home. It's got to come home. Because you've been behind pretty much the entirety of the game. You were down at one point by 16, and you got to bring that one home. Skip, and they scored 93 points. Let that sink in. A team that's giving up 123 in the bubble, they hold you 30 below that with AD and LeBron on that team. Now, granted, you played some pretty good defense yourself because this is the first time that the Blazers have only scored 100 points in the season. So you did some good things also. But for KCP 0-9, Danny Green was 1 for 12, Caruso was 1 of 6. You can't win like that, Skip. Anthony AD and LeBron have to play better. Skip, they need to be around 60. That's at the bare minimum in order for them to win, to offset. Because, like I said, I can't count on Kuzma giving me 25 like he gave me the Nuggets. I can't count on that. I can't count on that Danny Green of 2013, Skip, that had the record for the most threes in a series. I can't count on that. What I should be able to hang my hat on is LeBron James and Anthony Davis, between the two of them, giving me 60-plus points, giving me 20-plus rebounds, and giving me 15 to 16 assists. That's what I should be able to hang my hat on. All the other things that come, I'll take it, gladly accept it. But I should be able to hang my hat, and I wasn't able to hang my hat on that last night. I'm concerned. I am concerned, and I've been concerned for a while.
So here we go to game 2. Now the pressure is completely on your team. Portland probably feels like it has one to play with.
Right.
You know, you can just go out, let it fly, just see what happens, and hope that the Lakers shrink again. Hope that they start missing and it becomes contagious missing again. Okay, I'm going to bring this back up because we talked about it a couple of weeks back, and I'm not going to minimize the impact of this. What did we hear about LeBron and AD, not only in the bubble, I think it had started back at the end of the regular season. They had decided no more shoot-arounds. I'm not saying that's why they're missing so many threes as a team, but there's a mindset to that. Maybe if they're not going to shoot around now, and it's so easy in the bubble because you can roll out of bed and you can walk to the arena. It's 5 minutes from your hotel. Your bus ride is 1 minute to the arena. It's not that hard to go to shoot around on the day of a game, the morning of a game, late morning, maybe it's at 10 or 11. Just go shoot. Right. And maybe you can break the cycle. Maybe you can smash the jinx of it. Maybe you'd feel better as a team if you went and everybody got up shots. And maybe all you did was shoot 3-point shots. And maybe you feel like you lifted the curse or the hex. You know, sometimes mentally, you know how it goes. And then if you can make a couple in the first quarter, maybe you start going contagious great on contagious hot. I think they need to go back to shoot-arounds because that's the only team I've ever heard of that doesn't conduct a morning shoot-around day of game. It's a tradition in the league. I'm pretty sure every team does it every game.
Well, Skip, this is the only team in the league I've seen constantly shoot 15% from the three-point line, too.
Right, so maybe there's something to that.
Maybe you're right.
Rajon Rondo has been cleared to play. He practiced, I believe, on Monday.
I saw him, he was shooting pre-game.
You need him. He brings this team something it did not have last night. It's an edge. It's an attitude. It's a playoff Rondo experience. There's something about him in big playoff games because he's been in a bunch of them and he's got championship in his pedigree. You need him to set a different tone than is getting set by Alex Caruso right now. I think the rest of the Lakers look at Caruso as a try-hard guy. You know, he's not good enough to make the impact that Rajon Rondo can make on both ends of the floor. Because Rondo, we know he's not a great on-ball defender, but he is a disruptor. He'll make a play with a steal. He'll do something to incite the team on a run. So you need Rondo to give you a new edge to this team. It didn't play with any edge or urgency last night to me. They fell behind by 16 right out of the gate.
But Skip, that's been the theme.
Yeah.
They've been slow out of the gates and then try to walk people down, and you have to exert so much energy in order to get back. Skip, in the third quarter, they scored 19 as a team. In the fourth, they scored 18. James scored 20 plus by himself. Scored 20 points by themselves. In the second half.
Yep. Back to Kyle Kuzma, I brought him up. He has to play feature him and get him going. He quick points, and all of a sudden he was going to the bench for reasons I still don't get. It was a defensive switch because they thought Danny Green could be better on either Dame or CJ than Kyle Kuzma can on defense. But you need to outscore Blazers.
Yeah, but you got to make them work. But you have to also make them work on the defensive end while they're making you work. And maybe that's what's happening with Danny Green because he normally gets the toughest defensive assignment. So maybe Skip, his legs aren't there because he's chasing Dame, he's chasing CJ. Well, you got to make them work also.
Yep.
Because if they're coasting, they're not worried. They're like, we ain't worried about you. We're going to double down on AD. We're going to double down on LeBron. And we're going to leave you shooters open. And as long as you don't make it, why would I ever not double down on AD? Why would I not ever double down on LeBron James when you guys can't even throw it in the ocean?
Yep.
Standing on the deck.
Okay. And finally, I also mentioned this at the top of the show. Your man, LeBron James, if in game 2 you give him a 6-point lead with 7 minutes left, he has to say, get out of my way. I'm going to shut this game down. I'm going to close it up and ship it home. Because it is a Laker quote-unquote home game. The crowd noise is going to be pro-Laker, the fake crowd noise.
Right.
He has to march to the free throw line. I know he's not great at the late game free throw line. In fact, he's the worst star at the late game free throw line you can find in NBA history.
66% now, where he was a 70.
Last night, as did Anthony Davis. But listen, against this team, he's being guarded by often Carmelo Anthony.
And Gary Trent Jr. Those are 2 guys.
Okay, and Carmelo did a nice job of just trying. He tried to stay in front of him. But against Gary Trent Jr., who's about 6'5", and LeBron's about 6'9", he cannot keep you from the rim. He cannot. No. I'm sorry, he cannot.
But see, the thing is, Skip, is that what Portland did last night, they went double big. They went Whiteside and they went Nurkic. Well, if you go double big with them, they're not going to respect JaVale McGee. They don't respect Dwight Howard. So why would Whiteside and Nurkic wander out there? They're there clogging up the paint. Whiteside had 5 blocks. He had 2 or 3 on LeBron.
He did.
Where that would have been easy layup had he not been in the ball game. So it's hard. So I know AD doesn't like to play the 5, but he might have to play the 5 in order to open up the court so LeBron can have that lane to come downhill.
I agree. The main thing they need to do is come out and make some shots. It's as simple as that. What's the most famous Doc Rivers line? And I'm not even sure Doc originated it, because it probably was originated back in the peach basket days. Right. It's a make or miss league and game.
Yeah, you put the ball in the hoop when you did.
And especially once the three-point line got invented, there's no more psychologically devastating shot in basketball than to make a 3.
Right.
It's like, boom.
Because the thing is now, Skip, not only can you make a 3, we've seen Dame Lillard make a living off making 4-point plays. So now, where if I dunk the ball and you foul me, I can get 3. Now I can shoot that shot 3 plus 1.
Yep.
And you see, Caruso, I know you watch the tape. If you try to go between the screen and get Dame, he's going to draw the foul, he's going to go to the free throw line, and he's going to make all 3 free throws.
Yep.
We've seen him do it. Skip, how many times? You're like, well, that's not. How many times have we seen him and James Harden do that?
Yep.
If you do it, he's going to draw contact, and he's going to the line, and he's going to shoot the 3 free throws. It's as simple as that. Come on, guys. Now, I don't know what y'all watching. I don't know how you watch film in basketball, but whatever y'all doing, change it. Whatever you're doing, whatever you're not doing, try something else.
Frankie V, as you call him.
Man, Frankie V.
He's on the hot seat right now. You better push the right buttons going into this.
They get him up out of there. He loses the first round, they get him up out of there.
He would be up out of there in a heartbeat because there are 2 former head coaches sitting on. I know Lionel Hollins is not in the bubble, but Jason Kidd and Lionel Hollins are just sitting right there waiting in the wings.
Right? He'd be like that Barcelona coach. They lost 8-2. Man, you got to go, bro. Yeah, you got to go. So you can't be the number 1 seed with LeBron James and Anthony Davis and go out in the first round. You don't.
I'm not saying game 2 is a must-win, but you better win.
Oh, it's
what
I'm saying. It's must-win.
You better win.
It's a must-win. Yeah. You got to.
Well, I mean, it's not like you have to go to Portland for game 3, but still.
Well, considering that I haven't seen the Lakers have looked like the Lakers twice, Skip. They look like the Lakers against the Clippers, and they look like the Lakers Utah.
They did.
That's it.
Yep, I agree.
Ezekiel Elliott is coming into this season motivated after recovering from COVID-19 earlier this offseason, which caused him to miss a month of workouts. Zeke said he's been working on his receiving game and practicing a lot from the slot over the summer. The All-Pro running back is entering this season with a chip on his shoulder and said, quote, I think I do have a lot to prove. I have high expectations for myself. So Shannon, will Zeke have a bounce-back year?
Well, I wouldn't even call it a bounce-back year. I expect Zeke to beat Zeke. I expect him to have somewhere between 1,300 and 1,600 yards, Skip. That's customary for him. But I think the biggest thing that hurt Zeke last year, Skip, they spent too much time trailing in ball games. It's hard to establish the run, Skip. You're down 24, you're down 19, you're down 17, and you're playing catch up. Zeke, if you remember, Skip, when Zeke burst onto the scene, he and Dak, they led the NFL in time of possession. Well, if you lead the league in time of possession, you don't lead the league in time of possession throwing the football. You lead it running, and that's one of the reasons why Zeke led the league in rushing. So I expect them to get back to that. Dak, it's hard to, lead the league in rushing and have your quarterback throw for almost 5,000 yards. But when you're in the trail position, now you neutralize Zeke. You basically do the team a favor because you take the ball out of his belly because you're trying to throw to catch up. Well, yeah, Zeke can catch the ball, Skip, yeah. But we don't think of him as Christian McCaffrey or Saquon Barkley catching the ball out with Kamara. That's not who we look at him as. He's a lunch pail. He's a hand it to me 25, hand it to me 30 times type of a guy. He's not one of these new age guys, Skip. You give it to him 20 and you throw it to him another 8 to 10 times. That's not what Zeke Elliott is. My question is, Skip, I'm hearing Mike McCarthy say, we got 3 number ones. We heard those guys say, well, we want to be 3 1,000-yard receivers. Yep. Well, Skip, there's only one football, like you say in basketball. There's only one football. So if you throw him 70 balls to get him his 1,000, you throw him his 80 balls, and you throw him his 85 balls. Well, how many balls you think Zeke gonna be able to get? At some point, Dak gonna have some incompletions. He's not gonna complete every pass. Okay. But I do expect Zeke to be Zeke. I think this offense, the West Coast offense, is very conducive to running the football, and I think Mike McCarthy wants to run the football. He's never had a guy like this. So it's gonna be a unique situation. He's had great quarterbacks. Obviously, had Brett Favre, had Aaron Rodgers. He's had some very good receivers. Greg Jennings, Don Driver. He's had some guys that go, Devontae Adams, but he's never had anything like this. Nope. He's never had an offensive line like this. No. So let's see how heavily he's willing to lean on Zeke and that offensive line to let Zeke be Zeke.
My first point is, I disagree about last year. I do need my man, Ezekiel Elliott, to have a bounce back year because by his standards, by my standards for him, he had a down year last year. And by the way, just for the record, he was handed the ball last year 301 times. The league leader in carries was 303, and that was Derrick Henry. Because down the stretch, he was getting like 40 carries a game. But it was just 2 more carries that Derrick Henry had than Ezekiel Elliott. Right. And yet, he finished only 4th in the league in yards. This is the guy who should perennially lead the league in yards gained. And he was 6th in yards after contact, which is not good enough for that guy. And he was tied for 23rd last year in rushes of 20-plus yards, tied for 23rd. That scares me because I keep telling you, I don't see quite the burst I saw as a rookie. Is it fair for me to... He just blew me away when he was a rookie. I just said, I saw Ohio State.
Exactly.
I did.
To tell the truth, I did. Alabama and Oregon and in the Big Ten Championship. Yeah, that's what you saw.
Those 3 games were absurdly dominating.
You're right.
He's going 200 plus. He's just running wild on 3 pretty good to very good defenses.
Yes.
And that was his second to last year. I don't know which one you call it at Ohio State, but he came back for 1 more year after that. But I saw Ohio State in his rookie year in Dallas. And then that year he averaged 109 yards per game. And then the next year it went to 98, the next year 96. Not terrible, but last year it dropped to 85. Right. So he's in a little bit of decline. But to your point, I do agree. The 85 was somewhat because they fell deeply into holes. And after a while, you just got to try to throw your way out of the hole. Correct. I get that. So I do believe he's going to have a bounce back year. And
when you say bounce back year, what do you say?
Lead the league in rushing and increase your catches. Remember, look at his catches. In 2018, he caught 77. Last year, it fell to 54. Not terrible, but not what he was.
But you have to understand the ascension of Gallup.
I got
it. You had Cobb.
I got it.
So you have to understand, as these receivers elevate, some of his numbers will come down.
Okay, but I loved what Jenny pointed out, that he is saying, I have worked much harder this offseason on catching. I've been splitting out. I've lined up some at the wide out and some in the slot,
right,
because I want to get more used to catching balls.
Right.
Tom Landry used to call Tony Dorsett as a receiver wild hands, because he was just kind of wild-handed, but if you ever got a hold of it, Tony Dorsett in the flat, good night.
Right.
Zeke can still do damage as long as he catches, but sometimes his body gets to move faster than his hands, and it's like, whoa, I forgot to catch the ball first. Well, if he'll just lock it up and put it away, as you often did, almost always did, you have to watch it in your hands, and then put it away, lock it up inside your elbow, you know. Well, then you can do more damage. So I'm loving that. My only cause to pause a little bit was he did get COVID. It wasn't brutal on him. It didn't wreak havoc on him. But he said doctors told him you can't work out for a month because you got to make sure all the organs are working back in harmony.
Right.
Not that you're not sick anymore. You just got to make sure that no damage was done.
Right.
Well, what was my big issue with him last year? He held out for almost the whole camp. He came back from Cabo, and he never looked like he was really in game shape. Maybe by the last 3 or 4 games, maybe. But it troubles me a little bit because I don't think he's a workout warrior. It's just not his, just...
Man, you remember how he used to come out there in pregame, his shirt rolled up? You remember how he went to the draft? He had to cut off tuxedo shirt and abs, all that, like he got tennis balls in his stomach.
Did he have abs?
Yeah.
Even for game days, when he rolled it up, it looked like a little bit of a roll.
Well, it looked like that now.
Yeah.
Like you've been eating out of that Salvation Army. Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe. I don't know.
But Ohio State is getting with chisel.
Okay, and I'm going to give you my least favorite stat of the year last year. On first down last year, this team gave him the ball the second most carries in the whole league. He had the second most first down carries. He averaged, on his yards per carry on first down, averaged 19th in the league. Do the math. You get the second most carries, but you only average yards per carry on first down, 19. Well, you're going nowhere slowly.
No.
It's -1, it's 1, it's -2, it's 2, it's 0, it's 1. And how many times did I come in here and tell you, I was just like hitting myself in the head. Don't do that again.
Right.
And you would make the point correctly that Jason Garrett's just like, there's no creativity. They just would, out of the shotgun, just here, everybody, I'm giving it to Zeke. Now go find a hole.
But then actually this, Skip. When the Cowboys made the playoffs, when the Cowboys have been at their best, who's been the focal point? His rookie year and his third year are the only 2 times in his 4-year career that they've made the playoffs. Who led the league in rushing? So it seems to me this offense works a lot better when he's the focal point. Well, it's hard to keep him at the focal point if you're down 24. You're not running your way back in the game down by 24. We look at Tom Brady in the Super Bowl, Skip. They were down 28-3. They had 7 carries the rest of the game. Yeah. It was throw. When you fall behind by that much, you've done the team a favor because you've taken Zeke out of the game.
How many of those throws in that Super Bowl were to a little running back?
Oh, a lot.
A whole bunch of them.
Yes.
Because that's how they do it.
Right.
That's how Tom Brady, he'll say, you're going to give me James White for 8 yards? I'll take that.
It was Skip. Zeke, when you come out with Zeke, is the old school back, Skip. He's a bell cow. He's a Derek Dickerson. He's one of those old back, 25, 30 carries a game. And it's hard, Skip, when you just used to just rolling over and getting the ball in your belly. And all of a sudden they tell you, now we're going to put you out in the slot. We're going to put you out wide, and we're going to throw you the ball down the field. Well, Christian McCaffrey is used to that.
He is. Yeah. And what I do love about that man, number 21, McCarthy said it yesterday. He can run it between the tackles.
Oh, yeah.
There are very few of those. Yeah. Who can just really hammer you between, they can just steamroll you up the gut.
Yeah.
Well, that's invaluable to set the tone for your offense. So if he can do that.
I mean, he's 225. People look at him like, man, Zeke's small. Zeke compact. Zeke is 30.
And he delivers a blow.
Yes.
He runs, you were talking about body lean?
Yes.
Well, I need that Zeke. I need 2018, 17, 16 Zeke. I need a little bit of Ohio State.
Well, how about this?
Just a touch.
Well, how about you not fall behind by 24, by 17?
Okay. Well, speak to my quarterback.
No, now you speak to your quarterback. Now you're the quarterback.
Damian Lillard's 34 points were too much for the Lakers last night. LeBron made history by becoming the first player to ever have 20 points, 15 rebounds, and 15 assists in a playoff game, but it wasn't enough. The Blazers ended the game on a 19-6 run to win 100-93. And we're now joined by Fox Sports NBA analyst Chris Broussard. Chris, I gotta know, what was your biggest takeaway from last night?
First of all, let me say this, Jen. Pardon my face. I was on the beach watching the game, and I know sunscreen. The sun treated my face worse than the Blazers treated the Lakers last night. So my biggest takeaway is that the Lakers cannot shoot. In a league that is increasingly built around shooting, and even more so in the bubble. And that's a major problem. But they can't shoot the basketball. They got, obviously, a historic performance from LeBron, even though there's room for growth there for sure. Anthony Davis could do more, certainly in late in the game, but he had 28 and 11. And they still only managed against the Portland Trailblazers. A team that had been giving up 123 points a game in the bubble. They shot 5 for 32, 15% from 3. LeBron, AD, Kuzma, KCP were combined 2 for 20 from three-point land. That's the Lakers' biggest problem. They cannot shoot, and I know it was worse in the bubble, but it was bad all season. They're in the bottom 10 in three-point shooting during the season. Even their two superstars, as great as they are, LeBron and AD, neither of them is great shooters. So sometimes even if they have it going, you're still trading 2 for 3, especially against a team like Portland. So that was my major takeaway. Look, let's be honest, the Lakers' defense wasn't that bad. It was better than I expected on the perimeter defense against the Blazers. I don't know if it was all defense or Blazers were just off, but Dame, DJ, Carmelo, Gary Trent Jr., none of them were on fire. David caught fire from 3 in the fourth, but throughout the game, none of them were really on fire like they had been in the previous weeks. And still, it was too much for the Lakers because when you can't shoot, you have no room for error. Your defense has to be on for pretty much 48 minutes, and you have to get great performances from AD and LeBron. And so that's my biggest takeaway, and I think they'll still win the series. I'm going to stick with my pick, but going forward, it could hurt.
I agree with you, and that's what I said earlier. Skip, 5 of 32 from the 3. That's 16%. They only shot 10 of 54 outside of the restricted area. That's 19%. On catch and shoot, they were 6 of 30. What is that? They're wide open. At one point last night, I was like, if Danny Green hit the rim, we get a point. Because he couldn't even hit the rim. Kuzma's in the corner on a corner 3. He hits the side of the backboard. I'm like, are you trying to, what is this? You're not at the fair trying to dunk the clown in the water by hitting the bullseye. Put the ball in the basket. They are wide open. And when they have these two bigs, and see, the Lakers, when you have two bigs like that, LeBron can't get downhill because there were a couple times that he got downhill and Whiteside met him at the rim. Nurkic is there clogging up the paint, so they really can't play the two bigs because they got shooters. So if you try to play two bigs, that means somebody's going to have to scramble and try to get out of one of those bigs when they hit you in the pick and roll. This has been concerning for me, but what's even more concerning than the shooting, Chris, is that down the stretch, they couldn't get stops. They could not get stops. And they went on a 19-6 run, and remember we talked about it last week. The Nuggets backup shot 68% in the fourth quarter. Well, if the Nuggets backups are shooting like that, what the hell you think Dame and CJ gonna do? Melo made a big shot. Trent Jr. made a big shot. But the difference was Dame. Dame is special. And like you said, he didn't go crazy, and they still beat you by 7. I'm worried. I ain't like it. You know what? If I can't even put on a good thing, I put on my best outfit. My girl said, "Boy, put on your best outfit, you'll feel better." I put on my best outfit, and I still feel terrible.
My turn. This game to me was all about the king. This game was about the man that is called by the man across from me the GOAT, proclaimed the MVP of this regular season. This game was about LeBron James down the stretch because, to LeBron's credit, when Damian Lillard made his first three at 7:37, what did LeBron counter with? He made his only three. It was a big one because all of a sudden you go back up 6. And then Dame dribbles the ball back up the court, and I thought it was probably a foul, but he gets bounced sideways and he just traveled. They called it travel by Dwight. Dwight got away with bouncing him to the side. And all of a sudden, LeBron James has the ball in his hands with a 6-point lead with 7 minutes left in what was a virtual Lakers home game. At least when the Lakers scored, the crowd noise that was piped in went up. At least you had a slight, quote-unquote, home court advantage. And down the stretch of that game, the King has to just slam the door. And what did the King do? With 4:22 left, he went to the free throw line. I always say he is the worst late-game star free throw shooter in the history of this league. And he goes right up to the line and misses both of them. Anthony Davis missed both of them right on top of that. And the point is, when your two stars, your co-stars, go to the free throw line and go goose eggs, miss both of them, it's psychologically devastating for your whole squad. So then what does LeBron do next? He drives and misses a layup. To your point, they're playing the double bigs, and Whiteside got his hand up, and LeBron had to try to arc it too high up off the glass, and he left it a little bit short. And then he got one tip-in shot, which was a little bit lucky, but he did tip one in at the 2:12 mark, and that cut it to 4. And then he had a 3-point shot, did LeBron James, with 30 seconds left, to cut it to 2. Could have gotten dicey for the Blazers at that point, and he missed that. It's just not good enough. If you're that guy in that circumstance, up 6 with 7 minutes left, you have to close it. You have to figure out how to march to the free throw line and make enough of them to get you home. Because, as Chris Broussard has brought up many times on this show, he's talked to many people, does Anthony Davis have that dog in him? Well, we haven't ever seen it. We didn't see it last night because in the fourth quarter he got real quiet. He took 3 shots and made 1. How many rebounds did he have in the fourth quarter? 1. Quiet. Did he block any shots in the fourth quarter? No. Quiet.
Minus 11.
Yeah, minus 11. I'm sorry, that's not good enough. So everything fell on the shoulders of the guy at the end of year 17, LeBron James. And he couldn't get it home. He had all kinds of chances, but he couldn't. And I'm sorry, it's not good enough. Your 2 stars have to take that game over up 6 with 7 minutes left, and neither did.
Look, I've said it on here before. LeBron has proven he can be clutch. He got 5 buzzer beaters in the playoffs. That's more than Michael Jordan 3, Kobe Bryant 1 combined. However, LeBron faces challenges in the clutch, and because he's not a great jump shooter. So he either has to go all the way to the rim, because he doesn't really have that pull-up mid-range shot, right? Or he has to shoot a long 3, but he's not a great 3-point shooter.
No.
If he's hot, if he's in one of those moments where he's just catching fire, yeah, he'll hit it. But like Shannon said, going all the way to the rim against Whiteside and Nurkic, you got to try to get the foul. I get it. You got to try to go there. Even if they're going to block the shot, you still have to attack. And if you get fouled, you got to go to the line. But then there's the challenge there because he's not a very good free throw shooter. So that is, we're seeing it with Giannis to a greater degree. I mean, LeBron's a much better shooter than Giannis. But we saw it in Milwaukee with Giannis. Teams pack in that paint and say, shoot the basketball, and now somebody else has to beat you. And that's the challenge that the Lakers have. Well, who else is going to beat you if AD's going silent in the fourth?
But here's the thing with AD. Think about this. He had Melo had 5 fouls. Whiteside had 5. Nurkic had 5.
All had 5.
Yeah. I mean, all you got to do is just keep driving the ball. And you're settling for threes. I mean, he airballed a couple of them. So, I mean, they weren't even close to Chris. I can see the ball limping out, they rimmed up, and come out. But these weren't even close. They're 2 bigs with 5 fouls, and you're falling away, and you're trying to shoot floaters. That's not AD's game. AD's better than this. These are the moments you are a big, and being a big for the Lakers is different than being a big anywhere else. No other big matter. Yeah, there have been great bigs, your Knicks or the Celtics, But it only matters when you a big play for the Lakers. That's what it is. And AD, you got to rise to the occasion. LeBron is going to have to play better. Yeah, he had 23 points and a big triple-double. But it took him 20 shots. AD had 28, but it took him 24 shots. No, that's not good enough. You got to be... These guys shot 50% from the floor in the regular season. This is not good enough. This won't win it. Hey, Charles might be right. If you don't come play better than what you've been playing, you get swept. And then they're going to clean house. Vogel will be gone. Ain't no question about it. They get swept, he's gone.
Look, this is going to sound crazy, but I've said it to several people. AD is kind of like a tweener. And by tweener, I mean he's not a great perimeter player in the line of a Kevin Durant, a Dirk Nowitzki, you know, somebody like that.
Right.
But he doesn't want to, he said it, he doesn't want to play center. And so there are guys in the league that put up huge numbers, and if they get their shot blocked or they can't have their way in a certain part of the court, they really don't want to go there. And I think to your point, Shannon, even he could have went at those guys and got them fouled out of the game.
Yes.
But he didn't want to risk getting the shot blocked, bodying them up, because he's really kind of a tweener. He's a good post player, but he's not a great one. He's a good three-point shooter or perimeter shooter, but he's not a great one. So what does he go to at the end of the game?
Well, timeout. All I ever heard on this show from the guy across from me is, nobody can stop him.
They can't.
He can score on anybody.
He can.
At any time.
Except
last night.
Except when he want to shoot all the way three-pointers, step back threes. Go to the bench. You got these guys. You got 4 guys with 5 fouls, and all of them have tried to guard you. If you don't put any pressure on them, Skip, look, you gonna get look, if you play basketball, you're gonna get dunked on, you're gonna get your shot blocked. And just like in football, you play long enough, you're gonna get your bell rung. Anybody that caught the football or played running back said they didn't get the bell rung, they're lying. So you're going to get your shot blocked, AD, but you got to challenge Whiteside. You got to challenge Nurkic. Look, they got to play a lot better. And they can't keep getting off to these slow starts. And another thing, LeBron, you might have to take it upon yourself to be aggressive. Because he spent the entire first quarter trying to get Anthony Davis going. And he can't get himself into a rhythm. You might need to get into a rhythm and say, AD, you need to come along with me. Because I need to get this thing going.
Now to Damian Lillard. I want to congratulate him for overcoming extraordinary pressure that had built on him last night into the fourth quarter. Remember, he came into the game in the fourth quarter with 10:15 left. And over the next 3 minutes, he missed 2 more shots and had another turnover. Wasn't pretty. So he had gone in the last 3 games over fourth quarter spans. That would obviously be the Brooklyn game, the Memphis game, and last night against the Lakers. Sorry, that over those 3 fourth quarters, he had gone 22 minutes without scoring a basket. That's extraordinary for a superstar to go that long without scoring a single hoop. It's almost 2 full fourth quarters over 3 games that you had not scored from the field. Also, in the very game that you were playing last night, you had gone through a weird long drought where you hadn't scored a basket from mid-second quarter all the way to mid-fourth quarter. Your legacy is starting to be in question. And what do? You finally say, enough of me giving the ball up with this half-court trap. They're sending a big. They're sending Anthony Davis out there. All I have to do is have my big come out and pick for me, and I'm running downhill. I can get by Alex Caruso any day, any night that I want to, because mostly that's who was guarding Damian Lillard. Alex Caruso, the Caruso. Stop it. So he started to separate from the attempted trap at half court. He could just get space wherever he wanted to. And he started saying, what do I do best? Well, he shoots from distance. So he made one from 26 feet. Then he made one from 30 feet. Then he came right back and said, I got this. And he made one from 36 feet. That's a logo Lillard shot. 3 in a row, mid-fourth quarter. As I told Shannon, I wanted to see him finish it off the way Jamal Murray did Utah 2 days ago. Just hammer it home all the way. But no, he gave up, he passed the rock, and Melo hit the dagger, and then Gary Trent Jr. hit the final dagger. But again, I applaud Damian because that was dire circumstance for him personally in his legacy with 7:37 left. And I don't know if he had been special up to that point, but he was for the next 3 minutes.
Those last 2 threes were incredible. Because I think that last logo 3 was more impressive than the one he did a few games ago. Because it was off a high pick and roll. Anthony Davis was coming at him. And I see Skip, look, I think Dame definitely has to play well. Like, he has to keep playing well, not bubble well, that was otherworldly, but keep playing well. But I kind of think he's playing with house money. Like, most people don't expect him. I know there's a growing number now that expect him to win this series, but most people would not fault him for losing to LeBron and Anthony Davis unless he just plays poorly. But he wasn't playing that badly. Obviously, he was hot in the first half. It was quiet, but I kind of like that because he does have other players. He's not dominating the basketball. He's not over-dribbling. No. And what you see is that because a CJ is touching the rock, a Melo is touching the rock, a Gary Trent Jr. touching the ball, when they need to hit big shots, they have stepped up and hit them, as opposed to the Lakers, where those guys haven't stepped up. I don't know if they're just out of rhythm or really they just can't shoot. But he's had...
That latter part you said.
Hey, if you're going to beat the Lakers plus 24 points from the three-point line, you're going to win those games. That's just too many points to give up from the three-point line.
But Skip, they dominated the Blazers on the offensive rebound 17-5. So think about how many second chance points you could have created off that if you could actually shoot the basketball. If they shoot 30%, they probably win this game. Skip, if they shoot 30% from the three, they win this game by 10.
Man, what happened to that guy, JaVale McGee? What happened to Dwight Howard? I don't know. Were they out there?
Dwight gets some of the ticky and tacky. If Dwight pick up one foul, in the next 30 seconds, he's going to get another 2.
Despite LeBron's historic triple-double, the King couldn't get enough help from his teammates in their game 1 loss to the Blazers. Up 6, midway through the fourth quarter, the Lakers still lost by 7. LA shot just 15% from 3, and after the game, LeBron admitted the team had breakdowns down the stretch. Chris Broussard still with us. Chris, I start with you. How much trouble are the Lakers in?
Well, look, I'm sticking with my pick of Lakers in 6. I'll stick with that. I said there was a 10% chance that the Blazers win the series before it started. I'm going to up that to 27%. 27% now. The Blazers have a chance. But here's what needs to happen. And look, LeBron had a tremendous floor game last night. I mean, obviously it was a historic stat line that we've never seen. But he's going to have to be more aggressive as a scorer.
Yes.
Because he has to realize, I'm getting no help other than AD, who doesn't really do it in the fourth quarter. I am getting no help. And we've always compared LeBron to Magic Johnson. He's more like Magic than Michael, especially now that he's playing point guard for the LA Lakers. But one thing that Magic always knew was when he had to be a scorer first. If Kareem was there and Worthy was there and Byron Scott had it going, Magic was content to just get guys involved and pass the basketball. But when one of those guys wasn't there, or multiple guys weren't there, he would become a scorer even though that wasn't his nature. LeBron's going to have to do that. And so some people are calling for like Alex Caruso to start. Maybe you do that and LeBron's more off the ball, and then he has more of a mentality just to score. But whatever the case, he's going to have to be more aggressive looking for a shot. And I know he doesn't always like finishing over 7 foot. And they've got 2 of them in Portland. And you saw he had trouble finishing at the rim yesterday. But he's going to have to keep attacking. And if it means getting your shot blocked, if it means getting fouled and not finishing and have to go to the free throw line, he's going to have to do it. But these guys weren't going to give him enough help. Who's going to be hot a game or 2 or maybe more? AD is going to give you his points early in the game, but LeBron's going to have to take it upon himself to do a little bit more scoring if they're going to win. 23 points for LeBron is low.
Yes, exactly, and that's my point. I believe he needs to up that. He needs to be closer to 30 than down around the 20 mark. But if you look at the starters were 3 for 23 from the 3-point line. You're not beating anybody with that.
And then late game free throws. You missed 11 free throws. You shot 35% from the floor. And then your defense collapsed, as LeBron mentioned, in the second half of the ball game. But look, until they get some shooting, because I've always, and I said this early on, if Danny Green is not knocking down threes, he's a liability on the offensive end because now they're playing 5-on-4. And he's not the defensive guy. He's not Avery Bradley. He's not one of these guys that you just go, wow, he just. And maybe, I talked to Skip about this earlier, Chris. Maybe it's because he's exerting so much in trying to guard Dame, trying to guard CJ. The same thing with KCP. But when they weren't guarding guys that were CJ and Dame in the bubble, they were still struggling shooting the threes. So we can't use that as an excuse for saying, well, maybe they have dead legs. They got to play better. But even if they play better, I need my stars to shine bright. Because when it gets night, I want to look up in the sky and I want to see stars. And I want to see it shining. And my two stars did not shine like they were supposed to last night. I go outside at 10 o'clock at night. I need to see stars, Skip. I need to see stars, Chris Broussard. And I didn't see no stars.
Tomorrow night, you'll see stars. I know I said Lakers in 3. I'm now saying Lakers in 5. Enough of this doom and gloom. They're still the Lakers. It's still LeBron James and Anthony Davis, and they're just better than Portland. It is time for them to impose their will psychologically on this team. It's time for them to go out and have a tour de force game they are highly capable of having. And to me, it starts with what I think they should do tomorrow morning. They should go to shoot around. There was a story 2 weeks ago out of the bubble that LeBron James, Anthony Davis had finally decided, we don't love shoot-arounds anymore, we don't go. I don't know any other NBA team that doesn't go to shoot-arounds. I might be missing one, maybe it's been under the radar, but it's time to go back to shoot-around, if for nothing else, just to change your luck.
Right.
Just to break the hex.
To shoot around.
Yeah, just to shoot around. Shoot three-point shots. Feel better about yourselves, because you guys know three-point shooting is a state of mind. It's psychological confidence. It's a feeling. It's an aura that you get, and it's contagious on a team. And once somebody makes one and then somebody else makes another one, you see what happens. I've seen Danny Green make 6 or 8 in a row. Yeah. I have. I saw him on, what was that night, November the 1st at Dallas? Who made the shot of shots in the corner?
It's you remember opening night against the Clippers?
Yeah.
He had 28.
He did. He had 28. I've seen it before. I'm a Danny Green friend and fan. I've been watching him since he was a baby in this league. And for all those years at the Spurs, it can be heaven, it can be hell. He set the 2013 NBA Finals record for threes in a finals. And yet, this can happen too. And this year, there's been more hell than heaven.
Yes.
Okay, I get all that. But you should go to shoot around and try to start a new trend. I also think Rajon Rondo is crucial to this team, and I'm pretty sure he's been cleared medically. You need to start playing him because he brings an edge to this team. He brings a playmaking. He brings a made man feel, because obviously he was the point guard on a championship team in Boston. They need his attitude back on the floor. He plays with more urgency and is a better disruptor on defense than these guys have been. And finally, I want to see Kyle Kuzma play the whole fourth quarter. Chris, I told Shannon, Kyle Kuzma was warming up. He scored 4 straight points, and with 8.5 minutes left, Vogel yanks it. And I'm like, what? He's just getting going.
Yeah.
And here came, guess who? Danny Green. And it's for defensive purposes, I'm pretty sure. Because who does Kuzma guard? I'm not sure. It's got to be either Dame or CJ.
Well, at that point in time, Jim, you only had like 85 points. You talk about cares. You need somebody else.
You need a shooter. You need a no-conscience shooter down the stretch of the fourth quarter. So Kuzma sat for 4 minutes and came back in, and they had gone from up 6 to down 2. And the rest of the game, he didn't take another shot. He tried to tip on an offensive rebound and missed it. But no other shots from Kyle Kuzma. You need to get your shooters shooting in the fourth quarter, so I didn't get that. But I still say if they'll come right out of the gates tomorrow night and impose their will,
they are the better basketball team, and obviously they were all year long.
Look, here's the thing, and I'm sticking with you, Skip. But Portland is legitimate. We should not think of this as the Portland of the regular season. Because I have always loved Yusef Curry. I'm not saying he's an Hall of Famer, All Pro, or anything like that. But he's got swagger, he's got toughness, he's got skill.
He does.
And he wasn't there all season. Hassan Whiteside, we know, we've seen in the past, he can put up, 16 points a night and give you 12 rebounds.
It's a contract year.
His problem usually is that he can't get out and guard the three. Right? That's where he gets exposed because he won't go out there, he can't go out there and guard the three. But against the Lakers, you don't really have to worry. And so now those two are valuable. Carmelo, we know he's not as good as LeBron. He's actually even a year older than LeBron. But he's not afraid of LeBron. That's the thing. Melo doesn't, cower at the sight of LeBron James like some players. And we know Dame and CJ aren't. So they aren't afraid of the Lakers. They shoot much better than the Lakers. Their big men don't get exposed on the perimeter like they do against other teams when they play the Lakers. So this is going to be a serious threat to the Lakers. I'm sticking with them, but they got their hands full.
So obviously, there's no Avery Bradley. So obviously, you don't have a premier perimeter defender to guard either Dame or CJ. So obviously, Portland's going to score points. That, as Shannon pointed out, to hold them to 100, pretty good, actually. But you have to outscore them. Your mindset, your approach has to be, we have to outscore them.
Yes.
So LeBron James, you have to be selfish tomorrow night. You can't worry about how many assists you get. You need to score the basketball.
LeBron might need to have that same stat line, but with 35 points.
I totally agree.
And Anthony Davis is going to need to be, he's going to have to be what he was in the regular season against Portland, which is about 30, 31, 32, and 11. That's what he's going to have to be. But he's going to have to be efficient. Neither guy was efficient. No. Yeah, they got numbers, nice numbers. Yeah. But that was that's a very inefficient way to get those numbers. And what we know about these two guys, they are efficient ball players, especially LeBron James.
AD needs to realize that his reputation is on the line. I'm not saying people aren't going to think he's a great player. But remember, in New Orleans, mostly on the national scene, people weren't paying that much attention to them. They're just looking at box scores, wow, look at these numbers AD puts up, and, players are hurt, so he doesn't have a lot of help. But now that spotlight is on him. Yeah. And people are scrutinizing his game like never before. And if they continue to see stuff like this, it will hurt his reputation.
Yep.
Saturday on Fox, the MLS regular season returns. Catch Diego Rossi as he leads LAFC in the next chapter of the El Tráfico rivalry against Chicharito and the Galaxy. The action begins 6 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Damian Lillard continues to will the Blazers into victories. Last night, Dame dropped a game-high 34 points and was a whopping plus 19 for the night. He also went 6 of 13 from deep that included a go-ahead 36-footer in the fourth quarter. And I gotta admit here, I am becoming a Dame fan. It's fun to watch. Shannon, give it, Dame, a letter grade.
A+. A+. He continues to shine for the Lakers. Yeah, Skip, I got you. Because the fourth quarter comes around, you know what time it is. Everybody starts pointing at them watches. And it ain't talking about no Gucci either. The huge three, Skip, they have a 6-point lead. The scramble, it looks like AD and Caruso's going to get the ball. The next thing you know, Blazers come up with it, kick it to Dame. Dame sidestep, let Danny Green goes by. As the clock goes off, the ball's in the air. It splashes nothing but net. The 3 threes, the 2 big assists. Skip, sometimes, we got to stop looking at it because for me, is that having playing with John L. with my quarterback, Skip, sometimes it wasn't about throwing the touchdown. Sometimes it was about making crucial throws that kept us on the field. And sometimes, even though Dame is not scoring, he's doing other things that puts his team in position to win the game. Those are huge threes. Those are back breakers. And nothing breaks your back more than a big play. And Skip, having covered football, and I know that's your background, you love the sport of football. There's something about an 80-yard touchdown pass that gets the crowd going more so than a 1-yard TV run. There's just something about that. It's something about that 3-point shot that's more exciting now. It used to be the dunk. But now it's the three-point shot that gets the crowd. Although it's no crowd, it gets their team energized. And he was able to hit three, and as you mentioned, it goes from 26 to 30 to 36 feet, and he's going further and further and further. Back, back, back. And he was great. He was what you wanted to see your stars in the fourth quarter do something that helped their team win. He did that. He made the big shots. He made the big plays. I have no choice but to give him an A+.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I also have a choice, and I'm going to give him a B+.
Oh, my goodness.
Because I lost him for 2 full quarters, from mid-second quarter all the way to almost mid-fourth quarter. It wasn't Dame time. He was missing in action. He didn't score a single basket over 2 full quarters of play. And for that matter, he had not scored a single basket until that three-pointer with 7:37 left over 2 full fourth quarters of play that stretched all the way back to the Brooklyn game. Last 7-12 of the Brooklyn game, no baskets. All the fourth quarter against Memphis, no baskets. The first 3 minutes that he came into the game last night in the fourth quarter, it was not Dame time. He missed 2 shots and had a turnover. And then, to your point, there was a loose ball scramble and a kick to him. And at 7:37, he had a wide open, sort of standalone, uncontested three-point shot. And to his credit, he made it. I believe he has such a high basketball IQ that he knew he was in a dire circumstance at that point because the pressure was mounting because he'd gone so long over 3 straight games of fourth quarters without scoring a basket and so long in that game without scoring a basket. To his credit, he made that one. Wide open as it was, sometimes those are the hardest to make. And he ripped it. And he felt better about himself. And then he said, heck with this trap. I just want my big to come kick for me because I can separate from Alex Caruso. And he separated on the next one down and shot a 30-footer and made it. And that one was with 5:46 left, and that tied the game. So that's a big shot. And then with 3:13 left, he put them ahead by 3 with an absolute bomb. He shot that one from Cape Canaveral. And he made it. Clean as whistle. Blow the whistle, wouldn't that be East Oakland?
Yes.
Right. So he blew that whistle from deep.
Hold on. I thought that's supposed to be a Laker game. How the hell we playing the
You know what? That's a good question. Who did hit that? That's a good point.
Yeah, he'll get 5. We got to fire his butt.
Wasn't that a Too Short song?
Yeah, that's Too Short from Oakland. He was Too Short from Motown.
Yeah, okay. But Dame was over.
Yeah, he going to he went stupid with it.
He did?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
who did that?
I want to know. That's a very good question that you should ask. That was a Laker home game. Who hit that button?
Yes.
Okay. It sounds like somebody with the Lakers is becoming a Dame fan too.
Yeah, secretly undercover. But he had 9 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists in the fourth quarter. And if you remember, Nurkic had just picked up his 5th foul. Nurkic is on the time when he hit that 3 and the Lakers called timeout. He doing this. He said, you know what time it is? It's Dame time.
Okay.
Skip, you told me you wanted to see him score something other than free throw.
Okay, but I did want him to take it home.
He did.
He did not take it home.
He did.
There's 3 minutes and 13 seconds left. Did you see Jamal Murray 2 days ago against Utah? Did you see what he did? He just said, give me the damn ball and get out of my way. The last 139 against Utah, Jamal Murray scored 8 straight points and then went to overtime and scored 10 straight points.
Let that sink in.
That's closing.
As hard as Jamal Murray was, and he had 18 over the last 5 minutes.
No, last 139.
He only
had
had
16.
He only had 2 more points than Dame Lillard.
2 more points how?
Total points. 36 to 34.
Okay, for the whole game.
Yes.
But remember, Jamal Murray, down to the 139 left in the fourth quarter, he had only 18 points, and he went up with 36.
Yes.
That's impossible.
And Dame was coaching and said, you know what, this game about to get out of hand. Let me go ahead and do what I do.
Well,
boom, 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 boom,
okay,
boom.
I give you that because he needed to make those shots. And then, remember, LeBron canceled his first 3 with a 3 of his own.
Yeah,
and then
comes right back.
But then Dame's dribbling him off the floor and he gets bumped by Dwight. I thought it was a foul, but they called it travel. So all of a sudden, LeBron's got the ball back. And here we went, and Dame saved them. But then The two who brought it home were Carmelo with a dagger and then Gary Trent Jr. with another dagger. And those came at 2:33 and 1:15. Dame was quiet the last 3:13. Took another three and missed it.
Any good team, if you smart, you said anybody other than Dame. Skip, I'm going to live with that. I'm going to let Melo. Now, I know Melo has hit some big buckets. Melo has a lot of game-winning shots on his resume. He got a lot of game-winners on his resume.
He's had them this year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Skip, you remember that Memphis game? He the one that tied the guy in overtime with that three. He did it again on Saturday.
Yep.
So I'm not surprised, Melo. Gary Trent Jr. is the one that's showing me something because he's not afraid.
He didn't show me much until that shot.
But he's not afraid.
He's not afraid.
Yeah.
And you know why he's not? Because he grew up around pro basketball locker rooms.
Yep.
He was in NBA locker rooms because his father was a decent NBA.
And that's normally how it works. You look at Steph Curry, you look at Klay Thompson, you look at these guys that grew up around it, Grant Hill, you look at these guys that grew up around that situation, and they're not in awe of the moment. Even though he's a second-year player, he played, I mean, that was a big shot. That was a big shot, and I'm like, there's no way he's going to take and make that.
Yep.
And he switched.
And he fearlessly attempted to guard LeBron James for much of the game.
And I just knew I was ready. You know, Miss Trip Dub, she had been in quarantine. You know, she arrived late, so she had to stay an extra 3 or 4 days in quarantine. But she made it out just in time. She was watching the game.
Really?
Yeah, Miss Trip Dub was down there in the bubble.
She cannot go.
Yes, she can. You can have what you can have if you got close family and friends.
Not yet.
Yeah.
That's in the second round.
Yeah, we there.
She was in the bubble. LeBron's got to be quarantined now.
You already
got to be quarantined for like 8 days.
You see LeBron always has his mask on, and she was there?
Really?
Yeah, but she had quarantined everything. She was good. And,
oh, you're saying she stayed 6 feet away?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw stars too because I read in my head. You know what? I got to stop getting like this, Skip, because it's almost like I'm playing. Because when we lost the game, Skip, I couldn't sleep. And now I worked myself up with the football game, especially the Lakers, man. I can't sleep. I'm tossing and turning. I'm done. Really? I ain't watching the game. No, you have to tell me how it happened.
I'm here to tell you, you have no issues. You're okay. They're going to win tomorrow night.
I get so worked up. The dogs are worked up. They, you know, because I'm on it. You know how it is, Skip. I'm on it.
I know. Nobody knows better than I know.
I keep thinking about Miss Trip Dub. Made an appearance, didn't get the job done.
Nah, she didn't. Right. We got to send her blood home.
LeBron became the first player to ever have 20 points, 15 rebounds, and 15 assists in a playoff game last night. He also gave the Lakers a 6-point lead with a 3 in the fourth, but failed to connect on another 3 to bring the game within 2 points with just 30 seconds remaining. And get this, it was just the second time in his career that LeBron lost game 1 in the first round of the playoffs. It really stood out to me. Shannon, give LeBron a letter grade, please.
I'm going to give him a C-, Skip.
Really?
Yeah. It just goes to show you the level of greatness. When a man can do something that's never been done in the history of the playoffs, and the best he can get from me, one of his staunchest supporters.
I would say the staunchest.
One of them.
Yeah.
It's a C- because the bar, as you said, the bar is 8 feet. And only one person has ever cleared that bar. So for me, Skip, look, he lost. So we start with that, he lost. Then the 2 missed free throws. Can't happen. It can't happen. We needed those.
Yep.
Especially after AD had just marched to the line and missed both of his.
Yeah.
You could ill afford to give up just 4 points. That's 4 easy 3 points right there that you left by the wayside. He drove the ball 16 times, which is more than he normally does. But when you got 2 7-footers rated on your Skip, it's kind of hard to get all the way to the rim. So he trusted his shooters. But I think the thing is, LeBron's going to have to trust a little less. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's okay. You're giving them an opportunity. But here's the thing. Nobody's going to care that KCP went over. No one's going to care about Danny Green. Nobody's going to care about Caruso.
Yep.
This is all about you and Anthony Davis.
Yep.
The Lakers team is tied to you and AD. And you and AD need to make sure you bring this thing home. Skip, I thought he worked hard on defense. He drew a charge on the right side.
He did.
He tied up CJ, got a jump ball out of it, and ended up getting a layup out of it.
It was a good point.
Yeah, it was. Skip, LeBron is going to have to be more of a scorer and maybe less of a facilitator because although those assists were nice, they missed entirely too many shots. So take it upon yourself and say, you know what? I will draw these fouls. I'm going to get that big bus in foul trouble. I'm going to march to the free throw line. And on Thursday night, I'm going to go 13 or 15 from the foul line. Anthony Davis is going to go 14 or 14 from the foul line.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a 30-point triple-dub. AD going to give me 30. And we're going to win this game. And we're going to say, okay, now we can play basketball.
Wow. So what's the old line? The cliche, I can criticize my wife, but you better not, right?
Right.
So you're criticizing your quote-unquote wife, LeBron,
right.
But I better not, because if I leveled that kind of criticism at your man, you would be steamed at me.
Yeah.
But you are steamed at your Lakers, and it's now trickled all the way down to Shannon's LeBron, right? So I've never heard you heap such doom and gloom on LeBron James' head.
Objected.
Well, this is the first day in the history of our program that you have been objective. And it seriously is. I'm in awe of this. You gave him a C minus.
C minus.
I wrote down C. I wrote down C because this stat line has never been accomplished in the history of the playoffs.
Right.
Think about that. Nobody has ever put up these kind of numbers. I know the points are fairly low, 23. It's a good number. It's the Michael Jordan number that he stole, but it's a good number. He stole. So it's 23 points, but it's 17 rebounds and 16 assists. Yet LeShannon was objective enough to look through those numbers, past them and underneath them, to wait a second. Those are really misleading.
Yes.
Because they did lose. And he did go 1 for 5 from the three-point line, and he did go 4 out of 7 from the free throw line. Not good enough, not good enough.
Right.
He also had 4 turnovers, not the worst he's ever had.
But they only had 9 of the teams, Skip, so they took care of the ball.
Pretty well.
Yeah.
He got carried away with the assists. He gets a little whipped creamy where he's just trying, I'm going to try this, I'm going to try that. And sometimes, like Markieff Morris just wasn't ready. Well, I didn't know you were even going to try that. It was still a pretty good pass. It just goes right out of bounds.
Right.
Okay, so the point is, I'm going to go back to end of game. You can't, after Anthony Davis has let you down by missing 2 free throws, you can't march to the line and clank them both. Brick both free throws because your team needs you at least to make one of them to feel better about itself. And I thought that was the psychological death blow for the Lakers. I thought it was just impossible to overcome that because it looked like your 2 superstars marched to the line, had chances to tie the game, and both of them goose-egged from the free throw line.
They did.
And then down the stretch, after that, LeBron misses a layup, and to your point, he was driving it enough.
Right.
Having some problems. Again, he's at the end of his 17th year. Is he as explosive as he was when he was 22?
No, he ain't going to just be able to elevate over everybody all the time.
He can't do that. He's still extremely explosive and athletic for 35.
Right.
Extremely. It's extraordinary, but he's not a kid anymore.
Right.
And yet he attacks with the right fury, but then he starts to launch. Listen, Hassan Whiteside, he'll lead the league in blocks.
Yeah, he had 5 last night.
He had 5.
So
and it changed the game and saved the game.
It did because he looked like Danny Green or Kuzma was about to have a layup, and then he comes out of nowhere and blocks that one. He blocks 2 of LeBron James shots. He blocks 1 of AD. So he blocks a dunk on Dwight Howard. So yes, and plus the 23 points. Yeah, it took him 20 shots.
Took him 20 shots, but he got 16 assists. And they shot 5 of 32 from 3. Help me out with the math.
They threw 30%. He got 22, 23 assists.
Maybe
25. Yeah,
maybe 25 assists. Well, would that not be? We would have done the whole show about.
Well, they didn't win the game.
Yeah.
Because the thing was, they couldn't make threes early, and so they made a few. And when Danny Green finally hit one, I just collapsed. I just collapsed on the floor like, huh? And then
one thing about Danny Green, he will not stop taking them. He is fearless and no conscience about shooting them. But when he gets cold, he gets ice cold.
Well, sometimes I wanted to have a conscience. Sometimes I want you stop doing things and have you know what I shouldn't be doing.
But you know what they say, shoot or shoot.
Yeah.
And you just have to keep shooting, and he will keep shooting. And trust me, it will turn around when you least expect it, and he'll make 5 in a row. And you'll say, where was that?
Is that going to be Thursday? He's going to make 5 in a row Thursday?
I got a feeling it would. They need to start hot. Somebody else needs to make one first.
Yes.
So maybe LeBron needs to go down and logo LeBron one.
Yeah.
And then here they go.
Well, he tried to do a little more LeBron and barely threw iron on it.
No. They were all having a hard time, but when he and AD go 1 for 10 from 3,
yes,
you're probably going to lose the game.
Yeah.
Obviously, he needs more help from his co-star, but I'm not sure he's going to get a whole lot more help.
No, and AD got to be better than that.
Yeah.
If you want to be thought of as one of these pantheon big men,
yeah.
If you want to be one of these historically great, and you play for the Lakers, Skip, you got to deliver. You're not in New Orleans. You can't say, well, I don't have any help. You got LeBron James, and y'all should be enough.
If you haven't checked it out yet, the brand new Fox Sports app and website are up and running, and fans are loving it. Modern and sleek, the ultimate app for today's sports fan is here. Download it now. Anthony Davis led the Lakers in scoring last night with 28 points, but went 8 for 24 from the floor and 0 for 5 from beyond the arc. After the game, AD said he got all the looks that he wanted, but it came down to making the open shots when they were there. So, Shannon, I start with you. Please give AD a letter grade.
Skip, I had him down for a nice little grade. He still passed, but I recommend he take the class over me.
Really?
I gave him a D. I didn't have a choice, Skip. 0 for 6 on catch and shoot situations. He missed the 2 free throws with a little under 5 minutes left. An 85% free throw shooter. He missed 5 last night. 8 for 24, in which he's a 50% shooter from the field. And he only had 7 points in the second half, and he was minus 20 in plus minus. AD, you better than that. AD's better than that.
Is he?
Yeah, AD's better.
Sure.
Yeah, my nephew better than that. I know he's better than that. And he's gonna show you on Thursday. But Skip, I don't see how he gets a C with that type of performance. And you look at him in the first half, he had 21 points in the first half. And he gives you 5 in the third and 2 in the fourth? 2 points? And for most indication, he's top 5 or 6 at worst best player in the NBA. And that's what he gave us last night. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable for someone as talented as him. And you know you have on purple and gold. And you are a big. The expectation get high.
They do.
And so for that, I had to give him a D.
And I also give AD his second initial. I give him a D also. You almost talked me into a D minus. Yet, just like LeBron's stat line, if I just glanced, if I hadn't watched the game, if I just took a quick look at 28 and 11, that sounds pretty good, right?
Yes.
That sounds Laker-esque.
Yes.
That's like Kareem-esque, Shaq-esque, right? 28 and 11. Look a little deeper. 0 for 5 from 3. What are you doing taking that many three-point shots? And from the free throw line, 12 of 17. But more important, in the fourth quarter, when it really mattered, game on the line, and at 2 points in the fourth quarter, you got a 6-point lead. He takes 3 total shots. He makes only 1. And he got to the free throw line how many times? 1 time with 2 shots, and he missed them both.
And you remember opening night at the restart, Skip, he was 17 to 18 from the free throw line, which really was the difference in the ball game.
Okay. But what happened on opening night of the whole season?
Yeah.
What happened in the fourth quarter against the Clippers? He disappeared. He goose-egged in the fourth quarter. I don't believe he's that guy that you think he is. I see all the talent. I see the skills. He's like a 6'10" guard. You know, like he plays like a guard. He was a point guard in high school. Then he grew way up, and all of a sudden at Kentucky, he took over college basketball. Has he taken over pro basketball? Where the second level stats say, yes, you have, because you are the PER Prince, player efficiency rating. He was 4th this year. LeBron was 10th this year. Okay? So is he that guy? Because in New Orleans, did he ever lift that franchise up to greatness? No. And they had some talent.
Yeah.
Boogie was there.
Yeah.
Rondo was there. And his biggest playoff claim to fame was with Rondo when they swept Damian and company 4 straight games, and it was playoff Rondo, which is why I think you need playoff Rondo tomorrow night.
I need somebody that can hit a jumper. If Rondo can do that, I take him.
Well,
throw Jason Kidd out there.
He will.
Riley Hollins might get help.
Well, even Rondo and Jason Kidd aren't very good shooters, but I will guarantee you come playoff time in big moments, those guys will make big threes.
Have you seen the way the Lakers been shooting the ball?
I have.
It don't look like they got very good shooters either. Skip, I saw Anthony Davis once get 59 and 20. Saw him get 40 and 20. So I know he's more than capable, but you can't settle. And you can't stop falling away from the basket. You can't start shooting floaters. If they block the shot, they block the shot. But you're going to get more calls than not. You had Nurkic and you had Whiteside, you had Melo with 5 fouls.
Yep.
Somebody got to get out the game. And because you weren't aggressive enough, take it to him.
Shannon, he is who I thought he was.
He gonna show you.
That guy in New Orleans, he went 5-8 in playoff games, and in regular season games, 216 and 250. So what's that? Like 30, I'm sorry, 34 games under 500.
He's going to show you on
something is missing. How many anonymous quotes have we talked about this year from various executives and personnel people around the league? He doesn't have that dog in him. Even Charles Barkley said the other night, I don't think he has that dog in him. You got to have some guy who says, I'm going to just go out there and kill all y'all.
Lakers by 10.
Okay?
Lakers by 10 on 30.
I hope you're right, but I think that's going to have more to do with your guy, LeBron James, than that guy, Anthony Davis.
I'm calling Fox Bear right now. So
are you?
There, yeah.
What did I warn you about yesterday? What have I warned him about on Twitter and sitting in this seat? Be careful what you wish for. He wished for purple and gold. He wished for La La Land. He loves it here, and I don't blame him. I love it here.
But it's a different type of expectation.
Hey, this is different.
I mean, there are certain situations that you go to. Boston's one of those, and the Lakers. It's kind of like the baseball. You go to the Yankees. What Yankees they talking about? Yeah, the AL. Yeah, that's nice.
No,
it's all about World Series.
Yeah. If you're getting max money and nobody cares.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Okay, and I'm going to warn him again. LeBron can be the greatest teammate you ever play with, and he can be the most difficult because he will pass you the basketball like nobody. LeBron's still the best passer of basketball, has been since he stepped on an NBA floor.
He was something last night.
He did beautiful. Just beautiful. It's gift. It's like you're born with this gift, and he is flaunting his gift now at age 35. But LeBron will also pass you the blame. We've seen it before, especially with co-stars. He will make it clear to the media that you are not holding up your end of the bargain. Let them lose another game because he's not there for LeBron. I promise you, LeBron will go passive-aggressive with some kind of post-game shot at that guy.
LeBron don't need to because everybody watched the game last night. Yeah. Everybody, I was watching on Twitter. AD, what are you doing? AD, stop floating, stop shooting threes, get down. So everybody sees, but AD knows. AD knows what's expected of him. If I talk to him, he knows what's expected. And I expect him to come back with a 30 and 15 game.
You're going to give him a little lecture this afternoon?
I just might.
You might?
Might call a little goat, too.
I think both of them need to go shoot around tomorrow for the first time all year and shoot around.
Where we going? We're going to do whatever we need to take to break out. Hold on. How about them other guys go to shoot around? They the one that need to be making the shots. We ain't getting a whole lot of catch and shoot. What AD is. LeBron's not getting a whole lot of catch and shoots. But Danny Green, Danny Green was minus 20. Caldwell Pope was minus 18. AD minus 20. How you gonna win with that? These are your starters.
Yeah.
And you shoot 16% from the three-point line. You shoot 65% from the free throw line and 35% from the field. And you expect to win a game? The mere fact that you were even in the game should be a cause of the, like you said, when you said that, a moral victory. That should be a moral victory that you were even in the game with these kind of despicable numbers. It's absurd that you were even in the game. Your two stars go 17 of 44. 17 of 44.
Okay.
1 for 10 from the three-point line. And with 2 minutes left in the ball game, you're only down 2.
What do we see in those 7 restart games that Anthony Davis did play in? They won 3 of them, and in those he averaged 34, 9, and 4. He hurt the Clippers, but he destroyed Utah and Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, he made a mess of free shift.
Made a mess of it. In the 4 losses in which he played in the restart game, he averaged 12, 9, and 4. So 34, 9, and 4 in the wins, 12, 9, and 4. That's discipline.
12 points.
Come on, stop it. That says to me, front runner. If you get off hot and everybody's cooking and LeBron's dishing and it feels good, he'll feel good.
Well, he needs to get himself going by going to the basket instead of settling, because what the first thing was a jumper, a step back, catch and shoot. Put the ball on the floor.
In those step backs, I can always tell when he shoots it like he needs it. And the first couple of shots of the game, they were tentative. They're weak, and they missed badly.
Hope this go in.
Yeah.
No, shoot it with conviction.
Shoot it.
Yes.
Yeah, shoot it like
put the ball on the floor. Nurkic or Whiteside need to foul out. And they need to foul out by you putting the ball on the floor and drawing contact. Be aggressive. Don't bail them out by playing and shooting it up there and falling up. No.
My last warning is the GOAT, as you call LeBron James, often needs a scapegoat. Beware AD.
All I need
AD
to do is hold his end of the ball.
Well,
that's it.
If you don't, you got scapegoat.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm gonna go into the bank. I just need you to hold the bag. I'm gonna do what I'm going in the ball. I'm gonna dump all the money. Just hold the bag. Don't drop the bag, and then now we gotta run out there with bundles in our hand. Just hold the bag, Eddie. That's all I need you to do. Hold the bag. I'm gonna do the rest.
You talk a lot about robbing banks. I hope you don't have any experience. I don't know.
I ain't got no big with that. But I need to hold the bag. LeBron gonna put the money in the bag.
LeBron can get in his bag.
That's it. LeBron gonna do this thing on Thursday.
It might be more pressure to hold the bag than actually do the work. I feel like that's probably the issue right now, Shannon. Okay. Well, after another impressive night from way beyond the arc by Damian Lillard, Kenny Smith said Dame might have the most range in the game. While including Steph Curry in the conversation, Kenny said, quote, "I don't think you can shoot as deep as Steph. Gotta see it when you come back." Steph responded on Twitter saying, "Love you, Kenny, but you tripping right now." So, Shannon, who is the better long-distance shooter, Dame or Steph?
Skip, it's hard for me to disagree with Kenny right now. Because, Skip, we've seen Steph shoot from distance, but we haven't seen him do it on this level like this. Because what we saw in the playing games, he needed that. Now, we've seen Steph shoot make over 400. But we're still waiting for him to have that signature, do it like this. Skip, he's 10 of 18 on 35-foot three-point shots above. That's 56%. That's unheard of. I mean, if you tell somebody else to look at it, if you make 10 of these out of 100 from this far, Skip, he's pulling up like he's shooting a free throw. So I'm like Kenny, Steph, I'm gonna have to see it. I ain't gonna bet against you, but right now I can't bet with you either.
Really?
Nah.
I love Kenny Smith, but he is tripping. He's tripping over his own argument.
You saw Dollar right.
I've seen I have seen Steph, and lest we forget, out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Okay, so over the last, there's a 5-year period from 2014 to 2019. Dame played all through that period also. You realize that Steph Curry in that time, from 30 to 35 feet, took 94 shots and made 45 of them. That's 48% from 30 to 35 feet. When you get to 35, your logo Lillard.
Yeah.
Okay? So, to me, that's extraordinary because in the same period, Damian, from that same distance, 30 to 35, he took 16 more shots. He had 110 attempts, but he made 15 fewer. So he's making under 30% of shots versus 48%. So to me, this is just me. As a shooter, Damian can't carry Steph's golf bag. As a shooter.
Well, how about this?
And remember, Steph can shoot mid-range jumpers too. He's deadly.
But how about this here? Since Mahomes and Allen want to have a throw-off, we have a deep shoot-off between these two.
I would pay to see it. I would pay per view. I might pay $200 pay-per-view to see that.
But Steph is always going to get credit, Skip, because they say he revolutionized the game. The three-point wasn't in vogue until Steph started shooting the logo three. And so now, but it's like, okay, Jordan. Jordan is a great dunker. But who's the better dunker, Vince Carter or Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan.
Oh, no.
Well, have you forgotten? Do you want to continue?
All I know is I saw Vince Carter dunk over a 7-foot man.
All I know is the first human I ever saw take off from beyond the free throw line and dunk it. C logo. Yeah. Right?
Well, you watch Toon Squad.
Yeah.
I nearly the guy dunked from half court. Oh, Toon Squad, the new Toon Squad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him. Oh, Bron James, he dunked one from half court.
In a cartoon?
Real life.
It's a cartoon.
Real life.
Do you think Space Jam is like real? Oh, really?
It's close, Skip. I don't know. I can't, after what I've been seeing from Dave, I gotta see it,
You're a prisoner of a few moments.
Okay, Steph, I'm sorry, but I gotta see it.
Steph, I got your back.
I'm just telling you right now, that is it for Undisputed. Thank you for watching. We're back same time tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. I'll be on my couch watching all the NBA games today.
Got time to do whatever bullshit you do. Got time to argue all the time.
I saw Ohio State in his rookie year in and then that year he averaged 39 yards per game. And next year was 98, next year was 96. So last year dropped to 85. So he's in a really decline. But to your point, I do agree that 85 was somewhat because they are deeply in the hole. After a while, you've got to try to throw your way out of the hole. You don't get that. So I truly believe he's going to have to bounce back. When you say bounce back here, what do you say? Lead the league in rushes. And the addition catches, when the biggest catches in 2018.
Format not supported.
Okay, but I love what Jimmy pointed out, that he is saying, I have worked much harder this offseason on catching. I've been splitting out. I've let some of the wide out and some of the slot. There's only a reducing catching ball.
Did you come here and fuck with all these remotes? You came here and fucked with all the remotes, so what? Sometime between me being asleep, you came here and touched this, right?
Format not supported. Connected.
You know, mom, when she turn around, she know how to back it up and drop it down. She know she want all the fellas looking at, yeah. 'Cause they know soon as the sound come on, it's a rap.
Real, or it isn't. Only available at your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer.